So how did I get started playing from the depth? Well, it's actually, well, don't listen to me, listen to me some time ago.
And this game was actually given to me by Super Scarab 120. And well, I've said it to you, but I say to everyone that I'm most grateful for this gift, so thank you very much again. So
now, I will be extremely surprised if Super Scarab is still watching, still with us here at the channel. But if you're here, announce yourself. You deserve some kind of gift. We sort something out. If it weren't for Super Scarab giving us from the depth long ago, there is like no guarantee I would ever actually even try to get in it. Because honestly, starting out playing from the depth, well, it was a bumpy ride. Oh my lord, look. I liked my home video. Okay, let's unlike that. Well, this is January 22nd, 2016. That's basically 10 fucking years ago. That's insane. That's insane. Well, obviously we'll just have to post a new little comment here, but that's super cool. Yeah, so that's like the reason why I started to even try and play from the depth. At this time, I was deeply into engineering other types of weapons. I've noticed in retro perspective, I have been somewhat obsessed with revolving gun systems in different games. Like I was making these fucking scary like automatic cannon system that was like powered with an actual engine simulator mod and actual gears. Yeah, scary automations we had there. Or like stuff like this little meme gun.
it sounds like
It's probably the weirdest revolver system one could have imagined. Well, it's special, but yeah, it works. I have been doing weird revolving gun systems for quite some time. It's, yeah, and this I have done in other games as well, like, you know, making warhead machine guns and weird stuff like that in this whole game. So it was pretty obvious, but like when I started to play from the depth, folk were saying in comments, it's like high time you take a look at this game, and obviously everything I could imagine and want to do is of course possible to do in From the Depth. But at this time I was very deep into StarMade. And StarMade, by the way, we don't play anymore, but hopefully one day maybe we can return. It's been stuck in a non-developer developing lock for a good time. That's why. Almost everyone is like literally abandoned that shit. But the thing is that I built the Pandora Haven. And if you're wondering what that is, well, I thought that it would be a good idea to build a city, and well, it's a big project, and yeah, there is some valid things to say about like just moving on and play the popular games, but you know, I kind of want to finish my city someday. That's you know. Why?
Recording before I will
what was that?
Recording before the game crashes. So
yeah.
Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah. So keeping with the same games for a really long time gave me this little perk of actually sticking with this game, you know, for very long, and thus been able to.
That's we can have into battle.
That is true for From the Depth. That is true for StarMade, and you know, Battlefield 2.
Fish, 1 get taken, and what the fuck? So they could have their both.
But
okay, I don't understand why we can't have all our stuff, but never mind.
When starting to play from depth, I had some different issues. I got quite frustrated with the game because, as I mentioned previously, we'll have to end this recording before the game crashes. Yeah. And at that time, when the game crashed when I was recording, it would automatically ruin my recording. It would be void, dead. It's not the case anymore, but at that time it was. And that was extremely annoying. So the game had this issue before of like crashing before 20 minutes or something has passed. So while Scarab and many others were completely right in that From the Depth was a very interesting game, just up my alley, where I could make my fun little weapon systems and all of that stuff, they couldn't know that for some systems at that time, From the Depth had so severe performance issues that it just regularly crashed for a lot of people. By the way, big shout out to Adnecrius, who's been with us for so long. Antros Adnecrius were one of those people who were very early with supporting us playing From the Depth a big bit, with giving us a lot of tips and all of that. So this we'll be grateful to as well, not only to Scarab for actually giving us the game, and you know, without that, without us getting the game, without his support, we probably wouldn't have stuck with it. Because as you can see here, I tested my luck. It's very reliable. It will crash in about 20 minutes. Every fucking time. Can you imagine how frustrating this was? It was insane. And well, I'm a little bit uncertain where exactly that was fixed. But this is like 8 years ago, and you can see the beautiful old UI. It's darn old. But in any case, so am I. Yeah, we started playing it early on, but the crashes made me kind of quit or play it extremely rarely. But I don't know what it was, but eventually it got fixed and it didn't crash regularly anymore. And at that point, we started to play From the Depth for real, if you will. Like more seriously, just not casually, but you know, actually trying to build complex things. And I started out trying to make some Viking ships and stuff like that. That's how I started building stuff in From the Depth. And then it just escalated. And since I already were making a lot of tutorials for other games and tech and all stuff like that, obviously I wanted to make some tutorial for From the Depth as well, because I felt that there was some lacking space to fill out with my tutorial making style there, aside from the in-game tutorial being absolutely abysmal. They're better now, but they're still kind of abysmal. We should make a video about me going through the tutorials, see if I learned something. Well, I just guess it escalated from there, basically. There was a lot to learn, and like this year, I've started to look into breadboard for a change. The game keeps me hooked because there is always new things to learn, and it's pretty interesting. And of course, thanks to all of you who are watching and engaging with the channel as well. That's obviously also a really big thing will require. If you want some more From the Depth content, look at the Relaxism and GMODISM's GMODIST channel, my secondary channel, for some extra videos as well. But that's basically the story how we got started. We got gifted the game. A lot of our then subscribers and people in the Empire of GMODISM were just being really helpful and positive, and that made it so that we stuck, and eventually I learned enough to make tutorials, and you know, I like to think that I'm getting a little bit better each year at least, but I don't know. That's up to you to say. And now I have been dropping in here at, well, 3,260 hours, which is great. This is not totally representative. I have accidentally had From the Depth running this past 2 weeks, at least 2 times when I went to go to sleep. So, you know, there is that too. But yeah, I've been playing From the Depth a lot at my free time. I have some backlog of content to make too, so there is that. Well, in any case, I enjoy it much, and I hope you're enjoying these videos as well and all of that. If you wanted to know how I got into From the Depth, now you do. Other than that, this is your host Eric, and we are signing out with a paper replica. That's, I mean, with real me. Well, you find links to the other channels there in the corner where the badges are. If you want to support the channel, you can go to gmodims.com/support. You can join the Ecclesiarchy, you can join the commissioned officers, or you can join the government. In any case, thanks a lot for watching. This is your host, signing out. Well, hello. This is your host, Eric. You're watching GMODIST, and I felt I had to tell you a little bit about why most of my series have been a little bit lacking and have been a little bit on a pause for the latest amount of weeks. This is because of the Sword of the Ecclesiarch fleet, which we should look at in this little episode. Here you can see the motto for the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. It's Latin, Igne natura renovatur integra, and it basically means through fires, nature is reborn. This is the first vessel which were developed for the Sword of the Ecclesiarch, and it was first a co-build with Graver, who is semi in the project now, but is actually moving over to holding or helping administrating the thing this is made for. Now it's me. We got the Chaplain General Witch Doctor, and we got the Engineer Robot Stellar helping us build for this little sub-faction. Now this particular build is mostly Graver's work in its shaping, and then I've you know, added many things to it, so that we built. But anyways, we should be looking at the full array. And well, there are some ships to look through here, so I'm not joking around if you think I've been a little bit busy with these things. So that's why we had a little bit low speed of production for the battles, no new tutorials, slow for the builds for Ant Or 2 and the other commissioned officers. Yeah, this is the reason. Sorry about that, but I hope you will enjoy this little fleet. Anyways, so I will showcase the different ships here. We have some adaptations, like the croquette ship here, but made for the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. So we got bigger diff guns on this thing, and some missiles as well. The Army of GMODIST Sword of the Ecclesiarch does have its own logo, which is of course accessible on the homepage if that would be a thing. But we got some missiles and some diff guns and stuff like this. Just a little auxiliary build costing just 18,000 materials, so not very expensive. It can better be seen here. We got the Sword of the Ecclesiarch, so we got the AOG gear. We got the motto here, Igne natura renovatur integra, and we got the flame around the sword here. That's our logo. In any case, here we can see the Misericorde class hydrofoil flamer. So Witch Doctor built this little hydrofoil flamer thing, and our Chaplain General witch doctor is in effect the deciding function of the Sword of the Ecclesiarch, because this is built for something called the Promethean Directive, and it is basically a tabletop war game like Risk. You know, I talked a little bit about the library before, if you saw that, and it's a little bit like that, but it's actually what library was inspired from, and it's not cancelled because library is cancelled. This has already run a season. It was very popular and very big, so this is like a big undertaking to participate in this. Like, you can't basically participate yourself, and there is a lot of spreadsheets involved, like a lot of spreadsheets. I won't show them to you today, maybe in another episode if you wish to see that, but yeah. This is pretty cheap too, 34,000. Flamethrowers are something we like due to our motto, through fire, the world is reborn. And yeah, Witch Doctor built the bulk of it, and I added some details, some more engines like the end. I really like the engines we added here. It looks like they're part of the design. Added some extra missiles and stuff like that. So basically, someone builds the design and someone else goes through, checks and adds or removes some stuff that may or may not be good here. So that's kind of the little teamwork we're having here for each of the builds, really. This is our cargo plane. I don't think we are going to use it for a while though, because we decided to not have all the technologies that may be needed. But you can see if we remove the mimics here, man, this is like basically mostly cargo units. It is a thick plane full of cargo, like minimal anything. It's like wood actually. And this beautiful little design was built by Graver. I just add a few fixes. I did basically nothing to it. Just boring stuff. But it works. It's pretty fast too. Anyways. So the Promethean Directive, being a tabletop wargame, includes a lot of different factions. It's of course too late to join it now. But if you really think this looked like a cool idea, you can join it next year. It will probably be held next year as well, I hope. A lot of participants, and yeah, it's definitely a large undertaking to hold this event. So big thanks to Mizar Luke, who is running all of this on their free time, and to everyone that's helping making it possible as well. We got a lot of ships here. I think we want to start perhaps with checking out like some smaller designs so we can move up in size. We have some land designs as well, which I feel we may need to look a little bit at as well. So yeah, what I think is that, where is this now? There it is, the Hermitage class scout patrol boat. Yeah. So we got like names like Hermitage, Abbey, Cathedral, types of names for them. So the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM is, as you may know, what I decided to call YouTube members, which is a little bit funny. So for many of these AIs, you can see we have actually names of people we're supporting. So we have Elevated Dolphin, like there. We got Elevated Matros Halofo. We got some cadets like Wolstenwell and Lieutenant Rick Brell. We just have some mix of Army of GMODISM commissioned officer supporters and people in the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM at YouTube memberships, just for fun there. Anyways, the Hermitage class is a very tiny boat, just 10,000 in cost. It's probably pretty weak combat-wise, but honestly, this is mostly a scout ship that I built it for. So it's not like really built to be this insane battle boat either. It's really not what it's supposed to do. It is supposed to get in early, like front line. It can deliver some damage with its cram cannons. We do have a small little gun here in the back as well, but that's about it. It will share the position of the enemy and stuff like this, so it will be able to provide some targeting information, and well, in general, it's just built to be sent out there and detect stuff that may or may not want to be hiding from us. It looks nice. So yeah, you will definitely recognize the Medops attack plane, but well, I basically made it almost only missiles. The original one is like much cheaper, so I made the missiles a bit longer and added the cool daggers to it and some other deco. And then our chaplain general has set this thing up to be much more evasive. We may need to hold some battles between this and the previous version at the GMODIST channel, so subscribe there if you haven't already. We have some extra content over there. Anyways, it's this is super cool. It's like so cheap, so few blocks, but it's yeah, I like it. I'll just enjoy it. Like these little small daggers, I'm also satisfied that I managed to make them. It's not hard, but I thought it was. Well, in any case, the official story is that thousands of years in the future, the galaxy is under existential threat, and only one organization can save it. The Promethean Directive was established to run war games of an unprecedented scale at the Alderson disk known as the New Cancun, to prepare millions of military and civilian leaders for the wars to come. Yeah, and the out-of-character explanation is a unique multiplayer war diplomacy simulator for the video game From the Depth. And a lot of text. I'm going to tag the Promethean Directive YouTube channel in this video description if you want to go and see what's happening there. I think you can join their Discord and just ghost it as well, I suppose, to have some limited understanding on how it's progressing. Possibly. I don't really know. Other than that, otherwise you could join next year. Yeah. Oh yeah, so the Hermitage class, the scout ship, that is my creation. I think someone may have fixed it a little bit. I'm not sure entirely. This is also my creation. It is the Oratory. This is a burner corvette. It's really funny with these turrets because they don't only look like they have engines. Like these guys, they actually have engines. If I can go on these turrets here, there we go, you can see it has an engine. If I remove this, we have less engine power. So they're not really, they have lower priority because they're not very efficient, but yes, each of these flamer turrets are self-sustained. I think I call them Delta Corp, like trash incinerator or something like that. They're not held in high regard. But yeah, so that's the thing. For the Sword of the Ecclesiarch as a sub-faction of the army of GMODISM, we have a little story as well. So basically, in ancient times, the empire of GMODISM, basically then some kind of historical version of me, the Lord High Admiral and Ecclesiarch Eric of the army of GMODISM, of course, made a super secret task force called the Sword of the Ecclesiarch for obvious reasons, which were to perform some very secretive and important missions in the world then to find important information and stuff, and establishing a civilization there on this Alderson disk, aka New Cancun, was obviously a very important aspect, since there are some very secretive and important information to be gathered there. However, when the Sword of the Ecclesiarch were traveling to get there, their version of their Omnius Prime copy, the AI they brought with them, got damaged and were having some weird output. The time went on, and since the Sword of the Ecclesiarch force lost contact with the general empire of GMODISM for a really long time, well, stuff became a little bit weird. Stuff evolved in a little bit of a different direction. The old AI and communication to the Empire of GMODISM unit, which was damaged and was instead starting to be called the Machine God. And well, after a while, some high priests just took over the Sword of the Ecclesiarchy and ran it as their civilization there on the Promethean Directive for a really, really long time, and it's just been left alone. Now recently, the Ecclesiarch, which is I, were reinstated, recontact was made thus, and the Sword of the Ecclesiarchy is under the Empire of GMODISM's control, which is really high time, and the plan all along, of course, because now stuff is moving about in the Alderson disk, because, well, shit's going down. And that's why I'm here, and that's why our Chaplain General Witch Doctor and our Engineer Rob Stellar were all there to make sure that stuff doesn't go haywire, right? This is the Sky Crusader class air monitor. I believe that Rob Stellar built almost all of this, and then me and Witch Doctor just fixed and added some stuff. I added a lot of diff guns to this thing to make its survivability a little bit better. And I think, yeah, well, we all checked out each other's designs and did something on them, right? Anyways, this will just sit in the sky and output damage. It has a little bit of an evasive problem, so having all of these interceptors, of course, added to the cost a little bit. But it, of course, is worth it to make it survive, but it's not as cheap as we wanted it before. But it looks nice. Yeah. It's not one of our most min-max designs. We have a few of them. Here we have the Sanctuary class frigate. Frigate, it's pronounced, I think. And this thing is, well, I don't know how good it is in terms of the damage output in comparison to our other designs. I think it's built mainly by Witch Doctor. I'm not sure. Oh, whatever. I'm not really sure. But anyhow, I added some stuff to it. We all did something on it. It's super cool. I added like more defensives and stuff like that. You can see this thing looks super beautiful. It's super nice. Add a little flamer here in the front. Other than that, it's VLMs. We have lots of details, and inside this hole, you'll have to appreciate this hole here. It looks super holy, very nice. Well, we have so many designs. We'll just need to go through them, right? We have, well, maybe we should look at this on a land, but it's not too much to see, to be honest. I fixed my old howitzer and made a version for this. It looks better. It does. We have some added weaponry and stuff. Oh my god, it's loud. So yeah, we got just a few land units. We can go down with the land units directly here. This is a beautiful tank built by Kevin, but I totally butchered it and made weird things with it, so it doesn't look as cool now. I'll have to show you the proper version later. It looks amazing. This is like a botch job of it, but that's to make it legal as a contestant for our faction, right? But it's nice to have a tank. It's definitely our best tank. We also only have one tank. Alright. Anyways, the previous was the self-propelled gun Lancer 1884 howitzer, and this one was the main battle tank Leon. And we all try to make names that are somehow related to the Sword of the Ecclesiarch theme a little bit there. Now this one is really cool. This is the Bristleback class mortar metal clad airship. And this is Graver's really beautiful design. It is a helium airship, and well, look at this thing. It has a huge array of cram mortars. Cram mortars, look at them. We have, how many barrels? That's 16 barrels of cram mortars. And they're incendiary as well. Not mostly. Yeah. Anyways, this little telescope tower looks absolutely amazing. I almost want to destroy the magic by clicking, basically removing mimics. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. But man, this telescope tower looks so cool. I had a lot of, well, interception and stuff to it, but it's looking really great. Well, oh god, here we have this thing. This is the extremely insane Army of GMODIST Sword of the Ecclesiarchy Abbey Fortress. Now, Graver made some really cool cathedral looking designs in the beginning, but our witch doctor has made this insanely like beautiful. Look at this thing. Look at this facade. It's absolutely amazing. Look at these details, like around the doors. Like, how many layers is this? It's absolutely insane. Well, it looks absolutely great, so I'm not complaining. I was just looking at this in awe, adding loads of diff cans, smoothing out some details, adding some worthless shit details, flamers and stuff. And this is like Witch Doctor's awesome detail. The flaming sword here. It's not only the sword of the Ecclesiarch combined with the motto, Igne part of the motto in specific. but it's also draws some references to King Arthur and the, you know, the sword in the stone. It's very cool. And we have big crams. Crams looks like some kind of cathedral tower by itself. I added a lot of exposed ammunition here. That's actually ammunition. And these little things, man, it's so many cool details here. And the crazy thing with this is that it has like a full interior. Look at this thing. I kind of want to like go here IRL somehow, and then we can like go out there and we got some diff guns to shoot down incoming target. And this is like a beautiful mimic cluster basically. This is like no solid block, it's just mimics made by Setup for the AOG a long time ago. Well, this facade, look at it, we even have a little poster and stuff. Well, we have so many things to go through here. Now, this is absolutely insane. This is the Cathedral class heavy artillery cruiser. Yeah, this is big. So this was I think mostly like Graver built like all of this, and I added some shit later on, and did some interior armoring, fixing things up, making turrets not die and stuff. But as you can see here, Graver done basically everything on this thing. It was where this little telescope tower was built, and well, it's beautiful. And we have this super ambitious interior here as well, looking pretty great. We all try to keep to the theme, but that we have some small differences just makes it feel so much alive. Yeah, it has diff guns and a insane big gun here in the middle. It is, as you can understand, a very scary railgun of 500 millimeters shooting a pen depth AP frag shell with oh no, why do we have 2 emergency ejection defuses? Well, that's wrong. Well, whatever. Why did I not notice that when I fixed it? I'm seriously wondering. Oh no. Well, we did a little crash there. That wasn't intentional. Man, this thing looks evil. So yeah, this is the very scary min-maxed airship. This is really cool. It doesn't only look scary, it's pretty classy cool too. The Igni class absolutely fire nukes anything. It's absolutely insane. I mean, this thing is crazy. Costing $250,000, it is an expensive one-time fix, but a bit of a one-time fix it kinda is, because this thing just gets in close and unloads insane amounts of incendiary shells at pretty slow speeds. Like, man, it just ignites things permanently. This is thus called the AOG ZTMC Igni class incendiary bomber metal class airship. Very cool. Don't mess with that. And Graver made this Terax pattern drill, which is a really cool little concept. We're gonna have a little testing video here, but I just tinkered around and could make a version that almost deals the same amount of damage for about half the cost, just fixing some interior bits. But it is a little bit slower, so we also made a standard drill unit. Not to speak about the land drill unit, which I started on. This is a complete abomination. It needs to be updated. But you can probably guess where it's gonna go. It's gonna go on land. If we're invaded by a land, we can send out that. It's very scary. Alright, so we don't need to look at all of that Innovator class. No, we don't really need to do that. We're probably gonna forget something anyways. So anyways, here we have the Flying Commandment class Air Monitor. This thing, together with the ship I'm gonna show you later, has been developed and built to possibly be able to be our main big production battlecraft. That is basically to be mass produced and deal most amounts of damage. Both our designs are Sandblaster based design, and this is Robot Stellar's version, which is a flying version that deals very good amount of sandblasting action. Really cool looking turrets here too. I really love these ones. That Robot Stellar made with some parts and stuff going on them. They look very cool. This man though, just about to fall out of there. Well, there we have, that's that one. Okay, now before we look at my little version there, we're gonna go and check the defensive airbase fortress. So our Witch Doctor made this insanely cool little main defensive base. It's only costs 177,000, and it does have some flamers, but most notably it has so many TEDx pattern drills that can just be spammed at the enemy to great effect. These drills deal insane damage. We seriously have to have a test video over at the GMODIST channel, so check that out now. We also have a lot of the attack planes here too, getting ready for action somehow, that can be spawned and well, sent into combat. But man, Witch Doctor did a real good job there. I haven't basically added anything. Well, and then before we look at that, we're gonna save the best for last, right? So here we have the Cerebro class assault drill carrier. Obviously, to carry these drills into action, we need an assault drill carrier. So this unit holds 3 drills, and well, they will just be launched as well, jet dive bombers, except they won't move away. They are like diving and killing on contact, especially with these flywheels attached inside. They are very scary. So yeah, don't let them come close, basically. And about what I've been working most on, we had the real need to get something really strong. So the light cruiser, the Renovateur class light cruiser, can't speak anymore. Inside the game there are some reductions of materials, so this one costs almost 300k in the spawning game, but it does cost 250k resources in game, which unlocks it so that we can produce it in factories, which will be a better, cheaper way to do it. This, however, is the only thing which I can say I've really spent a lot of time on perfecting, because we need this to work. And even though I try to perfect it as much as possible, Witch Doctor went into all of these guns. The Vigoletta Marksman, this is a new version of the Vigoletta Marksman. It's actually rail assisted. And we have these one, the Fort SA Sandblasters. The ammo has been changed on them because they needed more accuracy on long ranges, so they use Sabofin Fin. And the Vigoletta Marksman is a little bit more how it was before, but still different formulation, faster shells. We have a lot of interceptors going on here, and they are really quick. They are from my intercepting empirical testing videos too, so you can see it. And of course, I made a little sword in the top here. This one, of course, has some interiors as well, as they should have. I just got stuck and spawned too much time here in the interior. Look at it. We have like a lexing, a like list of quotes from your GMODIST and sayings and stuff as a book form. We got some cool guns, setups, little ship in a box. I even had the new like ironical poster I'll need to produce and print somehow. Yeah, I guess I just had fun with it. It is a beast though. This thing is a beast. Well, I guess that's basically the Sword of the Ecclesiarch fleet as it looks right now. They do crash into each other even though we set them up not to, but well, what can you do? Did I show you this interiors? Well, you'll see it sometime. But I think it's pretty cool. We're gonna see how this little war game will go for us. But I hope it will be real fun and that we'll want to rejoin as the Sword of the Ecclesiarch to participate multiple times. But yeah, that's also the story behind the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. How did we get? This is interesting. Well, that's basically the story of the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. A little isolated. Oh man, I'm fearing the game will crash if I don't stop doing stuff like this. Anyways, that's the story. Our little task for getting isolated, corrupted computer, which is then the machine god, and high priests being corrupt. And well, we're trying to clean up this just before shit's gonna happen, to be able to get something out of this mission at last indeed. Well, that's the Sword of the Ecclesiarchy for the army of GMODISM's participation in the Promethean Directive. Link to their YouTube channel in the description. And yeah, subscribe to GMODIST channel too. Well, I'm not in a state of showing myself here, so we'll have to suffice with the paper replica. Well, I hope you enjoyed checking this out, and as said, GMODIST channel you can check out here on the cards on the upper right corner. If you want to support the channel, please consider doing so. A big thanks to all in the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM, of course, and to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. And with that said, I think we should be turning off this little video and keep the suspenseful action which is soon to be unfolded for another time. This is your host Eric of GMODISM, and we're signing out. We're coming back with a normal series soon. But this is the reason why it's been drawing out a little bit. See you.
GMODISM.
Well, hello. You are watching GMODISM channel. This is your host Eric, and we're back with a little video with a little update. I actually intended to post this video yesterday, but here we are. So yeah, it's a Monday, and I have now updated the files for the commissioned officers. So that means all Patreons get the updated files. It's kind of a big change. I did restructure the entire folder structure. Actually, let me show you. So the folder structure is now completely different. I revamped it from like scratch basically. And you can see I include a underscore before each name, so that means every folder has changed the name. If you're a commissioned officer in the army of GMODISM, I suggest you remove, re-download all the files, just remove the old files and replace them with the new ones. That's the most simple things. A few items have been removed, but they're kind of not important, so maybe you want to save a backup. But just to let you know, if you're a commissioned officer, definitely do a complete re-download, because the new structure is much better. It's much easier to find stuff. And I applied this to sub-objects as well, so you can see the readability here is just so much better now. So that's a big tip for all of you, to have an underscore before and after. That way the like brackets won't collide with the names, so the readability will be a lot better. Anyways, as many of you know, I am making this big fleet to tackle the Nether. And I played this game since like 2015, and it was long ago I even made an attempt at a campaign. At that time I thought it was kind of hard, but then I just got interested in min-maxing, so I actually have no idea how hard it is. Now the fleet isn't completely done yet, but I figured it would be a fun idea to just showcase to all of you what ships we have currently in the fleet, how they look, so that you basically know a little bit more about the style in the army of GMODISM. Just for fun, I just wanted to take a little look at all of the ships, because I recently took a little look at them all. You may notice this. What is this, you may ask? Well, you know the decals I have been complaining about, that they don't work because my Imgur collection got, I don't know, reported or whatever? Well, you see this? gmodism.com/media AOG whitemark. I'm self-hosting the images now. All of them. They're self-hosted. Can't remove them now, Imgur. Take that. So yeah, that took a long time to like fix all of the decals, upload them, host them on the homepage, make everything work. Yeah, I moved the host. I moved the homepage to a new host I haven't used before. So they basically offer some better speeds and stuff like that. I set up like some Cloudflare DNS protocols and whatever, so that it will be the image files and everything will be like internationally accessible the best way possible. I did work hard on this. Hopefully it works. It seems to work so far, so that's good. And of course, I have not only updated the Army of GMODISM officers files, I have updated the Steam Workshop files, because you can imagine that this thing, the Gimle, all the images were like replaced with some Imgur this file is missing stuff. So for each and every ship that used the Imgur images, that's basically all of the ships, I had to redo it. I had to repost the images in all of the holoblocks one by one. And you can imagine that took some time. That means that I have updated the existing file on the Steam Workshop page. So if you're subscribed to any of my assets, like the Gimle class or other ships, you need to re-download them. Unfortunately, From the Depths doesn't have a useful Steam integration at all, so if you want to have an updated version of a file on the Steam Workshop, you'll have to just simply re-download it. So anything that you might have subscribed to on the Steam Workshop from me, please re-download it and save over the previous file, and you will get the working image files. Also, some very tiny hidden small fixes that were some small issues on various ships I have been fixed too, but they were kind of, I didn't bother writing them down, so yeah, re-download stuff, thank you. And that will be quite splendid. And while you're at it, do leave a 5-star rating review on the stuff you have downloaded from me, then I will be very happy. It's fun. Anyways, about that, do like this video as well. That helps a lot, of course, it helps the channel. You may have noticed there have been a little bit low on content lately, and if you're interested about that, I posted some messages on Discord and some video explaining that a little bit as well. So we're back now, it's the most important part, so yeah. That's the more important part. So I'm going to continue making the videos. That means, of course, continue on the Yamato project. I'm so sorry we have so much delays in the Yamato refit project, but you know, sometimes stuff happens, and yeah, at least we are continuing on it, so fear not. In any case, I think we should be checking out the gmodism.com homepage. It is not 100% done, I'll need to fix a few things more, but it's basically done enough, so I would like you to check it out. I really try to make it a fun and new type of experience to go to this site. Yeah, I don't know if you will think it's fun. The house you go to home, of course. Sorry about that, return is just backwards. Anyway, so I have a completely different navigation. I built the site using some plugins from scratch, basically, so it has a lot of custom CSS code. Man, I think I may, as I always do, I tend to spend a little too much time on minor details, but hopefully you will notice that. So here we have some like current news and stuff, so that's cool. You can click on get in touch. So you can go to like our subreddit here if you want to, and that's in a new tab, yeah. You can even like join our Discord here. You can even like send a contact email, and you can go to our like X page. It's not called Twitter, if you want to have some updates and stuff, because I made it so that my like videos, when I post a video, it gets posted on X as well, so it doesn't matter if it's a Twitch stream, a YouTube video, or if it's from any of my 3 channels, you'll get a notification there, which can be pretty smart. And if you haven't noticed this, the YouTube community page is a good place for making polls and stuff, so I do a lot of polls there, so if you didn't know, you can check it out. And I also listed some official but less used accounts here. Of course, the Steam one is pretty used, but I have other links to my collections there. So here we can see some other like shortcuts to our channel's commissioned officer, the Imperial store. Anyways, if you go here, you can go to the support page. So here you can join the government of GMODISM. I did set up this new support option, and this is like the best support option for me. It doesn't offer as many integrations. So what this basically gives is if you want some like discounts on our store, and if your most important thing why you want to support the channel is like general support, this is the best option for me, because this one basically takes very little in between money. They don't require many percentages like the other options on YouTube and Army of GMODISM on Patreon does. So that's really cool. So if you want to give general support to the channel, well, this is the new place. And if you want to have member recognition, well, I'm gonna set this up so that you will get a member recognition every video. So if that's most important, check out that. We have the, whoops, clicking on OBS now. We got the, well, the Army of GMODISM on Patreon here, of course. Yeah, and we got the ECCLESIARCHY. And that's of course YouTube, if you want to join YouTube like that.
So you want to become
like overvoicing myself. And of course we're gonna get back to a Twitch stream. I feel I always say this, but honestly I really want to. So obviously we have like a Twitch sub option here for those that are most interested in the live experience. Yeah, and then we got like 2 are different stores like this, where this is of course the most important one, but This store honestly has some of our, according to me at least, coolest projects with, you know, the desk mat here, which is nice, and the flask, yeah, that is not available. It's like a specialty store, but the things that are here are nice, I think, especially the desk mat. Anyways, there is of course like the donation options too, if anyone wants that. There is like that. Yeah, but please like check out this site yourself. It would be fun if you could just take a little look at this site and say what you think, because of course I spent a lot of time on this. We got a new IP to our Garry's Mod server, by the way. And here's like a list to all of the different assets that anyone can get. And naturally, the Steam Workshop downloadables. Oh, I just uploaded the Gimle After Party, by the way. So if you have struggles running the Gimle because it lags too much, this version, while losing against the Gimle in single combat, it's pretty strong and it has so little sub-objects. Captain Y refitted it like a good while ago, and it was participating in a special tournament, and that tournament didn't allow a lot of sub-objects, so that's why it happens to be a very low lag. Yeah, so that's fun. And to finally get to it, here is the Army of GMODISM Media Asset Library. So here you can see we got all of them uploaded, looking pretty neat here. So obviously I have listed the link to them for simplicity, but you can always just click on something, just right click and copy image address, and you'll get the image address. You can use it in from the depth, so that's pretty neat. We listed our content here on nice little slabs like this, so stuff like that. But please check out the homepage and tell me what you think about it. I would like to have some feedback before I consider it done. Yeah, okay, so I didn't mean for this video to be like a showcase of my homepage, like that much. Maybe I'll cut some parts away, I don't know, but anyways, hopefully you like it, but do please check it out. I didn't mean to spend that much time on it though. I guess half of you aren't watching or not even watching anymore, but whatever. Let's proceed and check out the Army of GMODISM's fleets. Ooh. By the way, I have started to work on the Mark III of the platform. It's super secret, work in progress right now, so I won't tell a lot of details about it, but it's gonna be pretty cool. So here we have the folder with the fleets. So these are basically all of them are available for the commissioned officers, of course. I can't upload entire like folders of fleets, however, to the Steam Workshop. I can make collections, but I can't upload them in a pack like that. So a lot of these vehicles are individually uploaded to the Steam Workshop if you want to check it out. The Sword of the Ecclesiarch, that is a little special force, which I won't show you right now, but basically me and another person in the AOG, we will be participating in the Promethean Directive, a minigame thing. Or not it's pretty complex, but it's basically from the depth-based board games. More info about that later. Not for the faint of charts. Yeah, funny. GMODISM, that's not really funny. Right, so we're gonna start off strong, or at least expensive, not really strong. This is the really big super battle carrier. This is the build we built for Admiral Wani Ryujin a long time ago. Our first admiral in the Army of GMODISM, if I recall correctly. It does look cool. It's really big, and it's not particularly super strong for its cost, because I admittedly wasn't that great at From the Depth when making this. So it is slightly better than Draconia tech, I would suspect, which is not epic, but of course it's acceptable. It will hand anything. It will have all of the in-game designs, its as, of course, naturally. It also costs 6.5 million. Yeah, so it works. It's pretty hardcore, but hey, it looks cool. And this super battle carrier's name is Eugene then also. It carries a lot of attack swarmers. So this is the storm attack swarmers. This is like the fleet lead that basically takes command and has some support weapons that actually marks out the targets to help these guys, the regular wingmen here, deal the damage. They're equipped with a big diff gun, so they deal a lot of alpha strike damage. So the thought is that you're basically swarming the enemy ship with a lot of diff guns. The armaments we got here is mainly, what is it, 5 really big railguns. These railguns are kinetic railguns, the best type of railguns. They're absolutely very scary. They're very scary. On the side we have a lot of civ systems, diff civs to be specific. We got some big lambs too. We got interceptors, we got basically everything. We got interiors, we got flak cannons here in the back. We even have a little separator attached drone. So this drone will disattach when there is an enemy and will basically provide better aim points for all of the connected targets. So that's a little fun mecha thing we got here. We got this crazy huge missile turret as well that delivers very big missiles straight into the face of the enemy. Scary stuff. Well, we got a little super fun thing on this also. When we actually have an enemy, now I'm a little bit afraid that it will lag a little bit, but let's just spawn a tiny thing so you can see it in action. Oh god, it lags so much when all of the ships are launching, but when an enemy is detected, the bridge is retracting. My god, my game, I fear my computer will crash. Okay, I removed that thing, because if I think a little bit more closely, it actually doesn't, it's manual. Yeah, there are far too many lights on this thing too. Maybe I should do a Mark II someday. Anyways, what we basically do is we click a button and the entire bridge will retract into the safety of the innards of this ship, which means that, you know, the captains and admirals and rear admirals and commodores and everyone that could be aboard this ship is safe and sound inside the innards of the ship and not exposed out here. Oh, and another thing that lags super much, video screens that gives a live feed of the ship. Yeah, so this ship has some cool interiors too. It's on the workshop, it's updated, so you can download it and check it out if you are so inclined. Oh, and it's really cool that this thing is like, you know, not docked by a docker or things, stuff like that. It's actually attached physically to the ship when not in use. The only issue is that it doesn't reattach automatically. You'll have to do that manually here with some buttons. But that works. Well, give it up for the Ryujin, a super battle carrier that desperately needs a less laggy version. But perhaps you have a supercomputer that's better than my laptop, and if you do, feel free to have some battles with it. Next fleet or force is moderately exciting. It's like my more recent saves of my very old adventure mode attempts. Yeah, so you've seen them maybe. So then I participated in the Newbie Rumble 17. So yeah, I played the game for some time, but I couldn't participate in the Newbie Rumble because apparently you're not considered a noob if you haven't participated again like previously, which I hadn't. So they have some special rules which my ships could definitely make more use of. So they were not set up the most optimal way. I did rush them a little bit, and I did honestly put most effort in to make sure they look nice. Then I upgraded them a little bit later as well. So these are rebuilds of the Reed class light cargo cruiser. Well, they didn't make it that far in the tournament. They had some issues and stuff. Yeah, they spent... Yeah. I think EMP was banned in the tourney, but they are still EMP proof and stuff like that. I upgraded them a little bit afterwards, however. So I kind of like these rebuilds. I think they are... I actually don't know if this is better than the original Reed class. I probably need to check that. Yeah. In any case, this is the Reed light cruiser. So it's the Mark II of the Reed, and it's then a light cruiser. Then we have a rebuild of the Mark II light cruiser, which is of course a carrier. So this is the Reed carrier. It's significantly cheaper. So this is 112,000 and this is 73,000. It offers much lighter armaments. It has a cram cannon that has timed fuse, so it's like a cram cannon, 180 degrees, I think it was. And then we have the adapted, because it wasn't legal, but my quick adaptation slash fix of this beautiful bomber, which you see from the trial season 1. And so nobody forgets, it is built by Jono, Matros second class Jono. Submitted this design, and it was one of the better designs. So that's why it's earned a spot in the Army of GMODISM fleet, and now we have it on top of here mounted. This is an adapted version, however, because we needed to make it, well, abide by their tournament rules. Yeah, and these are not exactly the ships that participated in the newbie Rumble. Good to know. But just slightly fixed, upgraded version of those, so. I'm actually a little bit curious. So I spawned the Reed class Mark I. This is a cargo light cruiser. So it actually also doubles as a cargo and mining ship. So it has like miners, so it will passively pick up materials when it's not in combat. And it's a little bit updated, so it has some neat interceptors and stuff like that. Yeah. So I actually don't know which one of them is better. The Mark II does have a rotating decoy that will confuse missile and missiles, mostly, that are radar guided or heat guided, and will also confuse lasers if they target the hot blocks onto this instead. They will not deal a lot of damage to the ship itself. Ooh, the Mark I Reed class is a bit more powerful. I think, if I recall correctly, the upgraded or fixed version or for the tournament doesn't have shields or stuff like that, because I think it was banned or something. Not 100. Well, I had to change some stuff to make it weaker anyways, that I know, so I'm not surprised by the results. Then we have the Holy Metropolis Protector fleet. These are insanely large, the S. Davidos. Here we have the after-party version of the Gimle, which you can check out on Workshop too. The S. Davidos is also updated on the Workshop. Oh no, I spawned it in as lightning hoods. Well, in any case, just to check out a little bit quickly, we have Captain Y made this super funny thing where they kind of clean up this messy party. And other than that, it looks very similar, but a lot of the turrets, like this one, is actually not a real turret because it's very low on sub-objects and stuff. Well, so this is like the lag-friendly Gimle. This thing is my thickest battleship to date. This is the S. Davidos Mega Super Titan battleship, basically. It's a super battleship apparently, and it looks like crap. I know. It's only made to be somewhat effective, and then I hastily try to decorate a little bit. Yeah, but it's really strong, and I'm not sure, but I don't think it has ever lost against anything that has a higher cost per that has equivalent cost. I don't think it has ever lost against anything that has equivalent cost. It has defeated some really big strong ships by well, Suzu likes to build really big ships, so we fought some of the ships she built, like the Juno and well, an array of ships anyways. It's pretty strong. It's not very interesting to look at though. Just has some cool turrets, that's all. But if you want something extremely strong to fight, I would recommend that one. Then we have the Constabulary of GMODIST, which we built for Admiral Scooby-Rocks. So this is the State Trooper observational drone, or a reconnaissance drone. And this thing, I think it looks pretty cool. It's of course not super strong because it's not able to be that evasive, but its main function is actually to provide and share aim points and stuff like that, which it does pretty neatly. Then we also have the Officer, which is a very small little jet fighter, and I'm actually gonna upload these to the workshop independently because I feel they deserve independent uploads as well. Not to match it against anything that may in particular be matched in any regard, but just to see them in action. You can see they are making a mess of this, and here we have the beautiful laser controlled missiles from tubes like that. It's just doing its thing, vibing in the sky, firing some guns. Yeah, I think it's pretty neat. These like black medium distance rockets feel really cool. Like the menacing black smoke is just a nice little addition. Very nice. What is uploaded to the workshop, however, and now updated as well, so we are using working decals, is the Constabulary main items. The Deputy Sheriff, which is a completely super scary thing that will dive in and deal insane amounts of alpha strike damage. And the Deputy Sheriff is essentially a real big alpha strike system. It contains a big charge laser and a charge plasma system and has some funny quotes in context, and it will just go close to the enemy and unload. It also has some diff guns for auxiliary firepower, a constant stream of incendiary missiles, some bigger torpedo combo missiles so that it can also target submarines as well, and yeah. It also has a sign movement, so it bobs up and down when we have enemies in the vicinity, so that it's less likely to get hit. And then we have the Sheriff, and the Sheriff is the main thing. This is a carrier, a super battle carrier. It's a lot of big guns naturally. The main systems are actually not these ones. It is the plasma cannons right here. We got some pretty strong plasma cannons. They are really expensive. This ship is really expensive. It's 4.2 millions in cost. And that's of course because we have so much plasma. We've got side charge plasma systems. We got diff guns here. We got a lot of laser outputs. And some really funny stuff here, because of course in From the Depth most enemies are actually AIs, So the thought is that the incarcerated or extracted AI cores they can just be stored in a shelf like this when they have been picked out of the vehicles, so that we can take these brains to be prosecuted. Isn't that neat? But of course, we got some traditional dungeons inside of here naturally, if we would meet something that's not an AI. I got a little bit lost, but here they are, simple cells. Got a pretty fancy big bridge here with some controls and a lot of mood interiors. And naturally it carries the fighters and stuff like that. And I don't know why we started a battle here, but we're not gonna start battles with everything, naturally not. But of course, it will do short work of the crossbones, that's for sure. And now we get in here, getting some action with this Alpha Striker that also has some revolving blast guns. Yes, of course, because when things are burning, they're a little bit weak to that stuff. Very neat. Yeah, and this is just constantly outputting plasma and laser damage. Very scary. It can be debated how good it is for the cost, however. I haven't made proper comparisons. It's 4 million, but it definitely loses against the S. Davidos, which is 6 millions and very min-maxed. This is looking pretty neat, you see. See, it goes up and down like this to avoid cramps and stuff. Tries to, at least. It's pretty slow because it's very big. Or I wouldn't say slow necessarily. This big thing goes at like 80 meters per second, so you know, I think it can go faster actually. 100, yeah, 100. Well, that is the constabulary of GMODIST, however. Then I think we're gonna check out the very tiny first chapter Wasteland Domination Force. Now, this is my early collection of stuff to use in the what is it called? Ashes of the Empire. But then I've also heard that Ashes of the Empire isn't great. I don't know. I hope it is. But so I made an outpost. It's pretty long ago actually, but it's fun. It's an outpost. It's a small little station. It looks cool. It's neat. It's an outpost for the Wasteland campaign. It has a cram cannon as well. I don't have a lot of vehicles for it. I did make a howitzer, so we got a howitzer here, a cram howitzer. Very cute. And then I did put the Captain Wise bomber, or a version of it, inside of here too, just a little bit adapted to deal with this type of land. So I think it looks beautiful, so I wanted to have it somewhere, even though it wasn't among the best performing ones in performance-wise, but you know, we had to have it somewhere. So yeah, that's the tiny first chapter of Wasteland Domination Field. Of course, he be thinking it's loud. Now, then we have the 5th chapter, Intergalactic Industrial Expedition Force. This is a readaptation, cook-up of a lot of previous designs to put together some type of participation. It actually ended up with a lot of forces, but whatever, for the library. So the Great Library is a, or should I say was, I don't know, a basically like a easier version of the Promethean Directive. However, it is, well, I guess the people that are running it don't have as much experience as the ones that are holding the Promethean Directive. So it's a little bit understaffed and the rules are a little bit work in progress. So I don't know, the Discord seems pretty dead. I don't think it's... I hope it will continue, since I did put together this, but it's been dead for some time now, so we'll see if the Great Library come back. But we got the forces for it as well. So I think that holo shields or like projector shields were banned. So basically all my designs that are submitted to it have the shields removed, so they're weaker in that regard. Some designs are actually better. This thing is a good bit more quick, actually, I think, than the original croquette, so that's cool. We have some adaptations, so for the Filke challenge, Setup/E-Lord, maker of the Turtle Lord, made this beautiful little version of the Filke, and I just had to take some interiors and stuff like that and upgrade the looks of this. Among a lot of interior assets Setup also made, actually, but I made it look a little bit more neat, so threw that in there. In the Great Library I got that perk, I got the fun perk which makes it super cheap for me to spawn ships that are built by wood 40% or more, which basically had me look deep in the folders. So we have another Filke participant, which is Alyssa's Filke version, which is pretty neat too. And we even got, let's see here. Okay, we don't have any more of them. We have one work in progress one. But anyways, we got a little upgraded version of the submarine. We got the Flygfisk Patrol Diver going strong there. So it's basically like shieldless designs of the previous ones. We got the carrier here, the Reed Class Mark IV. And the Reed Class Mark IV, that's basically a little bit cheaper version of the Mark III with no shields and stuff like that, so it's actually less good. But you know, we have to name them properly. Let's go there. Now this one gotten into the water, unfortunately, so I guess we'll need to help it out because I spawned it there. But we have the Flygfisk. No, this is the balloonfish, I'm so sorry. This is the Explorer Mark IV. So this is a little bit upgraded, actually. This is much better than the previous one. It even has a little propeller. It not only relies on sails, it has missiles, so it's much more heavily armed. And it's, well, a little surveillance balloon, which probably should be put in the main fleet for the Nether campaign as well. We got the upgraded version of our Type A fighter. So it's a big wooden fighter that has gotten a facelift, you could say, with some nice decorations and, well, adhering to the rules. I also took one of our best fighters in the Trials Season 1. By the way, Trials Season 2 is coming soon. It's gonna be a real simple challenge, more about that later. But I took the beautiful Manta War by Matros Kovrax in the army of GMODIST, and this was absolutely brutal, super strong design. I have been looking forward so much to use this design in the library, where we just spawn a bunch of the send a bunch of this to like attack bomb somewhere. That would be beautiful. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened yet. But in any case, Kovrax made an absolutely beautiful design out of this. It looks amazing, and all I did was adapt it so it would adhere to the rules and be basically only wood, so it would be super cheap for me to make. Right. I made a service droid adaptation of the observer drone, the state trooper. So this is basically a repair and rearm version of it. It carries material and it can repair and fix stuff. That's basically the difference. It doesn't have shields. Yeah, very nice. And we got a little version of our helicopter as well. And this is the Chopper Mark III, to be specific. Also, they have their own little adaptation here. They got their own version of the of our little fighter here. I should actually put the Officer Mark II versus the Officer Mark I and see which is best, because it uses a different strategy. I'm not entirely sure which one is best, but this thing actually contains sticky flares instead of chaff to confuse radar. So it has active decoy system instead. So yeah, we need to put them against each other. Not really worthy to display, but this is the work in progress mobile base for the Great Library campaign. So yeah, it is what it is. All right, Officer Mark I from the Constabulary Peacekeeping Force versus this, the Officer Mark II, which is from the Great Library. I guess we can just spawn them both and see which will... Oh. Well, that's fast. Well, the original wins. Ooh, I think they banned EMP. EMP is great against small aircraft. Well, now we know. So that's basically the 5th chapter Intergalactic Industrial Expedition Force. You know what? They hated the name. I can understand that, but I like long names. So, last but not least, obviously, we got the 2nd chapter. Yeah, 2nd chapter Frontier Fleet. I know that. I guess I just can't speak, you know? I had a little bit of a hiatus on recording, so I think I probably lost my ability to speak somewhat. In any case, the 2nd chapter Frontier Fleet will need to find some deeper water, man. This is like shallow. This will not... It can be funny. It's gonna be funny. We can spawn it here anyways. Well. Look at the poor thing. This is the broadsword battleship. It's really tall. It's really low tech. It's not one of my most recent Minimax designs, and it's mostly made to look decent, which I think it does. It needs to go somewhere, however, for it to stay at a nice, pleasing level. Now, we didn't spawn that in our own fleet, so that's a little bit unfortunate that we don't get the exact colors that we use, but it's pretty cool. It uses broadside, a lot of broadside cannons, not like a lot. And obviously, even though they're many and small together, they deal some decent damage. Probably would be pretty easy to take out with interceptors, but whatever. Most in-game Craftons have interceptors. And yes, this thing is bad, but yeah, it will actually work decently enough against many of the in-game designs, so that's nice. Then we have the Aerobics Mark II. Mark I is deleted. This is a jet fighter that is pretty good, to be honest. It moves so janky, it's really hard to hit. It usually wins against many of similarly priced Steel Strider designs, and definitely works against the Deepwater Guard. Now, I'm not super happy with the design of it anymore, because I kind of upgraded or changed my style at least. You may think this is cooler, I don't know. It's up to you. But it's pretty... it works. Then we have the funny Filke class destroyer from the Filke battles, which is a super funny design because this thing will actually jump up and down when incoming fire is coming there. Compared to many of the participants in this little mini challenge, it's of course really bad. A lot of you GMODists out there, you are so much better on building stuff than me, and I'm happy for that, because then we have really cool challenges we can make with cool designs you submit that are just so much better than whatever I put out there. Yeah, so the Filke was a wooden boat, and the challenge was basically make it decent, and people did. We got two versions of the chopper, the Mark II, which is anti-naval, and the Mark I, which is anti-air. Different configurations, they're very similar, but they basically have different setups. The anti-naval version here, obviously, has torpedoes, and the anti-air doesn't, you know. It has anti-missile missiles. And no, anti-aircraft missiles, AA missiles. Oh, and one of our good old battle participants, the Draconia. My first battleship that were made to be half decent. It's half laggy, that it is. Half decent can be discussed, but it holds up. It holds up. Naturally, it will, obviously, deal with all of the in-game crafts that I tested it on. Maybe some new have came that are better, but it obviously delivers great result against the in-game stuff. It's described as a killer baby seal for obvious reasons. It is equipped with a not so good APS, some really scary laser systems, and some really funny like interiors. It's like a mini city on top of it. A little bit inspired by Philip Reeve. I think his worlds are super cool. If you don't know who Philip Reeve is, Google Mortal Engines. Yeah. To spice things up, we're gonna spawn a paddle gun. Because paddle gun is funny. Well, in any case, we're gonna continue to spawn in some stuff here. Oh, this will be unfair. Well, whatever. I made, for fun, I just thought, why not make the broadsword fly? So I did. I made it fly. And it does. This is the broadsword air battleship. I think it looks pretty neat, actually. I'm very happy with the looks of this thing. As it's a naval variant, it's not great by any means, but it does what it's supposed to do, which is look pretty neat. And I'm particularly happy with like having onboard engines like this that are just there to look neat. Yeah, I think it's nice. I think paddle gun died, unfortunately. Well, we have the crossbones in the background instead. I'm guessing crossbones will do short work against the air battleship. And while we're at that, we're going to continue to show the second chapter Frontier Fleet. These are missiles for another submission you'll see in a moment. Balloonfish Mark III. You saw the Mark IV, so this is basically the bare bones version of it. Now, I don't know why it does acrobatics in air. Oh, it's too far high up in the air. Yeah, it's not set to go that high, so it will just fall until it reaches a nice altitude. So, yeah, the Balloonfish Explorer is not great for seasick, or like, I don't know, airsick. How to say that anyways? Yeah, I don't know. Roller coaster sick people, well, enlisted in the army of GMODISM it would be. Which you should be. If you're not enlisted in the army of GMODISM, you can simply go to our Discord and apply the role, and you'll join the army there. And if you basically want to be an officer in the army of GMODISM, well, Patreon is there for you. And we should actually, while spawning in the subby anti-surface, which is a really sad thing to look at, so we're gonna continue and spawning something else. The Carver class hydrofoil, obviously, because that's what we built for Lieutenant Cravey. So that's fitting. Anyways, huge thanks to Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Lieutenant Ant-O, Lieutenant Cravey, Lieutenant Flores Dragon, Lieutenant Joseph Vyshkovsky, Lieutenant Parberg Reed, Lieutenant Vincent Veritas, Lieutenant Rick Perel, and Lieutenant Scooby Rocks. Thanks a lot for your continued support. It really helps me a lot, because the income from our supporters be it decommissioned officers in the army of GMODism, or if you're watching this video as a YouTube member, you're in the Ecclesiarchy, all of you that are helping, and of course the government of GMODism that nobody joined yet, so that's, you know, but it helps a lot because it keeps the continual, like, expenses the channel has to pay up. We obviously need some services to make it all fit together, and the homepage and all of that stuff. And to stream, I obviously need better internet, and all you supporters help me keep this thing going really well. So thanks a lot. Man, but the air battleship is no joke. Obviously, it's not great against anything that will shoot at it very effectively, but just because it's kind of bad, it's also kind of big. It's 1.2 million, so it's no joke. It's no joke. Ooh, and here we have the Merops Interceptor, which I made very recently when I just started to build, and I realized, how small can we make a fighter? So this thing is, to be exact, this large. If you look at the blocks without all the fancy stuff, it's this big. So it's kind of small, as you can see, and I think it runs pretty well, to be honest. It's nice. I like this thing. I'm very happy with it, and it will be uploaded to the workshop pretty soon as well. It's also 2.8A materials, so much cheaper fighters you won't find. Do remember that most of that cost is actually the small missiles. If we remove the small missiles, actually, let me do that. Get over here. Ugh. Oh, by the way, if you look at the aerobics here, you can see this thing is 220 square meters big in effectiveness, and it's 21 meters long, costs 8,000. That was my previous tiny fighter. Now this thing is just 19 square meters, so you can see this is like a tenth of the volume, and it's less than, it's like more than 2 times, it's like half the length as well. Yeah, so that's fun. And I'm going to upload that to the workshop soon as well, so you can get this little beautiful thing. And I'm actually gonna make an even smaller fighter plane, because I can do that if I just utilize my breads and use a jet fighter type of setup instead. So I'm gonna see if we can make it even smaller. But removing the what's this now? Oh, that's the detection. Okay, that's all. If we remove the missile system, it costs 800 materials. So yeah, it's cheap. And here you got the Flygfisk, which is well, not made cheaper or adapted to any rules. This is the proper Flygfisk, built for Lieutenant Astera some time ago, which is a patrol diver. So it's a patrol boat, but it also flies up in the air and it dives down again. So it's kind of both a aircraft and a watercraft. And why does it do this? Because it's a fun idea. It also happens to avoid a lot of missiles and torpedoes. It's kind of safe from many of the types of missiles. It's very few people that set up missiles that are able to go in water and in air. And from all those other types of missiles, unless they're super fast and reaches it before it switches like medium, it's pretty safe. So that's cool. When it like goes upward, if missile follows it, they will just end up in space. And if its missiles follow it when it is underwater, well, then they will just get lost in the water and despawn. And Flygfisk is of course flying fish in Swedish, if you were wondering. Well, the Reed class light cargo cruiser we looked at before, and the Reed class is actually built for our commander, which that was some good time ago, however, so I'm very sad, but I have to check up, I have to remember the name too as well. Yeah, so it was. We made it for Commander Ayak the Boater. we built the Reed class. So Ike the Boater was a commander and we built this beautiful thing. And this is a little bit upgraded version, however. And it's pretty strong. I like it. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with that design. Another design I'm very happy about, but I'm not happy with the performance, that is the Fred. So we built the Fred actually for Scooby Rocks. Scooby Rocks was a long time ago a captain before he became an admiral and then a lieutenant. So basically, if you are in the army of GMODISM at a lower tier, if you jump up and join a higher tier, you will get the higher tier's rewards. So you can like jump up and get rewards, and obviously if you have a higher tier and then jump down, you won't get that rewards of that tier automatically, because that's like not very practical for me. Then it's like less support and more work for me, and if people upgrade, it's more support but more work, which is fair. Anyways, to keep things not too long-winded, Scooby Rocks was the captain and wanted something to beat the stronghold. So I made a Fred. The Fred has a very cool setup with a lot of engines underwater. It's so adapted to take on the stronghold specifically. And even though it only costs 700k, it could defeat the stronghold, even though the stronghold was twice as expensive. Yeah, so it has a very cool weapon system set up to deal with the stronghold, in particular lambs. It's keeping itself pretty safe against basically anything the stronghold threw at it. Thing is, however, the stronghold got upgraded. So now the stronghold is much more formidable and like uber scary. So it doesn't beat the stronghold anymore. The stronghold is also more expensive. Anyways, this is the first ship we actually used the Vigoletta marksman cannon on, which is you probably heard me talk about in the Gimli videos. We already basically took a look at that, but here we have the Croquette, and it's a light, little rigid airship. We got some helium tanks inside of here, so that's why it's a lighter than airship. We got some sails hidden too, to provide some propulsion, and we got some engines. And the engines that are on top of this are like tiny. They basically take no materials to run. So it's a pretty slow airship, but it's also extremely cheap. This thing is 12,000, and it carries diff guns, some lighter armaments, and yeah, it's not a heavy investment. It's not a big battle thing, but it looks amazing, and that's the main reason for building it. Or I mean, you can think what you want. I think it looks really cool, but I don't know. A lot of other builders make so much cooler stuff. So for the season 1 of the trials, we got this beautiful pigeon that wasn't very good, however. So the pigeon was made by Scovimation, our matros, and basically it looked amazing and performed so poorly. So we both actually made our different versions of the pigeon. This is the utility version of the pigeon, so it has some light armaments, but it's mainly a utility ship. And this thing, look at this. I absolutely love this little matros sitting here and reading on the phone. Yeah, some fun Easter eggs, a utility ship. And then I made my version of the pigeon, which is the barbecue pigeon. This is a combat airship that uses a lot of flamers. It's not even cheap, and it burns hard. Yeah, so both of these actually will be uploaded to Steam Workshop as well. I already made some art to display them there by my new template. Oh, and this is the aesthetical winner of the Slabman challenge. So the Slabman was a really bad ship and I wanted it to be upgraded. So, Setup, aka E-Lord, that made the Turtle Lord, made this beautiful Stridsjacht, and it's absolutely amazing. I even made it into a desk mat, which anyone can get if they want to, by a blueprint style. But in any case, or I didn't do it, Kevin did it, so thank him very much, because that was amazing. It looks awesome. Anyways, this is a 1 million ship that's looking really great. It didn't win the combat, but it did win a lot of, it did win the aesthetical part of the competition. And obviously, this is also where Setup designed so many assets in AOG style, like the cupboards and stuff, which we have used on other areas as well. Isn't this nice? It's very nice. And these little diff guns we also have on the Gimle. They are absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it's so nice. I hope Setup will do some more cool stuff from the depth in the future. I think he's taking a little break. This thing has so many decos and so many details. It's absolutely amazing, and I know Setup was a little bit frustrated with reaching the deco limit, because you can see here, if you try to add some more decos, you can't. And it even has this little aquarium of this, the rat from the Deepwater Guard inside of it. It's just too funny. Well, anyways, it's absolutely amazing. What can we say? Huge thanks to Setup for sending in this beautiful design. It's a really is gonna be like the base or the flagship of the fleet, where we're going to sit when we do the campaign. We're gonna exist on it. So maybe less glamorous, but here we just have the Type A attack plane, the original version. So yeah, a little not as cool as the one we just looked at a little while ago. Here we have a, whoops, I'm not sure it can spawn inside of there. Oh yeah, it can. I actually provided balloons for it. This is a hover tank. It's a flying heavy armor brick that does hover tank things. It has a burst railgun, so that's cool. It doesn't have a great evasion, however, so I don't know, it's old. Then we have the bolster repair and rearm. This is a very fast little transport hydrofoil. This was our build for Lieutenant powered by greed. So it was some time ago, but it is a very awesome little ship or little hydrofoil that will just deliver goods very, very quickly. I try to set up the AI very carefully to not collide and stuff, but it doesn't work. It kind of collides in stuff anyway sometimes, so that's not great when it goes too close to stuff. I guess we'll have to be careful when we use this in game, or we'll have to set it up in some different way. Maybe we can make bread save us. I don't know. You can get this as a like a lot of these designs you can get on the workshop by however. So go into gmodism.com and just click your way to the workshop. Here we got the Lytepost, the Raider Outpost made by Captain Y, because he wanted to make something for the army of GMODISM at a time. So it's a beautiful little station that basically, I never thought you could do this, but it basically uses a big like snooper, or what is it called? What are these called? Antennas. The strategic antennas. So they're just placed with like one block down, 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 and they just naturally make this beautiful shape. So that was absolutely super smart of Captain Y to make there. Yeah, it looks amazing. It's a, well, Raider Outpost to remove fog of war. So that's the only structure we have right now officially. And here is another thing that Captain Y wanted to construct for the AOG, which is the beautiful big transport system. This is the almost 200k head mod class, which is a hydrofoil with a big like tunnel with propellers in the middle that holds, like, how much does it hold? I don't remember. 7 million materials. Yeah, this thing can basically on its own carry materials to build, what is it? 3 Gimli class. Yeah, it's pretty big. Anyways, it's pretty cool because it even spawns missiles, torpedo or cruising missiles basically, that contains nuclear weapons if any enemy is coming there. So that's a bit fun. Then we have the CH Minuteman. So this is made by powered by Greed actually for the Slabman challenge, and this was the winner of the performance part, I believe it was. So this is quite decent in performance. It's a cram version, and it does look so much better than the Slabman. It looked terrible, the Slabman. Yeah, it did. The Reed class Mark III we already looked at, and lastly on the list is obviously the Gimli class. You can see a little picture. That's from when I measured the Gimli, so that's a bit fun. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Marauders long roundabout. Well, I think you've seen the Gimli class before, and we did take a little look at it previously as well, but that is our fleets and forces. Well, and there we basically have it. We checked through all of our fleets and forces in the Army of GMODISM right now. So now you know what forces the Army of GMODISM has, and a lot more is in the making. Maybe I should go through my ongoing projects folder if you want to. I don't know. In any case, we just spawned 2 crossbones to keep it a little bit interesting here while we end this little video. And do check out their homepage so that I know what you think about it, and tell me if there are any improvements to be made, or well, frankly, what do you think about it? I didn't get inspiration for the design's navigation or anything like that. I just basically made it all up. So it would be interesting to see or hear what people think about it. Or think. In any case, huge thanks for watching, and do stay tuned. If you would like to like this video and maybe even share it somewhere, I will be very happy. And big thanks to all of you that are supporting the channel right now. Well, the government, maybe right now we have someone there. The ECCLESIARCHY, Twitch subs on there, and as commissioned officers. In any case, this is your host, Eric of GMODISM, and I'm signing out. Thanks for watching. That's our fleet. This is your Admiral speaking. Today we're gonna have a little info video thing for all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM and those who might want to become that as well. So you might know that I offer specific downloadable files for all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM. And that is the patrons, by the way, if you missed that. So for the lowest level, it's $1 a month or equivalent in your currency, and it gives you access to the files. Any level gives you access. And I update the file around monthly-ish. I try to up them monthly-ish, but I basically essentially update them whenever I have new stuff in any of the games the files contain. Now, the biggest game on the channel right now is From the Depth, so that's probably what most people care about, and the most reason the files are updated right now. Might change in the future though. In any case, basically we have blueprints, we have sub-objects, that's turrets and stuff, we have prefabs, you know, pastable decorations and whatever in this pack. And we're gonna go through all of them. Here it is basically how it works. Maybe I build on a thing, and now this is obviously not done, but when this is done, it's gonna be put in a folder, right? And whenever I'm going to finish a thing, it's put in one of the folders here. Now, most of the things will be in the fleets and forces, but we of course also have the platforms. We can check the platforms a little bit too. So here is the standard platform. This is for testing and stuff, and that's of course available on the workshop for public download. Now it can't be that high up in the air, but anyways. We have different platforms. We have a civs testing platform, which is a little bit rudimentary setup here. Just testing some different shells. Some of the platforms are actually my personal tests. So here we have, for example, the 3x armor switcher test. And in this thing, one can select the different buttons, G, H, and J, and then fire a shell on each of them to then determine the penetrative capability of that particular shell at that particular gauge. Pretty nice, isn't it? Right. Then we got, here we have the proper APS tester. That's of course for testing really big APS guns. Yeah. And here we have the battleship armor simulator. So this is just the thickest armor you could imagine. And it has one of these. So we can make this an enemy, which means that we can target this with a weapon on another platform and shoot at it. So if we, for example, load in, I don't know, some test. Now, that's not gonna work very well, is it? But here we have the cram test. And this cram test tests cram cannons. Makes a lot of sense. And by the way, when you test cram and APS, you can reload them instantly by going into the Q menu. Very nice. We also, of course, got laser test. So here we can connect up different modules and explore how different lasers work and how they burn. So the only thing we do here is we just we attach them in whatever pattern, change them up. This is just some example ones. And then we have a weird laser which is both continuous and then pulsing. Pretty neat. Now we spawn this too high up in the air. But we do have a missile testing platform too. So we can test some missiles. Now this is of course testing kinetic missiles mostly and charge head missiles. Well, you can test other missiles as well, but it's most useful to perform tests with kinetic missiles and shape charge missiles, because that can be a little bit difficult otherwise. And you just connect them up by a block here. Very, very, very simple like this. And yeah. We of course need to have a plasma test as well. So here we can have different connecting canals. We can connect up like this. And yeah, we got some different lenses to switch in between too. I need to stop spawning things too high up in the air. And I made them go super slow so you can really see the effects of the plasma here. Pretty neat, I think. This is a charge plasma setup. And this is a generator setup. So that's gonna be, and you can of course go in here and just check the stats so you can see how much they cost to compare them and stuff. By the way, this weird pattern is like the best pattern for charge plasma. Then we have a turret construction platform. And here we have the different templates, T1, T3. And basically, the space around the thing on the text is how it needs to look. So if you go into sub-objects, you have them here. You can see this, we have the T7, and this have the, like this. So these are the different, like, rings. Anyways, all the commissioned officers have, of course, access to, like, what is it here? Turret wells. And here we have the different turret wells, like the exterior. So for example, for T13, here is like the deck portion you'll need to cover around this. But if you build onto this T13, this green line here, this turret will not be too big to clash into the hole of the template. And many of the templates are of course available under sub-objects. You see them here. I'll just made a lot of like deck armor and armor segment and stuff like that, which can be like stackable and stuff. But again, the templates we'll look at in another video. Anyways, here we can build inside of this to make turrets that are fitting, and we can also test them against this tall target. Since many turrets can be pretty tall, it can be a good idea to have a tall target to practice towards. This is a weird A/B test. If you want to test two turrets beside each other to test the performance, well, we can do that here. Do you recognize these from some videos? You probably should. We got some help from a commissioned officer, by the way, making a beautiful little tester platform, which has even more, 7 different armor slabs to test against. So that can be used too. Very nice indeed. Thanks for that addition. By the way, I click T to fire from all of the platforms. I think it says in the setting on the original platform, anyways, Anyways, you just click the T as in Thor, and you'll fire. Very nice. Then we have this thing, GI structural platform. GI, by the way, is GMODIST Industries. Anyways, here is a structural platform which can be spawned down close to the spawn. Yeah, here we are. It's kind of built for the deepness of the spawn. So it's above water, close to the spawn. If you just plonk this down, you will have a platform that has no materials and no engine. This can be useful if you want to build engines, see how much they require, how much they take, because the other platforms are of course taking some energy each second, and they are also producing a lot with the steam engines. This is like a clean slate to test engines and stuff without bobbing about on a raft, which is horrible. And we're adding new platforms whenever they come up, of course. Anyways, most of the things are in Army of GMODISM, Fleets and Forces. Perhaps we will not be going through each design in detail today. That will take a little too long time. Anyways, first chapter, Wasteland Domination Force, is of course the in construction force to tackle the Ashes of the Empire is the plan. Now I don't know the volume restrictions. This is a design submitted before by MIA Captain Y, and I imagine it will have a place there. Now I don't know the volume restrictions, so we'll see. The biggest one is the second chapter, Frontier Fleet, of course. We have so many designs here, like the Pigeon Utility by Scuvimation and my Barbecue Bomber Pigeon version here. Pretty nice. And here you can see we even have this thing for Lieutenant Asteria, the Patrol Diver. So this is really funny, or actually I think Lieutenant Asteria may be demoted, or perhaps MIA. But in any case, this is also available on the workshop, but I do think that I haven't updated the workshop versions decals, and I added some deco to this thing as well. So in my private files that I share to all the commissioned officers, of course, all of the most updated versions are available. This is a Patrol Flygfisk Diver. It flies and then dives. Very cool. We have so many things here. We have my only attack submarine so far, which is not deleted. It's not very good. It's okay though. For the cost, it's pretty good. And the flying battleship broadsword class air battleship, of course. Splendid power of the Army of GMODISM. Definitely a worthy companion on the Army of GMODISM second chapter Frontier Fleet. Anyways, remember the Filke challenge? Well, here is my improved Filke. I've improved it a couple of times after doing a video about it, I think. It's a destroyer. It's pretty nice. Oh, and here we have this thing, which is built for a MIA commander. And that is a medium ship, and it does all sorts of things. It's transport, it's salvage, and it's removing fog of war. Pretty utility, but also pretty combat good. This can be sent. This can basically be sent anywhere, I think, doing most tasks. Very handy. And one thing, our lieutenant, powered by greed, won a previous the Slabman challenge. Was in one of the winning positions there with the AOG Minuteman. I've updated the decals on this thing, and this thing is an absolutely brutal hydrofoil. Very nice indeed. Oh, and here we have a battle cruiser. The Fred battle cruiser is built specifically to deal with the stronghold from the Onyx Watch. So even though the Fred battle cruiser only costs 700k, it can deal with the stronghold thanks to its strong defenses. And oh no, we're gonna have a collision, aren't we? No? Good. Well, in any case, now I feel things are going to lag a little bit. We have a little too many huge things in the air by now. Here we have the other winner of the Slabman challenge, the Stridsjacht. And the Gimle is part of the second chapter Frontier Fleet, as well as the old Draconia and of course the original broadsword. Here we have the Type A attack plane. It's weird because it's A-Type A, and that's because A denotes an attack plane. So yeah, that's the class. That's our naming conventions. And this thing I actually recently, just a few days ago, updated the decorations on. So it's looking all dandy. Damn, that's an unfortunate collision. Ironic too. This is the repair and rearm vessel built for Lieutenant powered by greed. So this thing is a good fast cargo transfer and also repair craft. Unfortunately, we spawned it so it just ran into the enemy and just rammed it. Not the enemy, ourselves, and rammed it. Well, we're gonna clean up. Well, you get the point. Here is the entire fleet. It's not completely done yet. We need to add a few more designs to make the second chapter Frontier Fleet complete. That rhymes. But all of them are here and are keep them updated, and when you download them from the post as a commissioned officer, you get the latest ones there, right? Here is the constabulary. You recently seen a lot of the constabulary, I believe, and I'm pretty happy with the constabulary, especially with the the officer. This is, yes, the officer is a very good jet fighter. I'm happy with it. Look here, we spawned 2 officers and a state trooper to keep the locking on and keep track of the enemy pretty well. It does its air aerobics and then moves forwards, deals some good damage. Anyways, ironically, that got killed real fast. That went so fast. I do suspect they might have collided with each other. Anyways, I repaired this thing. Yeah, I mean, it's the best fighter I made, but maybe it's. I actually do think the officers collided with each other. Probably, I don't know. They should have detection avoidance. Maybe they just got an unlucky shot. I do think they're pretty weak against flag too. Spawned I spawned a bunch of targets here. Now the Geiger has gotten a lot stronger, by the way, since it has upgraded its simple weapons to APS cannons. Anyways, here is the entire constabulary, the battle cruiser, deputy sheriff, We have the sheriff, we have the officer, we have the state trooper, and we have the sheriff with all of the smaller items above, to be specific, 4 jet fighters and 1 observer. So that is the constabulary. Now, the Holy Metropolis Protector Fleet, that is the folder where I put all the horrendously large things and the really big battleships like the battleship After Party Gimli class. I'll try to put all of them inside of this folder, and I hope to basically, yeah, I imagine that the Holy Metropolis would need to be defended by the largest things we have. So for example, the Super Davidos class super battleship is among those. And this thing is 6 million. It's the largest thing I ever made. It is 400 meters long, so it's pretty strong too. And on the Vehiculum Adventurae, we have my saved adventure crafts. Man, this is gonna be big to spawn. There we go. Yeah, so here we have the AOG Venturesome ongoing little what is it called? Adventure mode survivor thing. And we have the seaplane with a little droid hanging around here. And these are definitely not accessible on Steam Workshop. So, like, some of the ships are downloadable by the Steam Workshop, but most of them are not. And I do keep these updated more than the Workshop ones, of course, because it's so easier for me to do this, and I update the folder to the Patreon kind of monthly, or if I haven't made much, then bi-monthly. Then we of course have for our first admiral in the army of GMODISM, which is Ryujin, Admiral Ryujin, and here we have the AOG, his Light Protector Federation fleet. And we have attack swarmers, Mark 1 and Mark 2. The Storm, which has some ACB magic. And we of course have this thing, which I tremble to spawn. So, Admiral Wani Ryujin, the first admiral in the army of GMODISM. This thing lags a lot when in combat. It is a super battleship carrier. And it is a bit of a glass cannon, but it is mostly a carrier. And it has this huge missile turret. And the really funny thing is, of course, the feature to escape with the the entire bridge can escape down into the safety of the center of the ship, which is a really cool feature. Anyways, it looks great. It also lags a bit, but maybe when I get 64 bits of RAM, gigabyte of RAM, we can have some battles. We had battles, of course, on the shell. Check them out, by the way. We had some help recording them, so that's great fun. Well, and more fleets and forces are, of course, being added as they are completed. And the more people who join the army of GMODISM, of course, the more forces I'll have to build. So if you join the army of GMODISM commission as a commissioned officer at a certain level from lieutenant, you can request a craft. And that will be definitely put into these folders. So if you want to have an opinion of what I must make, well, join at the appropriate class and request it. So we're here at the testing platform. We have APS turrets, we have civs and anti-munition systems, we have cram turrets, we have decoration, we have flamer turrets, we have laser turrets, we have missile turrets, we have pack, plasma, propulsion, simple turrets, tracking and detection. So let's start from the bottom. Tracking and detection. I got some different tracking and detection towers, like this thing here, the mini thing there. We have the ballistic tracker here. And we have the lightweight tracker there. So basically they're set up with different aspects in mind. We'll need one of these, what are they called? They're called coincidence rangefinders, right? They're really good for ballistic tracking. So if you want to have accurate cram cannons, you need some ballistic tracker, right? We have directional cameras built in and also gimbal cameras to really give a good accurate bearing and detection. We have different ones in the different units, and this one is of course the most decorated one with a I don't know, watching sergeant standing on top of here looking through the looking glass and helping us detect stuff. This is, by the way, EMP insulated. So if we just look here, this one is a little bit too tiny, can't EMP insulate it. This one was a little bit hard too. Is this one? No, this is not. This one is, however, EMP insulated. So you can hit this all you want with EMP and it basically won't take any EMP damage. This one is a pretty redundant thing for EMP. And having a tracker turret of course helps a lot with detection, because then the cameras and stuff will be pointed towards the enemy and will almost guarantee that we see the enemy basically. And then we have some basic simple turrets. They're super basic, but I use them from time to time. The only thing that's, I mean, neat is supposedly the settings, not for that one, or the other one. Yeah, we have revolving blast guns here and there. And when we have a system like this, of course, we have some mimics, but we also set them up so they won't activate for over 400 meters range, because the blast guns won't work very well when shot from far away. And then, yeah, that's basically that. Now, the azipods are pretty neat. I use them for most of my ships here. And you can see that inside of here, the power required to use one of these is listed. So it's pretty handy. We have a really big azipod here. This is the one that's on the Gimli. Or is it this one? I don't remember. Anyways, the azipods are really good at providing maneuverability and propulsion. Here we have some of these that are not steam, and a tiny one for smaller boats. We do have a paddle wheel as well. This is used on the S. Davidos, so that can provide a lot of thrust actually, but of course it requires enormous amounts of engine power if you want to use them spinning fast. Then we also have a vertical azipod. Now that gets stuck here, and that's of course supposed to be used like this. And it can be placed on, let's place it here actually. Well, we'll have to put it one block outward. Oh well, never mind. It doesn't need that. It's just that it's a fortress, so it won't spin. Anyways, this can be controlled using ACBs, and I have a prefab with ACBs to control them, so that they will pitch forward when you go forwards and pitch backward when you go backwards. We can have some more details about that, but it's basically an azipod for aircraft, right? You can set them up however you want. It's just an azipod. Moving on, we have plasma turrets. So, we got the Belenus, of course, big one. And we have a Belenus Light, and that's because it's alloy. Has a bit longer rods like that. It's not more accurate or anything like that. It's just to prevent it shooting itself as often. And then we have the plasma scattergun. This is a shotgun plasma. We can actually fire them here. The Belenuses are pretty insane. Now the scattergun, this thing, I don't know if it will fire, but whatever. It is indeed a charge plasma system, as you can see here. So that thing takes like forever to reload. But it also deals a lot of damage, right? Well, moving on. We have another charged plasma system. This is used for the. This is also used on the Sheriff, and this is the bomb. It is bomb but plasma. It fires a huge slug. We can check here. It fires a huge slug of 64 projectiles in a. You might imagine it's a shotgun, right? But it really isn't. It fires one big purple charge that deals enormous damage for the size of this thing. It's super slow reload though, and I filled it with some batteries since we require batteries to fire plasma, right? And it's of course supposed to be mounted on the sides of ships and airships or anything else that needs a broadside. It's a broadside cannon, but it can of course be front mounted. The Dominus X, the plasma scattergun. That's a good name, I forgot that. Here we have the Primus Plasma, and this is actually primarily a Civs cannon. That depends a little bit how you set up the these weapon controllers. So if the weapon controller is set up to prioritize over the Civs controller, then it will foremost, I can't talk today, then it would mostly shoot at the enemy and then sometimes at projectiles. And right now it's set up to shoot at projectiles if there are any, otherwise shoot at the enemy. This is a continuous plasma system, so it just shoots streams all the time. It feels like a light sheep gun, but then you realize that it costs 50,000. Anyways, here we have the Streaks Plasma Mark 1, and this is like 3 tiny shots of plasma. Very cute, but very handy. So it has some pretty built-in redundancy, right? And 17,000 materials is pretty cheap for plasma, and it provides some continuous damage towards some targets. Moving on, we have the pack turrets, and I actually only have one pack turret. I'm not a huge pack fan. I'm not the best pack builder either, but this shoots 3 different shots. They are not synced up because that doesn't work when you copy it over to other things, but you can sync it up afterwards. One is impact, one is piercing, and one is EMP. So of course it's great if I'd imagine that you'll have an impact first and then a piercing and last in EMP, but set them up whatever order. Whoa. Wonder what happened there. But this is of course how it should be. Just a nice plasma blast like this. Then we have some crazy missile turrets actually. We have the Mallet deck launcher. We have this thing, which is the over-under pneumatic deck launcher. We have the Matchbox anti-air incendiary deck launcher. And there we have 2 smoke teasers. They're a little bit boring. But anyways, this shoots miniature matchboxes. Like, isn't that so fun? If we just pause it here, you can see they are like they are like matchsticks, but missiles, and they are looking like they're on fire too. And they are of course incendiary, meant to shoot at incoming. Yeah. This is a pneumatic system, so this only fires using air pressure. It has no fuel, and it deals kinetic and heat damage. And then we have the, I don't know, did the mullet fire? No, I think the mullet can't fire since it has a closed thing here. But this is like a really big kinetic missile that deals huge damage. Very fun. Then we have the laser turrets. The laser turrets are not having anything on them really. They are just to be connected up to a bigger laser system. They are of course redundant, EMP insulated. We have the classical version here you see on the Gimle, and then you have an aerodynamic version, which you'll see on the Sheriff. So, and they have some specific settings inside of them to help them target the right targets on the LVC, local weapon controller. You can check it out a little bit more in detail if you want to, but it's pretty simple. The thing with laser turrets is, of course, well, watch my laser tutorial, but you'll need to direct a beam of laser energy, you know, into it using the laser transceivers. Basically, just under this turret block in the middle, it will go upward like this, and we can connect a laser storage to that beam. Next out, we have our flamer turrets. We have the pretty big bad Icarus system, which is a 3 flame nozzle system. It's really big, does a lot of damage. And we have something more sensible, like the AA burner, and then the high performance burner class B here, which makes more sense, installed on the Pigeon, for example. They all deal a lot of flame damage, obviously. But personally, I think the Icarus is very fun, but it's 100k for a flamer, so that's pretty insane. The thing is that this has only fuel, and this has a mix, so it has higher intensity and some oxidizer, which you can't have on a system like this. But this is more bang for the buck if you compare the performance. This is just insane and fun. Then we have some pretty fun stuff. This was actually submitted by Nilden. So Nilden is a matros in the army of GMODISM. And this is actually an energy generating setup, but it's on a sub-object, so we can have all those beautiful details. And yeah, doesn't it look amazing? It's like gears and stuff spinning around, so it's super advanced. And inspired from that, I wanted to build a V10 engine also on a spin block, of course, to make it have this angle. And this is basically a, well, it's a steam engine. That is a V10. So that's why I wanted to put them in this angle, so we could actually have the V movement going on there. Pretty neat, I think. Brassy and nice. I want to have this on a car or something. It's really fun. You can have energy generation on sub-objects. Now, cram turrets I built a lot, so we won't look through all of them in too much detail, but, whoops, we'll have some different ones here on the smaller one. So, for example, the lead cast brass one, we have the 1650mm there. We have the crusher, which is a previous turret for the Gimlet. This is real big. It uses hollow point. We have the detonator Mark II, and the detonator Mark III, which is going to be put on a future and more updated, upgraded version of the Gimlet. We got the Dragon's Claw here. We have so many ones. The Holy Power is the largest one. It's an incendiary cram turret. It's insane. Stealth Dagger you've seen before. It's a little bit stealthy. Many, of course, these you have seen before. We even have a cram mortar here on the gimlets. We have the pipe organ, and we have the Type A's in different configurations here. Different classes and configurations here. So let's see here. This is a little bit more accurate. That's a nice one. That's on the Filke. Yeah. And we have GMODISM Industries flak cram. This is a new one actually, and it's made to shoot down airplanes. Very nice. Maybe not so new. Maybe it's not new, but we have the Delta Corp Type 9 Airburst AA cram, and this thing shoots a layer of shrapnel in front of the enemy aircrafts. So yeah, it's an airburst cram. I don't see if we'll see it detonate, probably not. Anyways, it's laser targeted, of course. So a while ago we streamed with Rorsten and this cram cannon, which is called, what is it called? Arkem Quad. I was pretty impressed with this thing when we streamed with Rorsten, so maybe it, the type of design will get stolen and put on some future Deepwater Guard build. It's pretty nice. It's also flak based. I think it's laser targeted too. Now the civs and anti-munition system, we have a lot of different ones here. We have, for example, Vigoletta Precision, kinetic civs. That's a new, that's actually a new system. And we have the Exacto, also kinetic civs. Here we have my older kinetic civs, which is much more expensive, but works pretty well. That's also on the Gimle. Here we have the Type I flak. So it's a flak system, but it's not super good. Let's see here. This one is a better flak cannon in that case. It's on the Eugen actually. Here we have cram civs. So this is actually a cram cannon that is set up as a civs cannon, will detonate in the air with a big explosion, and does actually reliably take out many things. It doesn't deal enough damage to take up Doom Cram, but it's really good to clean up missiles. So that's nice. Here we have the Type A's, and these are my very nice little anti-missile and cram turrets. They're pretty accurate, since they aim towards the target, are really good. Here we have the Orion Combined Speedex. It's very good at shooting incoming crams and missiles. Expensive though. So let's see here. Here we have Type X, and this is a pneumatic civ system, so it only fires using air pressure. Here is a torpedo civs used for, this is of course for underwater use, gonna be placed under ships. Same as the Submarina, but this is instead a kinetic civs system for underwater use. And they are of course having their shells included, so it's gonna be real easy to install them. This is a little bit experimental, but it's a charged laser civs cannon, short range. Should work well in theory, haven't tested it too extensively. The AOG Shred and the AOG Shroud are two pneumatic civs systems. So they are just placing them here in the air, and they are actually provide really good damage. And the upside with using pneumatic civs is that the reload time is like cut down to, I think it's only 10 seconds per missile. So we got the Shrapnel Frag civs too. This is pretty good, but doesn't hit too reliably. So the Shrapnel Flak version is much more reliable. But the thing is, when you have a frag civs, if you hit dead on a target, you can deal more damage than a flak. We did, or rather, not we, Cadet Kovrax did some good testing with that a while ago, so I decided to try and build my own. Here we have a subsurface, another subsurface system to shoot at the incoming things. Crackler APS. This is my only burst flak system. Now burst flak can be very, very powerful, but of course the reload time is very long. This system deals 136,000 damage in one like blast, so that will take out many Doom Crams. And we got the good old Defender that has a lot of missiles on it. Then we have an extensive amount of different diff civs systems. You've seen most of them. Neither of these, of course, have built-in... This is from setup, by the way, as it says, the setup's manual. But these, of course, require us to add an ammo to them. My favorite is probably the Vigoletta Skyfire. It proves to be pretty efficient. The S-Corp Iron is pretty good, though, for the cost. Yeah, of course. All of them are good-ish, because otherwise I wouldn't have them in the folder. Then, the only thing that's left is the APS turrets. So, same here, we got APS diff guns. Here we can see the one on the Sheriff Deputy. The Octodads, they are pretty crazy. They actually have built-in shells. That's the only diff gun with built-in shells. And they fire 8 shots. Each 8 times, what is it? It's like 8 times 5 is the number shot of it has. Here we have the regular one. So they can deal a lot of damage from a very cheap turret, since it's only cost 6 or 9,000, but we get 500mm almost super scary shots. Anyways, we have a broadside cannon here. So we have a diff broadside with 3 shots. I think it's pretty cool. And we have a single broadside here. That's present on the Sheriff. This diff damage gun, I think looks pretty cool. Yeah, we have many different ones. Check around and find your favorite. You'll see the stats on them. Yeah. I like the Skyfire so much I did a damage diff gun version of it. Oh, and we have smaller ones too. This is like the manual gun, so it's a 67mm diff gun, so it fires like... It looks like a manual gun, and it fires every 6 seconds or something, dependent on the shell you put in it. I think it looks nice though. For the APS cannons, you've seen many of them. This is the Arquebalista, which I like a lot, which has like max penetrative capability and a design I'm very happy about. We also have the Bolter, which is huge, expensive systems with a nice sound. We have the Dome. Fang. Fang Shield Killer is fun. It's built to basically help with taking out shields. I wonder, was the horror part of the Draconia? No? Can't remember. It's a pretty sniper one though. Mini Bolter looks the same as the Bolter. Here we have a deck gun. I'm looking forward to use this on the Ashes of the Empire. And even though this is like a tiny deck gun, it actually has ammo built into it. And the good old Scorpio as well. It's a nice one. Oh, and here we have the shrapnel laser, but this one is dealing damage instead of shooting at incoming projectiles. This is like an AA gun, surrounding the enemy aircrafts in a cloud of frag. Fort SA Model 9. We have different sizes, the taller and the shorter one. And that is a minimaxed sandblaster. It's a gunpowder based sandblaster. I'm looking forward to use this in future builds. And we got some older ones too, like the Bang Bang and the Pancasus and the Cheddar. They look really fun though. 500mm small shell autocannon. The Type K is pretty small but pretty efficient. The Type J perforator. This is this is on the Ryujin. This is a railgun. It's a pure railgun, so no rail assist. It's no gunpowder, it's only railgun. Then we of course have many, I don't show you all of them of course, but we have all the different Vigoletta marksmans. We have the big sniper, and then we have the M5, M6 and M7, and all of these are machine gunny, super accurate, and they essentially use the same shell actually. So they're all basically equally good, they only have different fire rate. Yeah. They're super nice. I think they use the same shell, actually, all of them. Oh, and the Hexaburst, of course, which is on our hover tank. This thing is a burst gun. It fires 6 like bursts. I got a tutorial too if you want to make burst guns. I don't like them that much, but it's cool to be able to make them. Man, I'm a bit sad that the only time I've been able to use the bolter is on the S. Davidos class. The bolter is so darn expensive, but it's pretty good too, I think. It uses 3 different shells. It's rail assisted, it's definitely a personal favorite. Well, anyways, that is indeed all of the sub-objects, I believe. I haven't showed you all of them in detail, of course. You'll have to explore some yourself there. Hope you enjoyed looking at them, though. And remember, if you download the files, if you're asked to overwrite the previous versions of the turrets, unless you change them yourself, you should, because sometimes I put an update to a turret and then upload it to the file. So even though you may have it, there may be a better version in the new updated version of the files if you have already downloaded the files once. Alright, so prefabs. For the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM downloadable thing. Continuously updated as well, so when you download the prefabs, there is a possibility I updated a prefab. So when you download the updated files, since I do update them monthly or bi-monthly, you'll get a notification. I usually talk about that in the hashtag Army of GMODISM Army of GMODISM officers board in the Discord, and there is of course Patreon too. Anyways, we will be looking at the prefabs, and we got different ones here. So we got some AI prefabs. So here we have my older setup of AI cores, which is small, medium, and large, basically. So they have different things built into them. You can see here that we have things that turn on and off the shield projectors automatically. You can see that the smallest AI core, you're supposed to only connect things with the rubber here, because that is of course making this AI core EMP insulated, right? So you can see here the MQL. The M is the main, like main guns or main control. And the Q is for quick guns, quick weapons. It's an extra computer then. And the L is another core there. And they're set up with different targeting practices, right? Anyways, AI, AMS, anti-missile system included, 4 repair bots, 4 RB, 1 RB, 1 repair bot. W missile, that means we have remote control missile too. So that's nice. Then we have some stuff here. We have some newer ones which I'm using nowadays more. And here we have the Orion core, AI primary. Here we have primary secondary, so it's a little bit easier to understand. We have anti-missile system 2 repaired bot, and PSDSS, that is powered decoys and shields on and off. And that's the A. We have the B here, primary, secondary. I'm gonna show you a pretty neat feature with these prefabs. And the C class, which is of course bigger. The larger they are, the more repair bots do they have also. And RPA-AC, that stands for Roll, Pitch, Altitude, Auto Control. So we have some general PIDs in there. And the cool thing is that it is EMP insulated, but we use triangles, so we can actually look a little bit more easily inside the AI core when we need to fix stuff. And the larger they are, the more control they also have for the more general processing units they have. So here we have decoys, and here we have shield switches. And here we of course need to set manually the roll and pitch, and for the altitude we need to set what altitude we want. If it's an airship, or just remove this block, we can also do that. And here you can see we have this thing. This is the secondary command. And if we look at the corner here, we also got some wireless snoopers, which is nice. Here is the mainframe with inter-vehicle transmitter, so that's usually something we have. And of course the target prioritization, and dependent on how it's set up, it's supposed to target different things. So the main block, of course, the main AI will target the largest enemy, and the quick one will target the closest and quickest. Here we have the missile controller set to channel 9. On channel 9, all of my prefabs are set up to deal with remote anti-missile missiles. So all AMM systems is on channel 9. And if there is a built-in missile controller, then that's on channel 1. This AI core doesn't have it though. But the civs controller is of course connected up to the missile controller, which is connected up so that you can have civs stuff. Anyways, and the smaller ones are basically just smaller versions of that with not as many cores. And this one is the most rudimentary one. They all have the smart switch, however, so that's handy. I like these new cores a lot more than the old ones. Yeah, makes sense. And they of course also have some EMP, they have some surge protectors built in there somewhere. I do think they have that somewhere. Maybe. I think they do. Let's do like this. Yeah, exactly. Touching the heavy armor on the corners, we have surge protectors. And there is more, but wait, there is more. Anyways, here we have the Orion Core Remote Missile Computer Processing Core. So basically, when you want to have remote controlled missiles, you also want to have general purpose processing power to even control them. This is a channel 1 missile core. So this is just, you can see here on channel 1, you just add missiles and they are of course made to be remote controlled. Because that makes sense. If you don't have that, they will of course add to the general processing power of the main computer. Here we have the AI extra targeter. So if you just want an extra targeter, we have this Orion Core, EMP insulated and all, providing you with an extra targeting computer. And it's of course a good idea to spread out your AIs. So if you take a look at the Sheriff, for example, we have many AIs and they're not close to each other because we want to spread out the damage. Right. Then we have this funny thing. This is a pulsar thing. So here we can see some light fittings. If we have an enemy somewhere, this will switch between colors. It's basically, you know, police siren. You can make this be any color. And you don't need to be that close, of course. Just place them as close as possible. You'll see inside of here they're set up to 8 meters, but you can increase that. But if you go in here, by the way, and set this thing to not 8 meters, but like max, you will control all of the lights on your entire ship. And that might not be what you intend to do. And if you want to have alternating lights like that are reversed, you'll of course just switch the color on this and this inside the settings. Yeah, that's pretty rudimentary. That's of course also built for the constabulary. Now, here we have the block systems, 40k ECM jammer. If you want your enemy to not shoot at you and be very accurate, here we have an ECM jammer. And they'll basically, when there is an enemy, they will just max these out. And you can remove one of the ECM jammers and they will of course only take 20,000 power. And ECM jammers makes missiles and like crams and whatever shot at you less accurate. Here we have a big off switch. So if you have a ship that has all sorts of weird shit activated, like smoke, lights, whatever decoration, causing a lot of lag, you'll just, and hologram projectors too, you can put it there and you just turn off all of it. You can save the vehicle and they will be permanently disabled. So you don't need to do any, yeah, it's just simplifying life. When I have rules that you can't have stuff and people break them, I just slap that one down and we're good to go. Here we have a carrier dock spawner. So this contains everything you need. This is basically, put this on a ship and you have a carrier. Here we have the tractor beam. You can select the ship you want here. Here we have the sub-vehicle spawner. Select the same if you wanted to spawn with the craft next time. We have repair units. So if there is an enemy within anything, it will set the beam distance to 30 instead of 7. And you can change this so it sits in a good resting position. And then it will basically make it go up in the air a bit. And then after a little while it will release the vehicle. And when there is no enemy, it will recall them. And it's of course EMP insulated too. Very handy. Here we have the Block Systems Limited Liability Company. I like to put companies behind stuff. A processor, computer processor CPU. So this is a cute little data center. Yeah, it's a processing cores, EMP insulated, in a very cool little data center machine green thing. Here we have the shield projector decoy smart switch. So this is of course what is included in the AI course. If you want to have your own AI, you can just plonk this down and you have the shields and decoys automatically enabled and disabled if there is an enemy. Here we have the other thing included, reroll pitch altitude, auto control. Using this with PIDs is a good idea because if you do that, you can control the ship manually without it falling out of the sky, without messing out the roll, without messing out pitch. This is like a must-have if you want to control an airplane by yourself. Here we have, otherwise it will be like a bad World War I type of experience where if you don't hold dearly onto the joystick, you'll crash and burn instantly. Anyways, here we have a thruster jaw director. So if we have a thruster, like a thruster, right? It can be directed, dependent on inputs. Now this is a fortress, so I bet it won't work, but it sets yaw of this thing by 15 degrees and helps you turn. This is something that everything in the constabulary actually uses. That's what makes the thrusters tilt in different directions whenever they get a jaw command. Very handy. And here we have the GMODIST Industries Azipods controller propulsion jaw thing. This works better in theory than it does in practice, but in theory this will provide that your this will make it so that the in the earlier video on the sub objects, you see the propulsion, this can control this thing, and even if they are on each side. The trick is that the left side, this spin block, you'll need to click Shift N, name it A, and you'll need to go to this side, click Shift N and name it B. So right side is B, left side is A, and then it should tilt them forwards when you're going forwards, tilt them backwards, and when you're going backwards, tilt half of them, tilt like the, let's see here, the left ones are tilted so your propulsion is forward, and the right ones are anyways, tank steering. They're like opposite directions to turn. However, they have a weird thing where they have a hierarchy. So to make it work properly, you'll have to basically choose if you want going forwards and backwards is more important or doing jaw is more important. If jaw is more important, set these priorities to higher. And if going forwards and backwards is more important, then you'll need to set these priorities, the gray ones, to max. Yeah. Hope it helps someone. I should learn breadboard, I know, but this works pretty well for the pigeon. I'll give you that. which you saw in the first video in this little micro series, or the second one, where we looked at all the blueprints. Yeah, this is the AI systems anyways. The following folders are not as large. We have ammunition. This is a stackable type of barrel. It contains ammunition. However, this is not full heavy armor blocks, it's half heavy armor. And I found out that this is the minimum thing we can get away with when stacking ammunition like this and not make them serial detonate. It also looks like a barrel, which is cool. Then we have diff gun flak shell. So if you have diff systems and you don't know how to set up a diff shell, or you're just lazy like me, here we have it. Munition defense bodies, a head, a timed fuse, and minimal gunpowder. Just as it should be. We also got a kinetic sieves shells for our kinetic guns. Our kinetic sieves guns. Here we have it. Heavy head, 2 stabilizer fins, and they are of course made to be perfectly balanced with the turrets we have that are using kinetics. And here we have a big shell ammo. So that's just a fun ammo barrel that looks like a cram shot. And this is of course for decorative purposes. You can make like a machine gun line for your crams. I don't know, it's cool. Now, here we have some armor slabs. So I thought up some different armor slabs basically. And I'm in the process of updating these a little bit. But anyways, here we have some heavy armor stagger like this for some kind of middle layer. Here we have maxed out kinetic absorbing armor. And they are S12 because they are 12 wide and they are 8 high. So they're like 2 stacked blocks high. Here we have the heavy naval hull, which was the original hull for the Super Davidos. And I also made diagonal variants. But this is for a lighter one actually. Anyways. Light naval hull. Class A is the most expensive. Class B is kind of the middleman. And Class C is like the cheapest one. So here we can see we have like minimal air gap hull. You can get a pretty decent armor like this. Just plonking it down. And I'm about to update them or add new variants, so keep that in mind. Here we have naval hull armor, class B. This is the original armor for the Gimli actually. So yeah, people think this was thin, but you know, this is pretty good too. We have an integrated spall liner here with a thinner armor type. I won't go through all of these, but here we have aviation armor. I think the name is so cool, I want to use them. Anyways. Here we have something useful. Diagonal staggered era armor. Back staggered era. So that you can easily just have this under the first layer of armor and you'll negate incoming... you'll negate incoming HESH and heat shells a bit. And AP heat. And sap heat. Here we have a funny diamond coat that is basically a nice way to deal with high armor piercing but low damage shell and also redirect stuff. This is also for redirecting HESH shells to be specific. So this is just a studded wooden board. You can plonk it on top of your flat armor and you'll redirect some HESH shells. This is the only new armor slab. This is the ultimate HP sponge. So the thing hits the metal here, so it got some armor debuff, whatever. Then we have wood and stone. So we have some float, and we most importantly have sheep health points. This armor slab is only meant to be internal armor, and it's a HP sponge. So it's not supposed to be on the surface, it has no air gap, right? Next out, we have cram systems. Now, we do have some pretty funny cram systems that may not be too much up to date because they are not 3D crams, but this is basically a cram broadside cannon. The broadsword uses these. Now, the ones that are really cool are the stackable ones, because they take inspiration, they take energy of each other, they take packing, you know. So if you stack a line of them like this, they'll be more powerful together because they get connections from each other. And we have this one is stackable too here. Yeah, stackable broadside cram cannons, if you ever wanted that. Here we have flat Tetris. This is like 3D Tetris, 3 blocks high. So if you want to have broadside cannons with decently more efficient Tetris, well, here you got that. Now here we go with our other Tetris. So basically the furthest down layer should be the top layer here, and then you'll just add on top of them like this. And the funny thing, you can see this green pattern here. That tells you how many barrels you can have at max. Now they won't be equally balanced, but they don't have to be. So how it works here, this is a D11, so the diameter is turret 11. So yeah, the standard turret widths. And they have up to 5 barrel support, and you can connect them up together. Here we have a D13 with multi-barrel support as well. I didn't bother to count them for some reason. And here we have D15, 7 barrel. Here we have D5, only 1 barrel support. So you'll connect them all together. Yeah, and of course 3D Tetris is much more efficient. We have different D5s. If you want a 4 barrel, you can just check the stats, which is best for your project. D7, D9, diameter 9. That's of course how wide they are. The diameter should explain itself. So we have a 3 barrel support. We have a 2 barrel support. 4 barrel / 2 barrel, depends how you. Yeah, they have a little bit different stats, but are in all, very good 3D setups, all of them. And one of my favorite for smaller cram turrets, this is a stackable 3D cram that's only 3x3. Of course, it's gonna be less efficient at these sizes, but it's as good as it gets. And of course, here we have the T17. So we have the different layers here. Now the layer A, this is the good stuff. The layer C, that's like the cheap stuff. This is the connection layer. And then you're supposed to have a B. No, you're supposed to have, no wait. I think, yeah, you're not supposed to have that, never mind. You're supposed to have the layer A, and then the B, and then the A, and the B, and the A, and the B, and top off with the C. That's how it's supposed to work. Very redundant, very sturdy T17 turret design, if you wanted that. And I do believe that's probably the Tetris. That is the Tetris used on my largest cram turrets. So it's pretty nice. Oh, we even have a budget mortar system here, isn't that fun? So if you want to plonk down a cheap mortar, it's better on spin blocks, but this works. It's on the Draconia, I think. Anyways, moving on, we have decks and detections. This is not the best, it's just I wanted to make some decks. So yeah, this is actually on the Adventure Seaplane. Here we have the Lavish Cabin. This is on the Super Davidos. It looks like a train cabin. Well, And here we have the EMP resistant detection tower. So if you want to have a nice big piece of superstructure, you can just plonk this on top, and this has detection inside of it, and it's also EMP insulated. Isn't that quite nice? It is. Then we have decoration. We have so much here in the decoration, I won't go into all of it on details. We have stuff like my chandeliers for the gimlet. We have stuff like black text for slope. So if you got the slope, you'll just put this on the slope here, and you'll have the black text perfectly matched. We have logo with the IMGUR links for slopes here. You don't need to set them up every time. And you can switch the pictures with whatever you want. So this is an on-surface sticker, which means that it goes on the outside of stuff. You just put it on the outside, it's hidden, but it's perfectly aligned. And you can swap the images with whatever you want to if you don't want the AOG stuff. Black text on flat surface. Then we have Setup made some really cool designs for the Stridsjacht, and I asked him to steal those. So here we have the share. Yeah, approved. The share, everything made by Setup is of course called Setup Design. We got a drawer. We got a drink on a table. Isn't that so cool? A little Rambot drink, like of oil with a tiny little bit of Q switch on there. We have the Army of GMODISM gemstone shield. Yeah, we have so many things. Gold text, gold logo. And this is like auto nice interiors. Here we have this Setup's pool table. And we got, let's see here, the AOG poster. Isn't that nice? So on the wall, we can plonk this down, and you'll have all the ranks in the Army of GMODISM here on a poster. Very nice. Ah, this shelf is beautiful. Also by Setup, and the sunbed. Here I have today's lunch, which is a proud design of mine. Eating with wooden logs. Rambot food. You need to eat your fibrous scaffolding or your body will collapse. And don't forget the micro mainframes from tiny creatures. It's probably only me that thinks this is smart, but I made a prefab staircase so that we can make a good staircase for any big building very quickly. I thought it was nice. Yeah, well, it's just a bit of decoration. It's so cool. And it's so nice that once that we could borrow from Setup too, because Setup is just such an amazing interior things designer, as we can see on the Stridsjacht. Anyways, moving on. Engines and power. Here we have all sorts of stuff. Here we had like propellers that are stationary if you want to paste them on stuff. We have a battery pack. So this is basically a big piece of battery and some engines inside of a big nice EMP insulated box. We have a gas recycler module. So this thing can actually be connected up on the green port, and in the red port it will output the gases again. So if you have gases on your engines, you put them into this green pipe, and then they will be reused by this engine, and your entire build will be much more efficient. Very handy, the gas recycler. We have the Slim Jim Eco Plus, which is super handy because it doesn't require an exhaust and can be put in random spaces. It's still decently efficient, and it provides 1000 power. Here we have the trash bin gas recycler, and that's the same as the previous one, but it's a double setup, so for larger builds. The El Variable mini engine uses 3 different engines with different priorities in a setup like this. It's kind of small, but, you know, 1000 power in that space is pretty good. We have a 3-stage fuel engine here, which been around for a while, but it's still pretty good. It's so asymmetrical, I'm owing myself how I made this work. But it does work. And this is the better 3-stage engine. I like this one. If you want to be really stylish, we have 9000 power per material in this super nice little shell. This, my ladies and gentlemen, is the 2 SI 3000 Echo Army of GMODISM engine unit. Very nice indeed. We have a similar thing, the 8000 power lightweight power jet engine for all your aircraft needs, not underwater. This thing doesn't provide any thrust, it only provides engine power. To a in a very nice package. The power flower injector engine is pretty insane, but pretty good. And the power rod, it's the same thing, but gigantuous basically. It has 12,000 power, so this will solve all your power needs. The smallest fuel engine is, as the name would suggest, very power efficient and probably not worth your time. But it's, you know, for things that will sit and chill for a long time. People seem to love this one. This is the steamed pork. It's a nice little slab providing a lot of power actually. 23,000 power to be exact. Here we have a structural generator. It provides power, but it's mostly here to look pretty cool. It's like a little, you know, mobile energy station. Now, we have some different big S-Corp main engines. So the main engines are kind of powerful, but you can see the 1K power is of course very small. The type 0 is, as you can see, using big stuff here. Yeah, it's very nice. They have a different coding here. So A stands for that's small, B stands for medium. So here we have A, we have a B, we have different main engines, we have like medium, and we have small, and the C ones, they are actually the large steam, which is of course really good for battleships. This is a 4-stage engine, 3-in-1. This is present on the Gimli, for example. And we of course have more compact, smaller Class A variants as well, looking pretty good. This is actually in the constabulary. Anyways, we have the same for generators. So here we have the largest generator, 80,000 power, big steam, perfectly balanced like that. So if you want quick energy and quick engine power, you can just select whatever, it's labeled here. Here is my newest one. This is a battleship engine. It is providing, 10,000 efficient power. So if your ship or airship or whatever costs 10,000 to keep alive, then this is perfect. And it can go up to 22,000 power if it needs to. But it can run at 10,000. It can provide 10,000 engine power in a pretty darn efficient way. And of course this one has an exhaust, and I made it directional so that you can, like inside of here, turn this whatever up if you want it to go up or forwards or whatever, down. Yeah, very handy. So this is my newest multi-stage engine, and I'll tell you, this was absolutely hell to set up. It's a 3-stage engine. there is a big portion of super efficient engine, which is here. And that exhaust goes to this engine that's using cylinder and carburetor turbochargers. And if that is not enough, it uses injector engines to refill. Here you can see the injector engine in the middle there. And that injector engine feeds the turbo. Yeah, also. It's a mess. And all of it is also getting recycled here in the gas recycler here in the end. So it's actually technically a 6-stage engine, I think. No. This is a 6... Yeah, I don't know. It's 4 stages in total. It's crazy. But it's good. It's crazy good. I don't know. For a fuel engine, it's the best I could do. Then we have the lasers. So we have lamp nodes, for example, set up in the right way and whatever. We have, this is the important bit, we have the laser controller core. So the laser controller core will be connected up to anything here. And if you go inside of here, everything that needs to be EMP insulated in my laser system is, and everything that doesn't have to be isn't. So here we can see we have the right settings set up here, so it's like a no-brainer. Just plonk it down, you have the laser core here. The yellow ports give you the connections. And here we have the Lazarus Inc. The Lazarus Inc. is like the system here. 100,000 capacity, 2,000 power, 5,000 power pump. We have some different ones here. The armored ones are, as said, EMP insulated. And you'll need to connect them up to their ports like that, and you'll be given energy. And if you go in here, you can see it's set up in this way. Pretty close range, pretty standard, good lamp setup. Now, there are different Lazarus blocks here. We don't need to go to them in detail, but in the system, I also provide some armored connections. So for example, if I want to connect here, I can just quickly set up a connection, you know, pretty easily with the different 2-3-way L connectors. Now, we also have some other stuff like a big integrated box. This is a pretty big scary laser. I don't really recommend it having it like this, but it is EMP insulated. And if you want to have a really big laser in a simple way, that's the way to go. We also have pulse lasers and also unarmored components. So all are not armored. So a pulse laser, of course, is set up in a way to work with a pulse system. It has a Q switch as well. So that I usually prefer Q0 lasers, but some people like to have, I don't know, Q4, Q2, Q whatever. And there we have the pulsars, right? Well, it's basically a nice little setup of different types of lasers. And the black sheep here is, of course, the this thing, which is the same thing, but it's not the Lazarus system, but it is actually a weapon. It's seriously a broadside cannon. This is actually the thing that's installed on the Sheriff. Pretty simple, but effective. Anyways, moving on, we have mannequins. We have shilling. We have like mannequins doing different things, made to stand on different ways. Here's the shilling on the railing. This one I lended from Scovimation, who built an updated version of the pigeon. So he had some super funny. This one, the Deep Thinker, I had to steal it basically. And then we have what is it? I need to see it. Sleeping. No, that's I made that one. Yeah, Sneaky Surfer. This is my favorite. So it has to be in the right direction though. Like, no. Okay. Well, whatever. Now it works. Okay. It's someone sitting and surfing with their phone. It's so nice. And I made most of them, of course. Taking cover because it's loud and just simplifying stuff. And oh, this one is also Scoovimations, a cadet checking their time. Isn't that nice? So yeah, that's very nice. Binoculars, user, all of stuff. Anyways, mannequins, if you want that, some AOG navy blue ones. Then we have missile systems. So here we have all-in-one 16 munition packs. So this is of course super quick anti-missile missiles integrated into one system. We have for Captain Scoobrooks, the former captain who is now an admiral, a big vertical launch missile system, all integrated and EMP insulated. We also have some anti-torpedo systems to be mounted under your hulls. And I even have a amphibious system. So these work both under and over water, targeting missiles and torpedoes. We also got some super quick armored and EMP insulated VLMs. And these are of course very good at shooting at incoming cram shells also. They have been super tweaked to have ultimate performance. So I'm pretty happy with the Ultra 21s. VLM we also have in EMP insulated Sifnu if you just want that. And you can make them how large you want to as well. Very nice. That's gonna be expensive. You can see this costs like 21,000 materials too. Here we have the Daruta KK AOG Metropolis class huge vertical launch missile system. I haven't used this yet, but this is a huge missile that is very dangerous, a vertical launch that we're gonna use for some capital ships in the future. I think that one is set up to be incendiary. The good old needles. That's like Draconia era. And this one is super good for two super tiny builds. We have the Type A little, integrated anti-missile missile system. So that's the missile templates. Now we have some plasma. And I just provided some plasma patterns. This is basically a big nice slab of charged plasma. So if you want a charged plasma system, this is a good way to go. You can just copy and paste this. And if you want continuous plasma, you'll have stackable, redundant plasma, which you can just build into towers like this, and you'll have constant damage, redundant plasma. And the funny thing with this is that it can be basically built in all and any directions. You can just add on top of them like that and it should work absolutely fine. Also got some integrated power, since we require a lot of battery power for plasma builds. It can be smart to be having it integrated there. Then we got some shields. This is some iron rivets which can be installed in the hull of ships. That provides you with laser warners, detection, automatic release of smoke, and a shield projector that is activated. We also got a diagonal one that is supposed to go into diagonal hulls, so it's set up in a pretty good way. And of course it's also EMP insulated. So the BIR is the black iron rivet system, different versions of that, and we have one under the waterline as well that doesn't have that doesn't need things that don't, you know, we don't need smoke there really, and we don't need laser warners or munition warners because they don't work underwater. Right, then we also have ring shields. This is a gigacube of ring shields to improve that. And we have a slice too, an EMP insulated slice which we can add onto stuff to make it more safe. This blue little rod here symbolizes if this thing breaks, where will the enemy beam go? So don't place anything important in front of this blue little exhaust port, because if this breaks, there is the exit beam. And as you know, with the ring shields, the exit beams are pretty scary stuff. And if you want maximum distance between the shields, well, then you need a way to measure that, right? So I made a way to measure that. That's the measuring sticks. And if you're having diagonal ones, well, you can see this little thing that here is where the shield projector goes. That means that the next shield projector goes here. So it's like a smart network to set up shields in the optimal way, so you don't need to measure. Right, then the last thing we have, that's the turret wells. It's pretty straightforward. We have deck holes. So in the deck, for example, we have a hole for this turret. And then if we have wood, metal, alloy, then we have a compact turret segment. So if we want to have a compact turret, we have heavy armor in the front, we have metal and stone in the back. So we basically face the heavy armor side to where the scary stuff are. Then we have the standard turret armor, which is heavier but also much more safe. And they get stacked down like this, and of course it's the same thing. The sides are covered with heavy armor and the back is stone. So it's really important to have protected turret wells, and this makes it very easy. And that is available for T11, T13, T15, T17, T3. Like even T3. And the standard one for T3. Yeah, T5, T7, T9. Basically all the common ones. Yeah. And these are my two old turret wells, but the newer ones are preferable. Wow, that was really something. That's a lot of prefabs, and that's all the prefabs. So now we did all the now I have made all the three parts. We have the constructibles, we have the turrets, we have the prefabs, and with the knowledge on how to install them, you should probably join the commissioned officers and get a head start of getting efficient systems into this game, if that is something you don't want. Or if you just want to support the channel, of course, it helps a lot. Huge thank to all the current commissioned officers. Anyways, that's all my prefabs I have right now. I'm adding new all the time, and they will be in the updated files as usual. And there we have it. Here we have the prefabs. Also, if the prefabs and anything looks weird on your system, it's probably because you haven't set up the Army of GMODIST color scheme as a secondary color scheme. I highly recommend that you do that. You can have several fleet colors and you can switch between them. And you only need to set them up one time and you got them forever, so that you can see all of the Army of GMODIST stuff in its full glory, which I think is pretty dandy. Check out my other channels here, the GMODIST channel, the GMODISM channel, and the Relaxism channel. On the GMODIST channel, if that's up and running right now, you should have some 24/7 entertainment. Basically, full, like 24/7 combat entertainment. I put together so many hours, like, is it 100 hours? I don't know. Anyways, it just goes in a loop with fun combat stuff. On the Relaxism, you find some cool, relaxing videos. I actually got it from the depth-themed one there. Anyways, see you next time. Thanks a lot for watching. This is your host, Eric, your Admiral, signing out.
In the midst of the oceans, a new airship rise to dominate the air. This is Army of GMODISM's latest and greatest very small airship of like 10k, with an amazing capacity of firing a rotary howitzer. This is the unyielding Hierophant, rotary howitzer airship, built for our Lieutenant Anto of the Army of GMODIST. And this video is about how it was created. But what warrants this? And why is there an Army of GMODIST second chapter Frontier Fleet? What happened with the first chapter fleet? And like this thing, it's like from 8 years ago. It's like very old. God damn it, have I been playing this game for like 10 years? So next time you beat yourself up over that you're not good at the game despite playing it for 3 months already. Yeah. Anyways, the first chapter Frontier Fleet was absolutely decimated. Not a single blueprint remains. And that's because it was poorly built, with bad strat, and like, yeah, ill-prepared. So that's why we're constructing the second chapter Frontier Fleet, to come back and dominate Nether. Like, for example, when scary parachuters jump down on our airships and causing big death. This was literally a big threat for the first chapter Frontier Fleet, because, well, obviously I didn't know how to play the game. Now, some 10 years later, I basically know how to play the game-ish, or starting to learn. So, now we have that ability. And what we basically are doing here is that we have started building a little airship. If you're new to the channel, those that support me over at Patreon are commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST, and after some time of supporting, I'll get going and create a project for them as, well, basically size parted up dependent on the rank. This time it is Lieutenant Anto's turn. Also big thanks to our other commissioned officers as well: Captain Awesome Pupper, Shiro, Commanders Ben Wilkie and Delphin, and our lieutenants other than Anto, which is Ali Rudolph, Cravey, Flores Dagan, Josef Ishowski, Owen Parbag Reed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Prell, Scooby Rocks, and all the cadets. In our contact with Lieutenant Anto, we got some instruction on how to do it. Our Anto likes black point bits and doesn't like plasma, for example. I have started to do a little smart thing. I have like a template vehicle where I have saved all the colors on. I'll upload them to the workshop later too. If you want to build something AOG style, you can get the colors, or if you just want to use the colors your way, you can do it, of course. The fleet colors you'll need to set up elsewhere, however, but whatever. If you download the style board, you can actually like disattach a thing from it, and that basically gives you basically this, but in another way. Anyway, this is the like first iteration. We just created the well, shape, or quickly going over and basically making a little outline looking like cast iron a little bit, a style I do like. Now it is a lot of like black point bits. I really try to incorporate this somehow, and I think we are starting to get an interesting shape here, which is, of course, I saved this down. The idea is to have the gun and the cockpit on top of the airship right now. So with the like black point bits part, there is a little lore section I came up with that I'll be returning back to. I'm also having our little instructions here hovering like this, so that it's gonna be very easy to, well, basically see and reference this while we're building it. And Anto saw on YouTube, I don't remember by whom right now, but it was like a really old video of someone building a rotary cram cannon. That was a really cool idea. I never built a rotary cram cannon, and Anto thought that the rotary cram cannon would be pretty cool. But due to the size limitations of a small crafts, which we built for lieutenants, I realized that a small cram cannon of this size will be so incredibly weak, especially if it's going to be rotary. It might not be the best idea, basically. So I said, how about direct input fed APS guns? That's probably where your firepower lies. I basically said, might be possible to do on a micro scale, but it's gonna be challenging. Well, in case Anto accepted, and we moved over to make a diff system instead. However, I got completely sidetracked and started to build a modular AI system, which basically removed my need for having prefabbed, pre-defined size AI cores, and instead having the Army of GMODIST modular AI system. Nice, very nice. It has everything from empty modules to like really cool stuff. This is the wrong area, sorry. I mix up my buttons here. I have them bound to like backwards and forwards on my mouse, so that I need to do the control movements. Anyways, we have like pre-set up bread, we have AIs, we have different target prioritization. It took some time to put this little AI system together. We have like 2 predefined sizes for the AIs. Now I'm here again, I should just swap the locations. But it is a 223 small craft core, which this one is using. And we also have a X3 aero core. And the smart thing with this is, of course, that it can easily be placed in the fuselage of a plane. That's the reason. Any case, this took some time, and these will be in the next update to the commissioned officers downloadable files, where you can get all these prefabs. Simply put them in your folder. Yeah, there are instructions. If you're a commissioned officer, you probably know this. Anyways, move on. You'd imagine, but I spent so long time building on this that I saved different iterations of it. Due to making up thrust vectoring preset up for like stuff and having decoy switches and stuff that I previously used with ACB, as well as built-in missile controllers for remote, comparing it to my previous core, making sure that everything is set up nicely and works, and yeah, you can imagine this took some time. We set up different target prioritization setups, so we can preset them up dependent on what we want to... I'm just clicking the wrong buttons, what's wrong with me? So basically, if you want to have targeting different types of stuff, like if you're having lasers and sandblasters, or if you're having a fly swatter AA system, if you have snipers, if you have ballistics, I preset up the targeting cards like how I use them, in order to save me some time and everyone who want to use them. Anyways, next iteration, I don't remember if this is another version of the AI systems. Well, fortunately, I have started to build on the airship again. The AI system is saved down. So I started constructing this gun, having the AI system in place, EMP insulated, and all as all good ships should be. I had to offset the firing pieces of the APSs a little bit in order to fit 4 barrels. They'll have 3 inputs each, which basically means that they have a potential maximum shot of 4 per cannon, which is... because it's 1 inside of here, so that makes it... Oh wait, there is an extra one too. So it's like 4 times 4. Oh, that's 15. That's 15 shots in total, because in the middle I ended up adding an extra input. Anyways, they are put in a very weird way, and I could get the gauge to be 348 millimeters. Works pretty good, I would think. Very crammed, very crammed. Now the ship has a little bit of an issue. You know, it basically flips around like this. And did you know that there is actually an unpowered way to stabilize things? And it's not only involving these are just there for show actually, they're mostly decorative. If this would be useful, yeah, we can make some use of them, but it's not the main way. So what we basically have done here is we have stabilized this thing with helium. And that's like a passive way to float in air. You can use helium pumps. And I made a video of this on the GMODIST channel already. I think maybe you have seen it. If not, go check it out. A little bit briefly, it is, however, stabilized using setups in a smart way of the helium pumps so that it has different compartments and basically stabilize. It's a little finicky way to set it up, but as said, the GMODIST channel has the tutorial or showcase of that. So if you haven't seen that already, go to the GMODIST channel. Link will be on the end screen. Anyways, next iteration. Because the gun isn't working, I think. Nah, this bread is empty, like a blank piece of paper. That must be the most unimaginably boring parable you could come up with, Eric. What the hell? When you spawn in iteration number 7, it does this. Yay, it revolves. That means we have started to work on the breadboard here. Now, we actually have a full video also on the GMODIST channel of this breadboard and like how it was set up. But as you can see here, what it basically does is that it fires a shell, then it turns around and, well, I think we're out of ammo to be honest, but that's what it does. Iteration number 8 have the incredibly, well, interesting name Guns Work, added more ammo, fixed the bread a little bit and started on the decoing of them. And I'm actually using the steam shafts, yes, to have this nice little texture on the guns. I haven't used it for guns before, I think. I don't know how I did not do that, but they look nice. And it's like you can deco over guns if you don't know that. Anyways, I kind of almost never use the light block, but in this we had to use light blocks to connect the different spin blocks in order for it to like move in an acceptable way. Something like that. And it turns and it should line up for the next shot. It's pretty neat. It needs some more deco, and even though I added like a good bit of actual lead to the base, it's still just refusing to stay up straight to counter that recoil. Obviously there is a good bit of recoil here, but yeah, a little bit shortly. It takes the fire, puts it through an equation, like spins it 90 degrees and switches system to make all guns but one even be able to fire. And it kind of does that. So, good times, you know? With iteration number 9, we have started to become a little bit, well, heavy, shall we say. And I think perhaps the previous version actually wasn't neatly set up in terms of the placement of the spin blocks. But here it's kind of how it works. This is the, like this one, and then we have a elevation going here. And this obviously can't sit on a thing that rotates. So inside of here, now you can't see it because light, or you can see it if you look very carefully. But as you can see here, it's a light block. Light block provide connection points while being ethereal. Can be damaged though, so not a smart way to use regularly. And yeah, we place it here to be able to basically host this spin block up here, which holds all of these barrels, guns, yeah, ammo intakes, all that stuff. Neat. Well, that's just my opinion, but I built it, so that makes sense. Yeah, so it didn't really turn out to be a reasonable way to stabilize this thing. When we had it on a like gun on top, it was so darn top heavy, it would require like so much weight at the base of it that it wouldn't really fly anymore, as you saw in the previous version. So I removed the counterweights because we don't want that stuff and just placed the gun underneath instead. Much better idea. It can also handle recoil a lot better now. Of course it like tilts and stuff, but it doesn't do barrel rolls. So like that's an improvement. We have also started to design the cockpit, and you may have missed that or something, but basically since I use all the same colors each time, I made up some lore for them. It's crazy. But the colors are green because the hyper durable glass the Army of GMODIST uses happen to be having to contain some chromium dioxide. That's why it's green. That's the lore. Anyways, detection tower on top, looking neat. Also, I can just not get enough of shooting this gun. And yes, we will be making this gun with even more barrels, as you have suggested on the original video about the rotating APS howitzer on the GMODIST channel. For iteration number 11, we have really not done anything, have we? Maybe we sorted out the cockpit and set up the AI maneuvers. Yeah, I think that was it. I should write down when I save them down what I've done too. That would be smart. Big note to self moment like the rest of my videos. You know, at least I'm aware of my incredible ability to ramble forever. I don't know, by the way, do you think this like little part of the video start with like narration and all that jazz was like interesting or just a regular cringe? Please tell me in the comments. And if you don't want to do that, comment for the algorithm. Also, this is definitely going to be a bit useful. The end system costs 12,000, so like that's okay. And it does deal some decent damage, and during this development of the project I also made a lot of prefabs. Like I made this to a prefab as well, this little pod to the side which we can just slap on like future airship. It has a built-in engine, so it kind of looks decent, and it has a built-in propeller. They're not connected of course because that's not how From the Depth works. It's a weird game. It was hard to EMP insulated detection, but you always need to have some part of detection that's EMP insulated, otherwise you may turn out blind in a fight. Because some people, like me, bring intentionally like EMP blind, like detection blinding missiles. If you have radar missiles to spread out, then you can like blind detection using that with EMP. Anyways, not to go on tangents forever, I've set up this little metal frame around it to make it look nice. That's basically that. And now we come to iteration number 13 this is. And I added spikes and some decos. It's starting to look quite nice. Yeah. What the? I feel that the jump may have been a little bit too steep between these two. I think I just forgot to save them. But yeah, what's happened is that we set up some like blades here in the back to help with stabilization, jaw and stuff like that. We added spikes, and you remember that little parachute guy before? Otherwise I put it on screen, and so the lore is basically that if we have spikes on our airship, like black point bits make sense to add there, because the spikes will prevent parachuters from getting onto our airship. Galactic brain moment. Yeah. So when I was sitting with version 12, I saw the ammo barrel, and I got some really bad ideas. And I made something well, sidetracking as usual, which I decided to call a Lazy Matros Forbidden Pleasure set. And no, it's not as bad as you think. I just, thought, what should you not do with an ammo barrel? Well, you shouldn't have a lighter on it with an ashtray. You shouldn't use it for smoking. So, yeah. I don't know, I think it's funny. So inside the cabin we have an actual ammo barrel or cockpit where we have like cigarettes and an ashtray. Yeah, bad humor. I don't know, maybe I'll get demonetized next year for this, I don't know. Anyways, hopefully not. This is really starting to close in on the finished setup. We added an auxiliary AA gun and yeah, it's starting to look neat. But of course we need redundancy and we always have to over-engineer everything a little bit. So naturally we should have the new trails, we should have auxiliary backup detection, and switch between also having radar and camera. Yeah, we want it all. I feel this airship could probably have been a lot cheaper, but it isn't. Swapping out some logos, adding more spikes, adding more details like the red and green lights for, well, port and starboard respectively. Yeah, setting it all up, talking with Ant-O and having some like neat interiors. Of course we need to have that. And this is so close for the last iteration, so we'll just spawn it. And there it is. Some Latin quotes with the inspirational words. We have an AMS system looking like small darts. We have set up the AI so that it will do decent combat performance, get as close so it hits, but also not getting hit too much. We have designed the APS shells in a smart little way. So the first round that comes out of this system happens to be a disruptor conduit. It will basically bring the enemy shields to 0% and deal internal EMP damage. The next shell popping in here will be the party mix we developed before but an upgraded version. Armor piercing, high explosive frag with a little bit of incendiary trails. And the last shell, or the mix-in shell, the last shell is actually the APP, that's armor piercing party mix, will be an armor piercing heat shell. So, whoops, it basically just secondary heat penetrates, then releases a heat. Can kill some designs in one stroke. So obviously this is meant to provide fire support to battles even later in game. Now, I did take some tips from Imp, one of our builders that has submitted a lot of gameplay battleships, and due to this cannon having a tendency to miss sometimes and the recoil is getting out of hand, it needs to be really accurate, especially the first shot. So we actually changed the detection components inside of here so that the averaging times are longer than usual. This means it will be really bad against fast targets, but it will have a much better chance at shooting stationary, slow targets. Well, we do have to do some exploration here. You can see we have the nice little area here. We can then go out and down very carefully. And of course up here to the AA gun, and yeah, of course, it's a tiny design. It's actually probably a bit large to be very small, but yeah. It's an airship. Blimps take space. Also, I felt before it was a little bit naked here in the back, so I added these like rings here for some reinforcements. Okay, we no longer require your service, thank you. Like, the bot being discardable is, yeah, it just introduces a lot of problematic lore details, I feel like. Especially with that image portraying a person inside the Rambot. Well, the time has cometh to test it against a target, namely the very stationary, not very scary Marauder, because that is the benchmark of all good things. No, the airship isn't this slow. I'm running it at slow motion because I'm hoping the first shell will hit. Oh, I think it's getting ready to fire. The firing computer has it's like first seconds locked, so it cannot fire, and that's because the detection need to gather detailed detection before any gun are allowed to fire. And I'm hoping to use that on a future update of the Gimli class in order to hopefully get rid of that little issue that makes my cram cannons miss the first volley. I don't know if we can pull it off, but I hope it's gonna do the same here like it did there. Glad we have those fuses, at least we did some damage. I feel we don't need to slow-mo this. Let's just see what damage we can deal with the first volley. And it turns around and goes to the next input. Now the issue is that when the first round of volleys have been completed, well, we kinda have this little problem called recoil, you know? Because it kinda makes it not stable. Oh, damn! I think we probably AI sniped something there. Or we just got lucky. Anyways, very nice work of the Unyielding Hierophant class, which is on the workshop right now as you're watching this video, so remember to go there and upvote it for the Empire of GMODISM. We request your service. Anyways, we should paste this in the second chapter Frontier Fleet. And about super slow sad ships, well, the obvious thing to do is to measure it. How many Marauders long is it? The important question. Roughly we can say it's about half a Marauder long, give or take. And now, checking the stats, 12k cost, 700 blocks, armor cost is very small, top speed is 29, weird, I've seen more. We'll need to check the details, of course, and the length of this thing is 34 heretical units. So we'll just input this in our heresy converter. Length Marauder units 34 gives us exactly 0.45 length Marauder units. We can also see how much it costs. It costs 12,000. And that gives us a cost of 0.28 cost Marauder units. So now you know. Cutaway units, views, I can't even speak, is always fun to look at, so here is how it looks inside. It has huge tons of ammunition inside because, well, diff guns require a lot of ammunition. That's like their downside. They run through ammunition faster than they say they will in the stats. Anyways, on a bleak, perfect weather day, the enemy is spotted. Swiftly going to action, letting the computer think for far too long before we're even firing the first round. We are engaging the monkey barrel. Gloriously missing the first shot, following it up with a perfect shot. Killing it once and for all. We didn't even need to install those spikes. The parachutes unit of the deep water heretic guard will not even able to land at us. Sad, because we would have liked to have a red paint job. I'm just kidding, it will be pink. It's just brains and boxes, you know. Well, that will be it. Thanks a lot for watching. And of course, extra thanks in this video to Lieutenant Anto for supporting us over this time. I hope you enjoy this little build, and we will be moving on to the next one in queue. So, this is your host Eric of GMODISM, and don't forget the GMODIST channel there in bronze. Check it out and check those videos if you want to learn more about that rotary bread. Anyways, This is your host Eric of GMODISM, and I'm signing out.
GMODISM.
We're going to make a superior battleship. I need to come up with something that can do like that to all the other battleships. So that's kind of cool. In any case, we're going to build a new battleship project, and I got some requirements which I'm going to show you right now. The project is called Q for now, and its objectives are 1. Beat the Ragnarok at lower materials than the Ragnarok. Now, the Ragnarok tournament thing has some other rules, but I won't adhere to these rules really. I got my own rules, but I will take some inspiration from those rules. The second requirement is to beat the Draconia and Borderwise's Titan Slang. The Draconia can beat the Titan Slang, but not all of the time. It usually does, but not always. Which is why I want to make that the new ship I'm making should be able to always beat Borderwise's Titan Slang Mark 1 and Mark 2, because in some sense I think Mark 1 is actually a little bit stronger. It has better crams. 3, and most importantly, is to look good. So I made a big boy called the Broadsword. You've seen that. It looks pretty cool, and I like that aesthetic a little bit. I did that a little bit for the Fred Battlecruiser for Captain Scubarocks, but I did a little bit of that aesthetic, but I want a big ship with aesthetic. So the Ragnarok is like 2.2 million, so that's where we're aiming at, basically, under 2.2 million. I learned a lot of new things since I made the Draconia, so I think I will be able to do a better ship than the Drac. So here we have the ship I'm trying to make. I want a little flat, thinner front like this, and I want this like cast iron style here. And then it's gonna be a pretty thick ship, like this. It's gonna have a lot of empty space. And I want a normal back there, and I want turrets stacked in different levels. We're probably gonna go with some main weapons of Cram, and we're gonna have some auxiliary sniper cannons. Then I'm gonna make a pretty high superstructure. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna design this, we'll see as we go. But this superstructure will be very important to get that broadsword look. I can insert a little picture of the broadsword here so you can see what I'm talking about.
Alright, so here we are, literally in from the depth. Right, so we should begin with construction, and the first iteration I will show you is this beast. So I'm trying to do a really cost-saving maneuver here. I really want to only have like armor where it matters and just skip it where it doesn't matter. So, since it's very, very uncommon with submarines that go underneath you and shoot upwards, I kind of feel like I don't want to spend too much on armoring it too much from below, except the turrets. We're gonna have some pretty light armor where it doesn't matter, so we're actually gonna have a pretty thin bottom ship. Alright, so we have some weapons on here too. And this is my never used before except in some other videos perhaps, but it's pretty new. This is the Crusher. So if we go to sub-objects mode, cram turrets. By the way, all my Patreons can access all of my turrets and prefabs if you want to have them. That's the way. $1 a month. Right, so here we have it. This is the Crusher. And it is a turret 17. I might release some turrets to the public sometime, however, but I don't know which of them. I have so many. In any case, this is the Crusher. It costs 171,000 materials. It is what you would say a complete tank of lambs. Like each of the, like this shell here, it has 143,000 health, and the mill have 130,000, and this one the same. And you can see they are 15 seconds, 18 seconds. They come pretty frequently, so they are big shots. And these are, of course, hollow point. So these will crumple and crush most armor types bit by bit.
there is nothing that can defend you against this except deflecting the shots. So that's what I wanted to have, because I do know that the Ragnarök 2.0 has some extremely formidable civs and LAM system. Like, the budget for those is unusually high. That thing has better civs and LAMs, or a more expensive better civs and LAMs than most ships of that price range, I'd say. So I really need something to get through, and I am pretty certain that these boys will get through. It's a pure hardener, and it has a hollow point thing somewhere. Here, these are actually the stoners. So these are the crushers, and these are the stoner class B mortar turret. And I'm thinking to have 6 of these mortars, because if anything doesn't confuse lambs as much as mortars, I don't know what does, because this is also a hollow point, by the way. They will go through, deal a lot of damage to the deck, really remove the deck armor, because most people use very thin deck armor, and they will occupy the lambs, which will make it so that our crams can probably get through. Well, that's the first iteration. For my second iteration, I have added the... these are completely crazy. These are my mini bolters. And we looked a little bit about them on them at adventure mode. It's 125 millimeter. They're pretty crazy. I don't know if I have a fire control computer somewhere. In that case, I think we should add one and check them out a little bit. Just check the sound of them, because I love the sound of them. Okay. Listen. Isn't that beautiful? And here we have the regular bolter. As I said, we looked at them a little bit in adventure mode, and like, this thing fires pretty quickly. It has a RPM of, well, 2000, and this thing has an RPM of close to 200. So they're pretty fast firing, shoots a pretty good party mix. I can't show you this. I'm sure all of you don't watch my adventure mode. So this is Squash Head and Super Cavitation, so we can shoot underwater line. This is Armor Piercing Secondary Heat, also Super Cav. And then we have a Visible Tracer with a skimmer tip, so it bounces. It doesn't hit things underwater, it only hits things above. It kind of bounces off and hits the superstructure, and that's EMP to deal some AP EMP type of damage, because the skimmer tip also has some AP capabilities. So you can see Armor Pierce Modifier 1.4. So basically, it's made to disable detection. This thing is a completely, it's a little bit of a different thing. I'm not sure, I think it might have 3 shells. I spent a long time designing these turrets, actually, like a really long time. So the distance between the first iteration and the second is kind of long, because I spent so much time developing these turrets. Yeah, I know you already saw them in adventure mode, but this is basically where I made them, I believe, for this project here. So it's an armor piercing heat for this one. So it's a small one, or 125 millimeters, not super small. We have a hash, and then we have a disruptor conduit and EMP. So that's a little bit different, and that's because this thing shoots so fast we can weaken shields with it. And if we weaken shields, we can get through with our crams. Ain't that smart? Right, so that's what we've been doing there. We added some basic power, like these are really efficient, my little custom jet engines there. We added this little tower thing here just to kind of get a sense of where the superstructure will be. As I said before, I want to have a pretty high superstructure. And I believe that this thing actually, oh yeah, I just spammed propellers here, so it actually floats. And I did say that I wanted to not have water pumps, because water pumps just lag too much. So we're gonna skip that. Yeah. Just to test, I'm actually gonna spawn the Ragnarök, and we're gonna see if our weapons get through. So this is the first official test, and see if we can get through the civs. I'm gonna turn on God mode for this thing, because of course it doesn't have any armor. And by the way, I started to use asymmetrical armor for turrets, so all my new turrets have all the armor in the front of the turret and no armor in the back, because it's so rare that the turret faces the wrong direction. So I think that's a trade-off that's worth it. Of course, from time to time, a drone will be behind you and try to shoot, but man, we do have armored turret wells as well, so, you know, you gotta spend your materials wisely. And that's kind of the main thought behind this entire project. I'm trying to spend my materials so wisely that I just don't use like armor in a place that it's not needed. So hopefully it will pay off. And man, oh my god, how embarrassing it will be if this build doesn't defeat neither the Ragnarok nor the Draconia or the Titan Slang. That would be a complete failure, but you will see later on if it does that. By the way, a little update, it's up to 1.6 million, so it's starting to be expensive. I don't know how we will solve this budget, by the way, but whatever. It's Robas meal time. Here is the Ragnarok. And I wanna pause this because I wanna, god damn it, it escaped. This bar is so funny. Here it is. I hope you're hungry. Anyways. Right, so this will be kind of interesting. Oh, look at that. Many of the shots get sniped by Lance. It's so fast. You know what? I think we should turn down time a little bit. We're gonna see. Alright, so here comes the first Quran barrage. And this is like, these have loads of health, man. It's so much health. It's completely insane how much health I put in these. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Of course this is just empty air, but it's a pretty fail-safe method. Oh yes, 2 of the barrels completely gone. It's like, of course, they will be able to shoot still, but I'm thinking this is a pretty good strategy. Here we got some shots bouncing as well. And there a new cram barrage is coming in. Ah, you can see they are actually getting through. That's so nice. That's so nice, because most crams won't get through the Ragnarok. It's very good at killing cram shells. Of course, hollow point damage ain't the best, but it's something. Yeah, I think we can use big crusher crams to do this. And you might wonder why we have several barrels. Well, that's basically because if one of these shots hits our cram turrets in the right spaces, they will be completely disabled. So I thought it's a good trade-off to have several firing pieces. Even though the individual health of that shell will be lower, it's high enough that it will get through when it is a hollow point. And it adds so much redundancy with adding multiple barrels. And there are some advantages of multi-barrel turrets, but I found out that those advantages kind of decrease a little bit the larger we get. When we're really large, it's mostly redundancy that we get. If we have some smaller cram turrets, it might be more material efficient per firepower to have several barrels. But I'm gonna make a proper empirical testing video about that in the future, so we can clear that up once and for all. In any case, this test is a success. The Crusher Cram turret does get through the defenses. And there we have it, the third iteration of the ship. So, what did I do now? Well, I basically spawned everything I got that I think could fit on this system, just to see around how much this would cost. And the really bad news is that this cost 2.1 million. And as you kinda can imagine, I can't make a armor scheme that will work for this. Like, if I make an armor scheme that is gonna cover up this thing, like, after all, it's how large is this thing? It's 341 meters long. If I'm gonna make an armor scheme that would protect it, I think I will reach somewhere around 100,000 if I only use wood, like one layer. And that's of course not acceptable, we can't do that. But anyways, we'll go through a little bit and see what we got for types of weapon systems. So, Here we have my Arquebalista Invictus. It is a sniper cannon that you also see in adventure mode that penetrates really deeply, and that's meant to poke holes under the waterline of enemy ships and make them sink. And that's one of the methods I thought to use to combat Waterwise's Titan Slangs and the Draconia. No, not the Draconia, that's floating. I meant, of course, the Ragnarök. I think I might want to combat them ships by having a sniper cannon that shoots holes under waterline so that they sink. And that's a good method. And this is a pretty nice 480 millimeters. These shells travel at almost 2000 meters per second, and they are sabots. You will not stop them very easily, and they shoot a shot every 10 seconds. I'm pretty happy about this design. I am. I spent some time doing it. Here we also have a nice little like auxiliary turret, 49 millimeters, almost 400 RPM. More like, yeah, something like that, and it shoots HESH shells really to annoy and detonate any eventual ERA armor scheme that you might have. Here we also have the larger version of the 60-70mm Vigoletta system. This is the Vigoletta Mark 5, I think. This is the Vigoletta Mark 4, it's smaller. And this is of course a really nice thing shooting. I don't think it's even rail assisted. I think it's pure gunpowder. But it shoots some really dangerous shells, and they are actually sabot frag, really weird combo, but I did tests and they work better. Here we have my new Octodad diff gun. They are 479mm, just to make them a little bit smaller than 500 so we can save on the blocks a little bit. And well, that's a diff gun. It's the optimal diff setup. It's super nice, deals a lot of damage. Smaller diff cannon, what do we have here? Here is, this was used on the Slabman. If you've seen the Slabman challenge, it's there. It's also featuring on the Battle Cruiser for Captain Scoobrocks. Here we have a stealth dagger. It's a smaller cram turret, lower tier class, but it does provide some stealthy shots because at 1300mm the detection range is only 257, which means that a lot of the Civ systems will not have time to aim before it hits it. Now here is another little turret. I don't remember the name of this, but it's nice. Here we have my tall pipe organ. It's a really slow reload time, like over a minute. This is like 80 seconds, but they deal some decent damage. 40,000 health for this size of a turret is okay. Pretty tall though. Here we have some other cheaper systems, some even more cheap systems, and of course the laser turret that was featured on the Draconia. And as I want the lasers on this thing too, I think I want to have at least 2 laser turrets in order to not make it too volatile and too easy to take out. Pretty decent turret, and here is a laser cube. So this is a really big system that we can actually do like this. Here you can see we have some laser systems stacked up here, some basic storage, and they are connected up to each other, and they are then divided by heavy armor, and everything is EMP insulated and closed into a box. A very neat little way to make a laser system, I thought at least. So I'm gonna stick it on here because it's pretty big, and hopefully this will be powerful enough to beat the enemies. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a serious thinking session, and I'm gonna take some decisions on what of these turrets we're actually going to feature on the ship. Now, there is a small chance we'll have to let go of the mini bolter because this is a really expensive turret. I think it's over 300,000 in material cost. And while it's very cool, it's probably not that good. It's a little bit too much eggs in one basket with one firing piece if we got taken out a little too much of our firepower is taken out. So yeah, it might be a little bit scary. We might remove that. We'll have to think a little bit on which of these turrets we will use. What we do know, however, is that our cram systems, the mortars over there, and of course our main turrets here, they are able to get through the Ragnarök without anything else really. They're really hard to deal with. We also got a name for the ship, and it's probably gonna be Gimli, or that's Icelandic, or the Swedish Gimle. So basically, since it's going to beat the Ragnarök, and it's one of the big reasons why we do this ship, we need this only thing that survives Ragnarök. Well, Gimle is the golden hole with the golden gemstones where all the worthy people survive Ragnarök. So, of course, we can't win Ragnarök, that's an impossible battle to win, but we can at least survive it. So that's why we call this ship Gimle. Beautiful. Okay, so what are we gonna have? I wanna have a big laser and some really insanely strong lamp system. I'm thinking to actually connect up my laser and the lamp system so there's power, same source. I want some kind of Hesh spammer, 300 millimeters or something like that. I have some specific number to get specific sounds. If you want to know how to get specific APS sounds from different guns, check out my tutorial about that. Then I want to use my bolter turrets. They're really big. You saw them in adventure mode. AP heat, heats about solid, AP frag, EMP, some mixed there. I want some hollow point crams to really tank and completely make it so that the enemy CVs and lasers will not even be able to take them out, really high health point, hollow point cram. I want a tiny missile laser system that just targets the enemy ship and just confuses their smoke so they get very confused. Alright, here we have the ship thing. So it's gonna be a right-sider, so I want to have most of the armor on the right side of the ship. Then I want to have some laser lamps and sieve stack around some turrets. I want to have them on deck too, small things sticking up. I want 2 big cram turrets in the front, 2 big cram turrets in the back, and a couple of APS in the middle here. Then we want engines here, engines there, engines there. So we have engines in different positions, and one of these engines should be able to keep this thing floating. Because one thing I noticed, and that's that water pumps cause so much lag, block count isn't even a thing. I can have 100k blocks at ships battling each other with not having serious lag, as long as there is no water pumps. Water pumps really eat up my CPU and make it stutter, and I just hate that. So, to not make my system lag, I'm going to not have any water pumps. And if I will take some submissions of challengers that will challenge this ship, one of the requirements will be having no water pumps. Rules will come later if we do it, I can't promise that, so keep tuned for that. But if we do it, no water pumps allowed. In any case, that's the outline. This is subject to change. We might not even do that at all, but that's a little idea that we're going to get building from. So let's go. And there we are. You might be wondering a little bit here, has anything even been added? I think you'll see. So we started to build on a hull. It looks like this. And when I spawned these turrets here and looking at the design we just saw, I felt like my current ship design was a little bit too elongated and thin. And I wanted a thicker design. So I have constructed this little board. I am very aware of that we basically have no armor from underneath it. So that is a choice I made to have very little armor where I don't think it's needed. And this makes us extremely susceptible to torpedoes coming from below. This ship, we're going to try and make it pretty fast, so we're actually just going to ignore torpedoes completely, because you can always counter a ship with something, and torpedoes is something that we choose to not focus our resources on. So if it might be a problem sometime, maybe we'll have to update it and add anti-torpedo defenses, but we're not going to armor very well against torpedoes. We're going to go for redundancy instead. So here is one of the engine models I've made. S-Corp main engine Type 1C 4K power. So this thing, obviously, it produces a lot more than 40k power, but when we are putting it under heavy load, it only produces 40k power. So I tested them under load to decide. And under load, they're 40k, so that's what they're listed as. Right, here we have some different armor slabs. I developed some different types of armor. You can see them in the cross section here. So this is a pretty heavy armor, and it's using a little bit interesting setup here. So the first layer of armor is very thin like that. It's only one slab of metal and one slab of wood. And that is because if we're hit with HESH shells, if we're having a spall liner that's like 50% of the armor, from our earlier empirical test, as you may have seen, this basically is the best setup against HESH, having a spall liner this strong. And that should not be able to, whatever the strength of the HESH, if they shoot against this, I don't think they will be able to get through this armor at all. And this armor isn't very expensive. However, this leaves us open to, if anybody sandblasts away this first surface layer, they will be able to get through with the shells afterwards. But I'm going to build a pretty spacious design, so even though this is like the outer wall, there is going to be a lot of empty space, and we're going to have some interior armor as well. So it's okay that I have my air gap so near the surface of the armor, because we are effectively going to have another air gap, because we're going to have interior armor. Now we had some discussions before and tests, and we now know that checkerboard armor is less efficient. I talked with some different people in the Discord, like Pitts, Summer, Balkan, Scarabas, and all those names. I don't even remember who's in the discussions, but basically checkerboard armor isn't very good. It's useful in some certain circumstances, but in general it's not a generally good design. So the Draconia had it, and it is a-okay, but it's not the best, because high explosive has gotten a little buff, so when a high explosive shell detonates in a enclosed space, it has a damage buff, so it deals more damage. And when we have a checkerboard armor, if the wood gets blown away very easily, an explosion can get into that empty space and effectively deal more damage to the blocks around it. And that's the theory around it. It seems to be correct, but we're going to do an empirical testing video about checkerboard armor, because it indeed seems that it's better to just do like this, for example. So we can kind of put them in slabs like this instead. Should be better than having them, like that. Because we want 2 layers of metal stacked on top of each other, because then we can get the armor stacking bonus. In any case, I'm thinking what armor scheme I'm going to use here. This is the heavy armor. You can see it has actually 2 built-in air gaps, and that's of course not needed. It's just that it has the equivalent of 1 block of heavy armor, but it's ported up like this, so if a shot hits this thing and destroys it, we still have a surface that the shot can get deflected on. For example, for armor-piercing heat shells. Pretty scary stuff. Well, in any case, that's basically that. This is the heavy layer, this is the standard layer, and this is my super heavy layer with like 4-meter beams of heavy armor. And I think this is a little bit too heavy to have on this design. I'm going to go more for redundancy than heavy armor. Well, anyways, this is the shape of the ship, and the other side of the armor is already set up here. It's gonna be a right-sider, so I only expect some stray missiles and stray stuff to come in from this direction. So it's using a pretty thin and light armor here. So this is the fifth iteration of the ship, and the fifth iteration basically cost 3 million because we now have started to build the turret placement. So as you could have seen from my little outline, I wanted 2 big cram cannons, but I'm thinking maybe we'll go with 3 big cram cannons. And this is the crusher cram we looked at before, which will go through the Ragnarok's lambs and most other systems, civ systems, like as well. But these are some high health points, boys. Here we also have the Arcaballista Invictus, the 480mm sabot sniper cannon that's designed to shoot underwater parts on ships to really make them sink, which is one of the other strategies we'll use to tackle the Ragnarok. And I decided that it is better to have this shooting at a low angle. I can't have it here in the middle as I thought before, because I want to shoot under the waterline. And if I'm shooting under the waterline, like if I'm up here and shooting down, you can see if I'm shooting under, I might do like no damage. But if I'm like here and shooting underwater, I might do the double damage. So just a few meters up and down for a submarine or subsurface sniper cannon like this matters a lot. So all of my Arcaballista Invictus will be moved to a position where it's pretty like low. Here we also have some basic armor for the engine here. We don't need a lot of armor, but we want something that can catch up some stray shots from above, no, from in front of it and from the side. Because of course the ship will spawn with its nose to the enemy, so we'll need to have some armor in the front. Not much, we mostly need to be lucky, but we need to have some armor. And here you can see the shape I talked about in the earlier video here. I wanted this kind of boxing thing going to a flat little surface, and we're going to have a cast iron structure down here. So this is just a flat little simple surface, pretty cheap armor. Nothing important is gonna be here, it's mostly there to be hydrodynamic. Here we have the 6th iteration of the ship, and I started to play around a little bit with having some diff guns here perhaps. We'll see. Here we also have some interior armor, and this is another checkerboard pattern. And I'm wondering how it is the case with the stone and metal, because their health values are pretty similar, like 16 and 12. So this should give each other some kind of AP bonus, because stone is more efficient armor technically than metal. But I don't know, I think we'll need to test that later, but I added some of that here because I had my prefabs. So I maybe use this some interior armor, but I think I'll need to have proper turret wells as well, because otherwise we're gonna be pretty sad. We added our laser cube here. So this is the, maybe I can do like this actually, to just show you. This is like the laser cube. It's an integrated laser system, and I hope this will be protected enough to survive. It's pretty well protected up, and it should be able to deliver laser to lambs and damaged lasers in a decent way. I think it costs like, I think it's a 45,000 power laser. Yeah, continuous of course. Here we have a little AI core. We're going up here with the largest of my AI cores. This is the same core that's used on the Super Battle Carrier, I think. It is, it's pretty nice, protected, well set up, has automatic shield switch and stuff integrated. So I think it's gonna serve us well. It's gonna provide us with like 4 AIs? No? 3 AIs. Yeah, it should be 3. Here I also added my S-Corp's 80k power generators, because of course the Arcaballista Invictus uses a lot of power to shoot those railgun shells. It's like a mixed system, but we need some decent power. So that's why we have so much power here. However, I'm not sure I'm gonna have them at the same place because, you know, they might get shot at. And we have some heavy armor framework here to just keep the turrets up. It's pretty unlikely that they will be destroyed completely. Here is a battery actually, if we just remove it. Here it's an EMP insulated battery. This thing is pretty expensive. Like, man, one of these batteries costs like 800, so I don't know, that's like 100k or something. But I thought we could have a little battery here behind the turret. Should be pretty well protected. So we have some power generation and stuff like that. Still haven't decided on the armor, but maybe in the next iteration. Oh my god, look, we have armor. Just kidding. We just started the outline. I decided to go one of the models that only have one layer of metal in front of it and one layer of wood to get that maximum spall lining effect. Because some people use Hesh to great effect, and I want to make sure I'm pretty well protected against Hesh spammers. Here, by the way, we have a sonar decoy, because I thought it could be a good idea to have a sonar decoy, in case we get some, well, torpedoes that are sonar. And we have also started to add these. These are, of course, my pods of Azipod pods. They are this one. I made it for this application, but they use 8,000 power each. Pretty nice, provides pretty nice thrust, and we could have them in the front and the back, and we should have some decent speed and maneuverability. I removed the turrets, the cram turrets from the back portion here. So I have 3 here. I'm thinking to have at least 4 of them, so I left one, I removed the other ones. And unfortunately, we're still like 2.8 million, and it needs to cost under 2.2 million. So man, I don't know, we may need to rethink a little bit on our armaments. Oh my god, we removed some more stuff. I'm thinking I'm wanting to have all of these units here, kind of, but on this one. But we're still 2.793 million, and I know we should spend the most of our budgets on firepower and not like armor, because spending that on armor is just a waste of material usually. But man, we're so far away from 2.2 million. It's gonna be a little bit tricky to get this to a cost efficient way, like seriously. I don't know, we'll see what to do. You can see I wanted to add the cram turrets in the back here. We have my nice little turrets here in the back. And I added another one of these arquebalistas down here just because I really want to make sure we have good redundancy. So we can have like 2 in the front. Yeah, I added another one in the front if I forgot to say that. So we have 1 here and 1 here. And the thought is, since this is a right-sider, I imagine these both can aim to the right pretty well and shoot targets on the right, while still sharing the same plane, because we want them both to be like low slang and under the cram barrels, of course, because otherwise they'll collide with each other. And we have 1 extra here in the back for redundancy, and I think we should really be able to poke some holes in the enemy. And man, we're a little bit too expensive. We're gonna see what to do with this. I did add the Azipods in the back to our little vertical propulsion system, just to make us steer and everything like that. So by now we should actually be able to like steer this thing. You can see we can turn. I can like go, like, of course this is mainly dead weight, but we can go forwards and turn around and all sorts of cool stuff. Isn't that nice? Well, the time has come to test the armor scheme, but I just thought a little bit with my armor switcher here. I thought it was a little bit annoying that we kind of are in the like wrong direction all the time. So I'm kind of thinking like, what if, I think I have a fix, like what if we have a spin block here? Oh man, that's upside down. If I have this upside correct, well, like that. Now we can build on this plane. And now we should be able to get it back here. And I think you're gonna see in a short little second what I'm going to mean here. So if I just placed this here, like that, perfect. And I'll just go to this block, select another one that's a little bit shorter. Oh my god. Oh, so now I can build on this, and I don't have to be tilted. And I can use my GHJ. Oh my god, that's amazing. And I can change this armor upright. Isn't that smart, using a spin block to change the direction? Wow, I'm feeling very intelligent today. Oh my god. We're going to do some tests. I have worked together the different armor schemes a little bit before here. And by the way, they are all, you can see there, available for all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST. So I just want to give a huge thanks to our channel supporters, the commanding officers, Admiral Super Dave, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Ayak the Boater, Commander Ayak the Boater, Commander Eugene, Lieutenant Asteria, powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. It really helps us out to make more videos and stuff. In any case, here we have the standard level hull armor here. Here we have the direct hit capable super heavy armor. And here we have the normal heavy armor. This one costs 4,000. So I made them cover the same surface. They are differently thick, but they cover different surfaces. And these two have some alloy in them just to give some floatiness and better internal armor. In any case, this one has a cost of 4,269. This one has a cost of 6,336. And this one has a cost of 1,944. So we're going to test their effectiveness, and we're gonna do a cost-benefit analysis and see which of them should be the main armor. First out, we're gonna test regular armor piercing, which is of course the most normal type of shell tip you will meet. We have a lot of AP frag, APHE. So let us do the direct hit capable. Did not go through, only did some damage there, okay. And this, by the way, is like 200mm shells, so this could be a sandblaster thing almost. So it's good if we can survive some sandblasting, I think. Now we have the heavy armor here. It destroyed one heavy armor block. Alright. And then we get the thinnest armor here. Bam! It didn't get through! That's nice. Okay, so it did destroy this, of course. We don't have any air gap left here. But it didn't get through. Well, okay, so they're all safe from sandblasting. We're gonna try Sabot. I actually expect this to be able to shoot through all the armors. If we're gonna do a Sabot, let's do what I have, 480mm. I think it should be able to penetrate all of these armors. But let's just test. And something like this, I will not try to defend against, because I don't think we can. Oh, okay. And what about the heaviest of the heavy armors? Ah, melts right through. Okay. Sabots, we can protect against Sabots, like not in a reasonable fashion, because of course ERA doesn't defend against them either. So I think when it comes to Sabots like the Arqueballista Invictus, we'll just have to understand that they will go through, and we'll need redundancy for this reason. And of course, we can spot protect some areas like the AI that we just cannot lose, but in general, we can't defend against that. Alright, now we're going to test 400mm heat shells. So it's 400mm, it's heat, and we're gonna test them against the armor types. Oh! Awesome. It didn't go through this one. And do remember, like, this armor costs 1,944. and this one cost basically like more than 3 times as much. And this one, it costs the double of this one. So that's why I thought it was remarkable. I thought they might be able to get through, but that's cool to know. And then we're gonna do the next one. And they shouldn't get through, of course. No, just destroyed 1 layer. We should be able to fire a couple of more of them before we get through. Yeah. We're gonna go back to this one actually. Fire another one. Yeah, it gets through on the other one. And let's try this one, the heaviest armor. Bam. Doesn't go through. Oh. It felt like we hit it right on. Well. So against big heat shells, they all protect for 1 shot, but I don't know, we should have an armor that can protect against a like major shot from 1 point, but I don't think we can design it in order to take several shots on the same spot, because we're of course not gonna overspend on armor. So let's do the same with Hesh. Alright. Bam! That deals some heavy damage. So we're 400 millimeters again, but it just spreads out there. Bam! And the second shot gets through. It only protects against one Hesh there. This one. These are a little bit tough. Whoa! Oh my god! This one also just protected against like 2 blasts there. Wait, that's the wrong shell. Excuse me, we forgot to do one of these. Okay. 1, 2, didn't go through. 3, man! And the 4th one. Okay, okay. Well, that's good to know. How about our middle armor here? 1, 2, can zoom in here. 3, 4. Okay, weird. And this is just double the expense. Oh, and of course, the heaviest armor. 1, 2, 3. What? Also 4. You know what? It's really. I did already think this from the beginning, because when we designed this, I did some small tests and I found out that this armor scheme was pretty efficient. But man, I didn't expect them to take equally much, even though this is like smaller. That's a little bit crazy. That is a little bit crazy. But of course, the damage done to this part is a little bit less. It's less spread out. But seriously, they protected kind of equally well. This is definitely a current favorite. We're gonna do a hollow point shell. Let's see, our AP is 38. That should be enough. And I think we're going to max out the gauge on this thing. And we're gonna see what types of damage we do here. So, first armor. Bam! Ooh, very much through on 2 shots. That's some serious damage. And the middle armor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Much better, much better. Oh, and we go with this thick one. 1, 2, 3. Also 4. This armor isn't as strong as I thought it would be, honestly. Let's do some AP frag. This is pretty normal. Maybe not at like 500 millimeters, but probably like 450 or something like that. It's a strong shell. So, let's try out AP frag. Bam! Ooh! It got through! I need to see that again. Bam! Okay, didn't get through this time. This time, they caught it. Oof, that's some scary stuff, man. This one, bam. Oh, the armor piercing just melted through here. Bam, didn't even stop it. Did go straight through here. Whew. Yeah, I don't know if we can protect against that. And that one just melts through, of course it does. Yeah. Cool sound. I don't remember what I labeled that sound, but I have a video about that. Of all the, what is it, 11 APS sounds? 20? 30? I don't remember. I should say, however, that these are some pretty, like, strong shells. There is a lot of explosive, there is a lot of chemical load in these. They are, of course, only set up for testing, but a lot of people don't use as big shells as we're using here. A lot of people are using smaller shells. But I've set up an armor-piercing secondary shape charge, so a secondary heat. We're gonna see what types of damage that deals. Melts right through. Can begin with this one. Melts right through. Well, it should be pretty similar, right? Since we are having the same kind of gauge. Ooh, and it gets completely pwned by this armor. It doesn't. Oh, what? Does it perhaps exactly hit the spot here so it actually detonates the shaped charge and bypasses the air gap? That's a little bit scary. Do we actually need a like physical air gap to prevent this? I think we may do. Like, since it's a wedge, it's hitting straight on. I wonder if we can use this to our advantage by having just a total heat spammer, an AP heat spammer in very low gauge, and we could get some lucky shots to go through even the best armors. We're gonna try some sand/gravel blaster here. So we're going to go with the first armor here, and we're basically set up a, well, it's a sabot shell. It's just 125 millimeters. Wow, it melts through pretty easily, doesn't it? Did I set the RPM on this thing? Because, yeah. 1 shot, 2 shots, it gets through in 2 shots. That's not very good. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shots. Only takes 3 shots? It's like only 125. Man. 1, 2. 3 on this too? So this is better, but I don't know, man. I guess this is a pretty insane shell. I don't know if it is, but it deals a lot of damage, this thing. Interesting. Interesting. You know what? I really like this armor scheme. It's like half the cost. I feel we're gonna use this armor scheme, and we're gonna use this one on some spots where we want some heavier protection. And I think we're just gonna skip the direct hull capable one, direct hit capable one, because it really isn't. And I'm going to build on the 10th iteration, which will be the next one, because the last one was the 9th. And I'm gonna be back. The Gimli battleship, 10th iteration, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I have built a lot on the armor here, as you can see. We have also started to outline some structures here. So I did go with the cheaper of the options, naturally, because it was almost as good as the other ones, but cost half as much. And this one, I put a little section here with the more expensive armor, just because I think I'll just need to protect this laser core a little bit. I just need to make sure it's not damaged, and we're having it out here a little bit, since the enemy can be in an angle like this, or an angle like that. It's not gonna be straight broadside, most likely. And then, since I don't want to lose the Arcaballista Invictus, I did put some heavy armor here too, because a shot could theoretically go and kill both of the turrets in one shot, which would be very sad. So I did add some front-facing armor to this turret too, so it wouldn't get damaged early on. And yeah, that's basically what we added here. We added that type of armor, and I started to add some shapes and general outlines of the structure. I'm going to have the same type of armor there, with just one layer of metal and one layer of wood like that. And we of course kept our thinner, lighter armor on the side here. Just one layer, one little spall liner there, and just like this. Very basic stuff, because it, of course, in the best of worlds, won't even get shot one time, so we shouldn't spend too much on it. Yeah, but hopefully this will be a better armor and a much better armor scheme on than the Draconia. Since wood is technically the best armor in the game, since it has the most amounts of health points if we measure it with armor. I think it has the most amounts of health points times armor class than any of the other materials. So wood is actually pretty good. But it's not good to have it too much on the surface, and the Draconia had that problem, because then you can get your health points pretty quickly burnt away by a big laser. So it's kind of good to have at least one layer of hard shell in front of it. Of course, we're gonna use a lot of heavy armor, and that is for the turrets. So you can see we have some turret wells here. I don't know if they were here before, but it's one layer of well, some pretty heavy armor poles, and we have metal armor poles on the side that will not face the enemy, just in case like a cram or a missile with frag lands behind the turret and we don't want the fragments to get easy. We don't want to make the fragments go and do damage to the interior of the turret too easily, basically, as you might understand. So that's what we added there, but this is the 10th iteration, and we're going to think a little bit about how we're going to develop it more. But our largest issue right now is that we are a little bit too expensive. We kept this turret here and we're still, like you can see, 202 million, almost 3 million, and that's of course too much. We moved around some stuff there. I decided to have the materials under the turrets here, so they should have some decent protection. But yeah, it's pretty expensive there. Now this is the 11th iteration. Just did some minor changes, removed some turrets and stuff. Well, this is the 12th iteration of the ship and the last one for this episode. As you can see, we have started to outline some beautiful shapes around the turrets here, make it look pretty cool. I'm really looking forward on shaping and designing this ship to look super awesome. But now we are finally getting rid of that extra section. So, of course, I won't be able to keep all those turrets. We're gonna see what we can afford or not. But now we're only costing 1.7 million. Yay! We have some basic armor in the back here. We got what we set up to do, and I'm thinking we are developing some nice shapes on this thing. But we are going to get back onto building this ship next time. This is the 12th iteration of the ship, but well, I think we have been looking at the armor long enough, and hopefully it will perform as well on the battlefield as it performs in my small tests. And we are building a super battleship in From the Depth. If you haven't subscribed already, you should definitely do so. This is the last thing we looked at, and well, I've started to add some lasers and stuff like that, and the armor is added, and I might update this armor later on. We'll see. I'll need to do some more conclusive tests, but it has come to my knowledge that wedges have some very specific uses, but that beam slopes might be better. But this armor is completely adapted for this type of kinetic damage in this stage, and I'm not sure which one I will use. But anyways, we're gonna move on to the next iteration. And this iteration is obviously a saved file, and if I'm gonna be truthful here, I'm not actually really sure what has changed onto this iteration. Any case, here we have my AI compartment. so it's the same as the other one, and I have a side compartment here. Because you know what? I needed some extra I needed some extra stuff here. So this automated control block sets the decoys to 0, and this one sets the shields to 0 when there is no enemy around. And of course right now we don't have very many shields, but whatever. Then we also have a little setup that uses general PIDs to control roll pitch and altitude. And I have found out that unfortunately the general purpose PIDs, I think they're a little bit better and a little bit more reliable than the AI itself for ships, because it just feels like these general purpose PIDs, they're just deliver a little bit more results. I don't know, it might just be me. But that's how I set it up, and as you can see here, I don't know if these are new, but I added large 7-meter propeller, we have a 5-meter there, and of course these are using a lot of power to keep afloat, because do remember, we are not going to use water pumps on this build. Now, I have decided, yes, I will accept some submissions to battle this beast, whenever it is done, but I will give you the rules and outline for that next episode. In this episode we will not go through that, because I'll need to think a little bit on a few details first. Well, this is apparently different, and this is version 13, and maybe I was superstitious and didn't want to stay too long at version 13, so we're gonna move on to version 14. To defend against certain targets, we need a pretty good LAM system. And I have started to build some LAM nodes that go through the entire ship like this, connecting up to different spaces. So I have the LAM nodes on both sides. This will be a right sider, so we will only have like actual LAM nodes on like the right side of the ship. But I have the LAM connections on both sides to add some redundancy, so that the entire laser network should not go down, even though a pinnacle LAM point was shot out. That's the plan anyways. So we have the little network there, it's going like that, pretty handy, and the first LAM node is even here, so we have a little thing that can help us get rid of some stuff coming from the front. Ooh, and I do believe we have some nicer looking turrets in the front here. Yes, we got my barrel elongated little cute cram cannon, it's nice, and a diff gun there, just to add some extra firepower and looks. And a new little LAM node on the side here to save our front from shots. I think that's that. We got some interior armor going down there. This is the battery. I think we already looked at that, but that battery is like, it's like really expensive. It's like 4 million. This battery is like 4 million. If we get shot there, it's gonna, yeah, it's not gonna be good if we get shot there. I think we showed that, by the way. I removed this interior armor, by the way. That stone metal checkerboard pattern, I think it has to go. You know, I'm gonna do some more conclusive tests on that in a future video, but right now I'm thinking it's probably not gonna be very efficient. In any case, you can probably see I've been doing some beautiful shapes here. I hope you notice the golden details, the colors of the AOG. And about the rules for the future battles, I will tell you this: anything that's more expensive than 2.2 million will be disqualified. It will not be accepted into the battle, and anything that uses a single water pump will also be completely disqualified, just so you know. Oh, look at this beautiful cast iron part. If you've seen the first and second video, you do know, you've seen my little sketch on how I wanted to make the front of this. And now you can see I have successfully managed to make the front that I was looking for. we have this little cast iron thing that kind of looks like some kind of mechanical replacement for a real bow. I don't know why, I just wanted to have this detail, and now we have it, so I'm happy. This, I'm gonna show you this. This is a little template I built. And you might say you shouldn't have the things, the shields so close to the surface with only one layer of heavy armor protecting them. Maybe not. But they're completely EMP insulated. So, no matter how much EMP someone uses, this shield layer, you can see I need to show you this. I think this is pretty amazing, by the way. So let's see here, shields. And then we have shield distance measuring stick. Look, I have actually made like measuring sticks so that I can measure the distance in between where I should place my shields. And I even did this thing. I did a diagonal measuring stick so I can know where to place the shields in relative to a slope, which we'll have on the ship. I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah, and all my files are accessible to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM, starting from $1 a month. If you also want to support the channel, that's something you'll get back. In any case, this is my ammo barrels. I'm very happy about this design here, because you can see it is actually not a complete layer of heavy armor, because I have found out that a cubic, how much cubics is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cubic meters of ammo can be stopped by some heavy armor, but we don't need full blocks. We can use half blocks like that and have some distance, and distance is a great way to make them not chain react. And we only need heavy armor on the side here. We don't need heavy armor on the sides, because they won't chain react like this far in between. What I've seen so far, at least. So, or I did test them with some pretty high ammo requirement units. So I'm pretty happy. Like this, we have an ammo compartment. It's completely protected beside the turret, because of course this side will be facing the enemy. And another little detail I have found out, you may notice I have a super weird pattern of some like square corners on the side of the hull here. And you might think this is just a cool detail, and it is not, because I have found out that this is a pretty cheap and helpful hash protection. Because do you remember when a shell hits a surface, if the angle is acute, then like the shot will deal less damage. So this also gives us some texture on the front that makes it deal less damage to the tetra, and that will have a very little effect on helping it not penetrate as deep into the rest of the armor, even though that like effect doesn't actually carry through. The first angle doesn't carry through to the blocks afterwards but the thing that it didn't deal as effective damage to the first block will make it so that it goes deeper. So even though this is just a square corner, if it's like hit at a really acute angle, like the effective health of this block will be much higher, so it will help. But the real reason I put this here is actually against hash, because hash, the direction of the hash spalls is decided on what angle the hash shell hit the armor. So if I have a hash shell hitting this armor flat here, the hash spallings will go straight in and deal a lot of damage to all of these beautiful wedges, and some will even get through into the armor. But if the hash shells hit the angle here, it will actually direct its way down here. and it will deal more damage to the surface of the armor and not so much damage deeper into the armor. So having these weird angles in the surface, according to my small tests, makes it so that Hesh is a little less scary. And since the Tetras are so cheap, I thought that was really cool. Just a fun little thing. Oh, and I added the tall pipe organs. These turrets are completely insane. They're 200mm, reloads once every 80 seconds. I think their firepower per volume, now these are multi-barrel turrets, but I think their combined firepower per volume is actually pretty awesome. It's just the caveat that they shoot every 80 seconds. Not great, but you know, each of these shots, they're kind of 40,000-ish, all of them. So it's a lot of health in all of these shots. They pack a punch. I'll give them that. They pack a punch. And they happen to be the perfect size to fit here beside the turrets here. So I think they look pretty cool there. I think we should have them there. And I think they might help dealing some damage, even though I'm not sure they will get through the Ragnarok's defenses. But alas, the Ragnarok is not the only ship we will need to beat. Because I heard that we want to beat the Turtle Lord, but Setup/E-Lord made another ship that unfortunately beats the Turtle Lord, which is called the Rhino, which I pitched against the Draconia, and now I need to make sure this ship beats that too. I don't know, this is gonna be crazy. We need to beat so many ships. And hopefully not miserably fail at beating all of them. So let's just keep trying and building. Hey, distraction! Look at how many cool details I put on this turret. The Arcoballista Invictus is beautiful, is it not? Like the video if you agree. Next iteration. I've continued to build on the armor. We have the beautiful details. You can see the ship is really taking shape here. I think it looks pretty nice. But that's just me. And I'm the builder of the ship, so that tells you absolutely nothing. In any case, what I have been doing is I've started to build on the diagonal armor. You can see here I added some of my templates there. Kind of the same type of armor, but up here. Some alloy, some stuff like that, and you know, anti-kinetic armor, to be quite specific. I decided to have some kind of opening here, not sure what we're gonna have there, but we'll see. I have, in any case, started to build on this little back portion here. And I think that's pretty funny, because since this is in one of the extremities of the ship, it's not very likely to be shot, is it? It is not. Oh fuck. The plan was to make the ammo not be able to chain react anyways, because this area is very unlikely to get hit, and we needed some more ammo on this thing. So I put some here, and I'm gonna fix this so it doesn't chain react. Anyways, it's also very unlikely to get hit, this area, if I didn't tell you this. I already told you twice, but I'm telling you a third time to look less embarrassing. Thank you very much. GMODIST, that doesn't work. Your inner thoughts, you should keep them to yourself, because you're making a public fool of yours. Okay, never mind. Instead of making a public fool of myself, I'm gonna talk about the next point, which is, the diversion plan. These are the turrets. You know the turrets I just lined up on the last ship because I wanted to see my options, and then I removed them all. Well, I went through all of my turret folders again because I missed all of these. So I went through the folder and I spawned all the turrets that I might potentially want to have here. This is a heat hash spammer thing. This is of course the Vigoletta Marksman 5 that happens to fire the 67mm water bottle that I designed on my merch store. Check YouTube. Here we have a pretty efficient diff gun with 8 arms. This is another Vigoletta Corporation sniper, and yes, I make up corporation names that doesn't make any sense, and I do it only because I think it sounds cool. Let me do it, thank you. This is a deck gun, isn't it cute? It's also useless. This is a pack gun. This is a 3-lens pack turret, and it's actually much better than I thought, because this happens to be my first serious pack turret that I have ever designed. And it's pretty funny. I think I did it on a stream. If you're not following me, you should definitely check up on my streams on Twitch. They're all on Twitch, sorry, not YouTube, only Twitch. Follow me. So, it's 1 EMP, it's 1 piercing, and it's 1 impact. And the thought is that the impact one should shoot first, and then the other ones, oh god, never use this damn thing. I need to resave this blueprint. Anyways, the thought is that the impact pack shoots first, and like a millisecond later, the pierce pack shoots, and the next millisecond, the EMP pack shoots, and if we're really lucky, we could potentially like EMP crit something. Now, this turret is pretty decent, to be honest. I never seen what I described actually happen, but I'm praying that it will someday. Ooh, Azusa from our Discord, she suggested that I should probably have some kind of system that just uses a guided laser to kind of focus on the enemy where the laser is not focusing. So this thing focuses on the enemy where the laser is not, so that the enemy will always disperse all its like steam materials all the time, and not only where the actual damage lasers shoot, because most people's like smoke dispenser system actually gives out some smoke when we shoot or when we point a missile guidance laser on it. This is just a like kinetic missile, just because I thought that the Ragnarok has so good civs, and I again want the ship to beat it, so I thought that I should probably use some systems that just don't die. More cramps, you've seen this before in earlier videos. More cramps, you may have seen this too. This is the Stoner Cram Mortar, which you've seen before, will be used on it somehow. And this is the Bolter, which I hope I will be able to use, but I have started to get some doubts, because this boy isn't also extremely cool. Only, it's also very expensive and probably not worth it, but it sounds cool. Instead of worrying about what turrets I want to use, this is the next iteration. And I have continued to perfect some beautiful details and shaping of the hull. And this area we don't expect to receive much fire from here. So we have really thin armor here. And when I'm saying really thin armor, oh boy, I mean it. Because I have made the armor thinner on this side. So it's 1 layer of metal, 1 layer of wood, empty space, some alloy and some wood for floatiness. So I made this thing a lot thinner just because I wanted to save materials. No reason to have a darn spall catcher. Why do I need a spall catcher if we're not even gonna have heat missiles and heat shells and whatnot coming from this direction? So I just removed it. Saved some materials. Ain't I smart? Thank you, I am. I'm just kidding. We have some armor adding here, I don't know. We're gonna see what we're gonna do with the inside, but I'm starting to understand that the inside will be an empty void. Look, you know my Hesh reasoning before? I made the same thing with heavy armor to hopefully not make the laser die so fast. Well, I guess that's probably that, isn't it? Is it like, is there anything more to this iteration? I think there maybe not. But look how cleverly I have hidden these 3-meter propellers. Isn't it beautiful? I just feel that this ship, in its current state, would probably be pretty shredded by like super cavitation sandblasters. Anyways, no, scratch that. I'm not giving you any ideas on how to beat this thing. Shh. Oh, and this is the next iteration. Isn't that fantastic? Which is iteration 18. So, as you can see here in iteration 18, I forgot to cover the beautiful little donut, the golden donut on top of the white here. I'm very conflicted about this. But you can see we have a nice thick deck armor layer consisting of 1 meter of wood. Amazing. I think 16th century shipbuilders would be quite impressed with 1 meter of wood as armor. So let's just move on. But I think it looks pretty cool, and I started to add the golden details in terms of alloy here. So I have kind of decided that we're gonna have all the gold in alloy specifically, because I just found out that alloy gold looks much better than metal gold, doesn't it? Or I did find out that a little bit earlier, but as you can see, we have started to add these beautiful decorations, staircases and all that. And isn't this cast iron detail like little, I don't know, rännsten in English? Help me someone. And I even added some beautiful metal blocks like this to make it look smooth and everything. Applause, applause, thank you very much. Yeah, well, I guess that's kind of that for this. What did I do? Yeah, but in all honesty, we're gonna do some pretty thin deck armor, because honestly, who uses mortars? Well, I am, but not very many do use mortars. The Turtle Lord is, but other than that, nobody uses mortars. So I don't think I'll need to worry about them too much. So thus, according to my own planning and outline and reasoning, which you should probably look at in the first and second episode if you haven't watched that already, is that I should not armor where armored does not need to be. Doesn't this look pretty cool? I think it does. In any case, that's it for this iteration. I don't know why this is a lot cheaper, because I don't remember exactly what I removed, but if I haven't said this already, the laser has finally gotten a proper placement. One of the lasers will be placed here. It's off center, if you didn't notice that, because I wanted to be a little bit asymmetrical, and it's encased in a little heavy armor sleeve, and it's standing on a little heavy armor sleeve itself, so it should be pretty sturdy. We're gonna add another one, by the way. Welcome to iteration 19. Observe the glory of the Gimli super battleship. Well, it's not done, of course, but as you can see, I have continued to shape the outline of the hull structure here. We have really thin armor on this side, very thin armor, thinner armor on this side. We have a beautiful wooden little support structure on the inside, and we have thick armor on this side, which I know you all in comments have been complaining about is too thin anyways, but I don't care, because I want to spend my materials on loads of firepower, because my personal belief is that the bigger gun wins. But we shall see. I might spectacularly lose, of course. In any case, look at this. I've added the thick little like slope to the top of it, and we are going to build a pretty big superstructure. So that is why I really want to make sure that the ship is like pretty bulky like this, having these big angles, because in the center of this, as you've probably seen from episode 1, I want to have a glorious superstructure, making us remember the broadsword. Also, a beautiful little golden encasement for the laser turret there, and stuff like that. I don't know if there is anything like important other than this. This is my new little blueprint thing, which encases a laser warner, a munition detector thing, and within that system here we have a completely EMP insulated smoke dispenser and a shield, so they can't be killed by the EMP. They're completely surrounded and embedded inside of here. So I thought that was pretty smart to have there. So it's basically the same as this, but it's with detection for both smoke and projectiles, and very, very handy. I'm thinking I should have some guns like here and there and there and there, but we shall see exactly how they will look like. In any case, this side is of course empty and boring. I think we should probably have a lot of text there. Well, in any case, let's move on. Look at these beautiful cast iron details below the water. I just love mixing stuff like this, making stuff looks like other materials. Like we have actual like brass, gilded brass, and we have like cast iron, and we have painted steel plates. I don't know, just my imagination. But this is the iteration 20, and again I did some detail fix whatever. Not exactly sure what changed from version 9. Oh yes, there it is. So I have finally decided what to do it with one of the outputs. This, my ladies and gentlemen, is a laser. So since the Draconia had the problem where the laser died, we're gonna have a laser turret here, but we're also gonna have a laser turret here later. But on top of that, we are going to have a hull fixed extra laser output mounted onto the side of the turret, completely EMP insulated and everything. Isn't that quite beautiful? This little arm connects up with heavy armor and has insulated pads with rubber, connects it up to the laser system, and will be able to completely fry enemies as long as we can maneuver and keep them at the right side. So we have an extra laser output. Isn't that very, very smart? I think it is, because the Draconia died every time its laser died, but when its laser didn't die, the Draconia didn't die. And now we're going to look at the last iteration for this episode, but before that I just want to thank the seagulls for keeping me company. Oh, and you for watching the video and liking it, of course. Also subscribe if you haven't. In any case, I'm just kidding. Thanks a lot for watching, like seriously. Special thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, of course. Special extra thanks to all of you, which is Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, both new big supporter. Isn't this kind of amazing? Our largest supporters of the channel did join the commissioned officers, pretty close to each other, like in terms of time, so I think that's pretty cool. So thanks a lot and super welcome Admiral Super Dave and Captain Y to the commissioned officers board. We have a special Discord, by the way, for all the commissioned officers, or we don't have a special Discord, we have a special channel in the GMODIST Discord, which is free for everyone, which you should join, I can't speak, if you haven't already, because it's there are some pretty cool people there, and there is always someone to ask if you wonder anything within From the Depths, and we have some really good members that really knows a lot that can answer. In any case, let's continue. Commander Ike the Boater, Commander Aegean, and our lieutenants Asteria, C2, Powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. We also have our cadets Robert, Shark93, and Marty McBacon. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. So we've been watching this build in the meantime, and that just takes forever. So let's just spawn it in here. Here we have it, Forever 21. Just kidding. This is the 21st iteration of the ship. Do you like pause time? Can you notice this beautiful shield detail I have designed? It kind of looks weird, but also not. You can see the angle is actually straight. It just looks like it's pointing upwards. Isn't this shape very beautiful? I'm extremely proud of this shield shape. In any case, look at the decorations. Isn't that nice? And we have a little turret sticking out here. The cram turret you saw earlier. Pretty powerful thing sticking out here, helping us with some firepower. We have railings, beautiful railings. We have inserted the stoner cram mortar. I have realized that I will not be able to fit 6 of these as intended, so I will suffice with 1 of them for the meantime, and we'll see if it does anything. What I do know is that we can't fit another turret here that's sensible, so we're gonna have the stoner here. Hidden in this little box here, we had to cut out some ammo, but whatever. The stoner is here, and well, now I am lost. Better. No. Oh my god. Anyways, the stoner is here, and well, from the depth camera you can't get used to it. So I hope it will provide some help with getting through harsh labs, but we'll never know. We're probably not gonna have more than 1, except if we have to. But you can see it's like clearly taking shape here. We have some stuff going on here and there. We have some... we don't have any new details here. The shield was like my main achievement, but of course, as you've noticed, we have the second laser turret in place. It is also a little bit off center, but in the other direction, to kind of give some nice little organic feeling to the thing. So we have a second completely not independent, but a laser output that's connected up to the same big laser system. I think that's pretty cool, having several lasers connected up to the different systems. And I've started to expand the laser here. Here you can see I actually have a little laser compartment down here to provide some help. I think that's a charge laser, by the way. It's like a Q1. So we have a Q0 laser, and we're gonna mix in some Q1 pulses there to really drill into the enemy. I have also inserted a little extra AI core, and this way to use the rubber tetras to kind of make it so that we can look inside the AI without needing to like tear everything apart. I think I learned that from Bell Kent in our Discord. A reason you should join. You can ask some people there. You can see it may look like we have connection to heavy armor, but we don't. We're completely insulated via rubber. Isn't that quite cool? And we can still access the extra AI targeter. So the purpose of this AI is to provide an extra targeting point, and I'm gonna connect up things so that we can utilize that targeting point. We are building on the super battleship, or the superior battleship. This is not the super battleship, it's only 2 million, I think it's a regular battleship, but that's just my scale. If you want my scale, join the army of GMODISM by self-assigning yourself Matros 3rd class in our Discord, and you can see my pinned message there with my classes. And I probably will add some type of approximate cost-ish thing to them, or size or something like that later on. In any case, here we have the last iteration of the ship, and this time we are actually going to build on the superstructure. So here we already have the next iteration of the ship, and we can't really see it, but we're going to go through this little model and see if we find anything new. But about that, I also want to give a huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM who are supporting the channel very much on Patreon, and it helps very much. So a huge thanks to our Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenant Asteria, C2, Powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. It helps a lot. Oh, and we also have, of course, our stellar GMODIST C2 and our venerated GMODIST Powered by Greed. So that's super cool. You're also YouTube members, and you can support me on YouTube membership and Patreon as well. In any case, I hope you've seen the last episode, the finals of the Slabman challenge, because it was quite epic and we dealt out some cool rewards in the Discord. You should probably join the Discord, by the way. And you should definitely check that video out, because Kevin, with a 1 instead of an I, made a very cool blueprint of the Stridsjacht made by Setup, a blueprint desk mat we've made out of this. So do check that out and see what he created. It's a wireframe thing. It actually really looks really amazing. I couldn't do that myself, so thanks a lot to Kevin for helping with it. So let's see here. I'm trying to keep track, of course, what changed. Oh, look here. I forgot to do like this. Repair all, because I retrofitted this. But isn't that quite amazing? So here we have the start of the superstructure. And as you've seen from earlier models and earlier like drawings, actually, like actual drawings, you saw that in episode 1 and 2, you can see that we're gonna have a pretty big superstructure. And this is the base or the ground level of this superstructure. Right here, we basically have a thin layer of metal. We won't really have anything important behind the superstructure. It's mainly there to look cool, so yes, it will be a complete waste of material and it will inhibit my chances of making a ship that's really good combat-wise. But I'm also thinking that any shot that's aimed against the superstructure is a wasted shot. So it may fill some type of function there. And in the superstructure, this is going to be right-sider, so we don't need to have cram cannons on both sides. But this is, of course, the cast bronze goblin-inspired cram turret. You know, my ancient goblin turret. But a new model, the cast bronze thing, elite millimeters, very funny. And it's just aiming out of the side here, and the other side is going to be open, and this is also going to be some type of entrance thing. Right, here we also have some space for auxiliary detection. So nothing fancy, just some holes there so we can have some extra detection, because of course we want to make sure that we don't lose all our detection, and we don't need it for this side for obvious reasons. Yeah. Here we have the cram mortars. Them looking really cool. We got the decorations, really thin deck armor here, so that's probably somewhere an enemy could aim to deal some damage. It's like, is it like 1 layer of wood? Why is it 2 layers of wood here? Oh, because I have an... Yes, this is a really cool thing if you want to make things that look cool, and that's have like small elevation differences on surfaces. I find that helps very much. We have the laser output here, so of course we have 1 laser here, and we have 1 laser here. We've also connected up a LAM system onto the superstructure. So right now this is a only 120 meter range engaging LAM system. We have 3 nodes here and 5 nodes here. And we're of course having the nodes there and in front, but we're not gonna go overboard with the amount of nodes, because our laser, remember, it's connected up to the same system. The LAMs and the damage lasers are connected up to the same system. Some of it is spread out here. We have some extra ones there, a Q1 laser, and we have the main Q0 laser down here. Now we got the output going out to the side to deal some damage, and we have some auxiliary cram cannons right here, mainly to look cool. I don't think they'll get through to the Ragnarök at all, actually. Here, or many other ships for that matter. And we got another cram. This is a little bit more meaty. I believe in that a lot more. We have a diff gun stuck in here, so it just looks like this is kind of a, I don't know, an entrance thing, and we just rolled out a cram, no, a diff gun, a little APS manual loaded gun there. Right, and the tall pipe organs are going there. So I don't know, that's like where we're at. We have most of the weapon systems already placed down. I'm starting to think, as said, that I may need to change some of the hull point crams to pen depth frag, because that makes a little bit more sense. But we'll see about that a little bit later. And of course, we have some pretty nice shapes going on here. But we're going to build on the superstructure, so let's load in the next iteration. I never actually did this version like this way before, but this is so cool. We can see we're slowly like repairing up so we get the new blocks. And we can just do like this. And ta-da! You know the Vigoletta Marksman 5 firing the 67mm shell that we actually made into a water bottle, which you can be checked out into the store. I need to get my updated version. It looks very funny. I just thought it was such a stupid idea, so I'm sticking with it. 67mm is a hallmark of the Army of GMODIST now. And the Vigoletta Marksman 5 happens to be an extremely efficient turret. And I don't know, I think you've seen this before, I don't know why exactly, but I don't think sabot frag should be a good shell, because a sabot head decreases the damage with like quite a bit. The payload is down to like 25%, so it should really be pretty bad. But I did test side by side with regular sabot, armor piercing and heavy heads, and the AP frag variant did actually shoot through armor faster than the other ones. So yeah, there we have it. I wanted one of these turrets here because it's a really good turret to use to basically blast off important things on people's superstructures. This shell is also equipped with a tracer, as you may have seen, which means that it's pretty accurate. Here we can see the powerful broadside. Bam! Pretty nice, ain't that? So there we got that one. I really wanted this one, and of course it's not super well protected, but the turret itself has some, well, on turret heavy armor. So yeah. Then I also added some extra cram cannons. I'm not sure we're gonna stick with these because I think, again, a lot of the smaller crams won't actually get through to the enemy. Loads of people have really good LAMs and sieve systems, and these small crams are probably just not worth it, but if the enemies didn't invest in a sieve system too much, which you should not over-invest in, by the way, you should invest in dealing damage, but if they didn't do that, of course they'll help. So yeah, by the way, I just love this shield, ain't it very cool? Like the video if you agree. If you disagree, you'll unfortunately have to dislike the video, but it's important you press one of the buttons. Thank you. In any case, that's like the extent of that, so we're all gonna move on to the next iteration. Yeah. One thing that I just realized is that I placed down my integrated, insulated shields, smoke dispensers, munition warners, and laser detectors things into the hull here, and this is gonna make it a lot harder if I decide to update the armor. So I guess it will take a while before we actually update the armor. Excuse me, but what? Oh, never mind. Let's move on. Next iteration. But we've started to build the frame on this thing. So you can see I decided to go with some super cool black outlines, some more cast iron structural things, and trying to do some really cool shapes with overlaying some decoration blocks on normal blocks to get edges we couldn't otherwise. Something I newly learned to do and using all the time now. And you can see I'm really going for this kind of cast iron, like 1800s Industrial Revolution type of industrial frames, somewhat like that. And I really like it. I just love this shaping and look of things. I just love this black iron, like linseed oil finished iron. So we have the frame here. You can see it's super weird. We're gonna make this superstructure like actually go out over the turrets. So we're trying to make some kind of support structure for it, because as said, this superstructure is going to be pretty big. So yeah, that's like what we did there. I think that works pretty well. And I don't remember if this rudder is newly added, but I added that as well. We're keeping the cast iron feeling to the bottom, and we also have the connecting frameworks of iron going on here. And I do actually believe that this iron network is connected up to surge protectors to have some kind of EMP protection, so they just can't go anywhere. And of course, that we already looked at. But yeah, that's what we've done so far. And are you ready? I think you're. Okay, bam! Isn't that amazing? Look at that. I know I teased like this picture to the patrons and the YouTube members a little bit before, but now you all can see it. Wow. So, I don't know if you think wow, but I do. I'm really happy with this superstructure, because you might remember the name of the ship is gonna be Gimle. Let's dive into the story of what Gimle is. Again, it is a golden hole where the righteous people will survive the Ragnarök, okay? So it's apparently a golden and gemstone roofed hall. And I think this is a good beginning of a great feast hall, because that's exactly what it's going to be. The thought behind the Gimle is that this ship is so great and so strong that we can afford to have a really big deck of feasting soldiers in the army of GMODISM and officers that just sit as at this extremely long table with my newly designed chandeliers. Because of course we want to have chandeliers, don't we? Yes, we do. And they're just sitting at this really great table, having this amazing feast while the Gimle wins every battle. Especially the Ragnarök, so it, will survive the Ragnarök, since, that's the purpose of this golden hall. So they're just sitting here and feasting. The Gimli is doing and winning the battle, and well, that's the idea behind the ship. I'm gonna fix some gemstones in the roof too, see how I can design that, but it's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, we have windows going on here. I decided again to use all golden materials will be alloy to kind of get a nice difference. And if you like the chandeliers, remember to like the video. And if you really like the chandeliers, you have to subscribe. And if you really like the chandeliers, if you become a commissioned officer in the army of GMODISM, you'll get access to the prefab. In any case, we have the golden shields here on the sides that they're looking pretty cool, don't they? They're of course completely useless, but they look nice. And we're really going for this cast iron industrial frame all the way, unless where we have the gilded support struts. Right, so of course we'll be able to access the area from here in this part of the superstructure. We have a little staircase, and it's going up to this hall. I don't know what I'm going to do with this hall. Right now it's just a transit hall. Gonna have some basic detection in here, just because it's unlikely to get shot. We're going up here, and yeah, there we are. So I think I didn't add any. I think that's what we've been doing, like building on the superstructure. So let me load in the next iteration, because yes, there is more. And it's a bit more expensive but we added some cool stuff, like one of my favorite details. You see this? This is an actual ammo barrel, but I made it look like kind of a cram cartridge or something like that. Yeah, so I think that's pretty funny. It's like a round of big gun, and it's an actual ammo barrel. This will blow up, but it looks cool. I like that prefab. So in any case, I built a cram artillery piece for Ashes of the Empire we're gonna use sometime. If you've seen that, you've seen it in stream on Twitch, so sub there. Yes, that would be nice, but follow there is probably what you want to do. So in any case, what has been going on here? Well, we've been developing some details. We have some diff guns going on there, if I didn't show that last time. Like, honestly, I wonder why this is such a small difference from the last one. In any case, we started to add some cannons here. I think we should have some Age of Sail cannons to just have the right feeling. I have a couple of them there too. And yeah, let's move on to the next iteration. By the way, we found a place to put some decoys. So here we have a little radar decoy that we can kind of revert some missiles, because if they're aiming here, and if like the missile doesn't have what is it? APN or prediction guidance, it will go straight towards the ship like this, and it will like try to turn when it comes close, and then it's gonna miss. Very nice. The next iteration, and we're missing a big chunk here. Why are we missing a big chunk here? Well, that you will see in ta-da! We have smokestacks. Isn't that quite amazing? So we added these smokestacks here just for like aesthetical reasons, of course. They're producing smoke, and we get that broadside look. And that's known as the big boy when I was building it like last year. You've probably seen some videos about it if you stayed tuned for a long time. And if you did, thanks a lot for being with me so long. And hope you enjoy it. So these are some smokestacks. We have some ventilation and fire extinguishers and stuff that we can deal with them if they cause any trouble. But other than that, they're just really cool looking smokestacks that is of course putting up all the cold smoke from the steam engines somehow. Yeah, it's magic. But in any case, we can see that the superstructure has grown quite a bit. That's probably the main thing we should be looking at, not the smokestacks. Look at this. Here we have the captain's steering hut thing. And you may think that this is a really bad place to sit because you're absolutely not very well protected. And you are right. So you should probably have a captain here. And since we only have one captain right now in the army of GMODIST, I'm afraid that's you, Captain Y. You're gonna sit up here. Congratulations, you are being tasked with a very important and honorable mission. However, we are gonna invest in decent labs and okay anti-missile systems and some civs cannon, hopefully. Yes, indeed. You don't need to worry at all, Captain Y. You're very welcome. Be honored in this seat. And I don't know, Admiral Super Dave, I recommend you kind of hide down here somewhere. Probably a good idea. In any case, so that's like where the captain sits, very beautiful. And we have some control pads because I thought that maybe if we want to turn off like the smoke and we just want to make it not lag at all, I imagined we could also put a switch that turns off all the lights. Because I have some cool lights here, you can see there, and of course the chandeliers, they have light as well. And I've understood that light causes some lag, so that's why I want to have a global on and off switch for all lights and all smoke to kind of boost some FPS. Yeah, a lot has happened in this iteration, so let's, where to even begin? Right, so here we have some cool decorations. This is of course where you would board the ship. We have some rubber pads there so that you don't, accidentally damaged the dock. So you can just walk on top here. You can kind of tie up the land gang or whatever it's called. We have a little anchor too, really small one, but probably just to anchor some basic things. And you can walk in here and get access to the ship. So we're of course gonna have some type of walkway. We're not gonna have full interiors, but we are going to have interiors. Some basic ones so that you can access it at least. Right, we got them there, and we have actually exchanged some turrets here. I thought that the cram turrets in here was kind of a little bit wasted, So I updated them to the 8 meter tight Tetris Vigoletta sniper cannons instead. And this is a pretty good sniper cannon. It is a sabot sniper only, sabot head, dealing some penetrative damage, and I wanted this to not only deal sandblasting damage to superstructures and potential enemy turrets, but to also be able to help in shooting off barrels, penetrating turret head armor, and stuff like that. So yeah, then of course we have some additional things up here. I made it accessible using ladders, not the most glamorous, but it works. And then up here we have a new pack turret. This is the tri-pack turret, which was spawned beside the ship before, and I finally found a place for it. This is, if you remember, a pack, piercing, and EMP turret, and I think I removed the synchronization, so they shoot all at once. No, they're not. God damn it. They are going to shoot all at once. And hopefully they'll hit in approximately the same spot, which would be nice. We also got some surface era here. It's actually mostly for the looks, but also to not make one armor-piercing HE shell kill us if it hits right. Yeah. Which I should cover the entire area with the era, but it doesn't look cool. And I realized that my objective was to make a ship that's really good and works really well, but I'm starting to build a ship that just looks really cool, and I just have to pray that it actually works and it's actually efficient too. Here we have my anti-cram cannons. This is flak. These are flak cannons that shoot flak shells to the enemy. Yeah, I think so. Or this is maybe damage. No, this is flak cannons. We have a little detection turret here. This is completely EMP insulated. So if anyone like it, you'll have to shoot really well to get rid of it. EMP won't help you here. It's pretty insulated, and it has some basic nice detection. We have a 90-degree radar, laser tracker, camera tracker, 2 camera trackers. It has a lot of detection. I don't know, it has too much. But yeah, and up top we also have more decoys. We have some cool wires that are connecting the superstructure to the main area, and I wanted this just to look cool. I realize I haven't been very good at using these imaginary wires before, but they just look so darn cool. I just have to learn to start using them, and this is one of my first examples of doing that. Right, and up top here we have the idea that Azusa suggested in our Discord, and that was that we should have some kind of teasing system. So this is a laser targeter. It will target another part than the laser is targeting, just to tease the smoke, to dispense there too. Because if we dispense the smoke at all the places at once, the enemy's eventual LAM systems will also be handicapped. And if it doesn't get handicapped, well, then at least we are making the enemy use more materials than they would have done otherwise. So we're gonna switch up this teaser to a system that teases fast, and of course it's made to tease the lambs, so this is just a thumper head. It's a kinetic missile, just so that it doesn't get shot down by the enemy's anti-munition systems too fast. Alright, this is the next iteration of the ship. This is the 28th iteration that I've saved. And here we can see I added this super cool pattern on the shields. Doesn't this look super cool? So I added new colors. Instead of using the gold, I started to use a brass, and I made a bronze and a like silvery aluminium surface type look here, so that we can really have these shields that really looks up like some kind of weapon shields. If you're a commissioned officer, you may choose one of these shields as your own specific hallmark. Describe them in the comments which one is yours. In any case, that's what I added there. I think that looks super cool. We have, again, as I said, I wanted to have some basic detection in here. So we have some EMP insulated detection here that goes all the way around. Very handy. This episode we have really been focusing on the superstructure. A lot inside the ship hasn't, of course, happened. It hasn't happened much here. Some minor armor upgrades to internal armor, but nothing hardcore. Just some basic connection struts here and there. And oh, look, by the way, sorry, I just realized that I need to we'll need to do like this. Ta-da! Repair all. All right. So we have some small changes in here, yeah. As I said, internal armor upgrades. So because these engines were a little bit too exposed before, I added some basic internal armor. Just some beam slopes with some alloy and wood backing them up. Basic splitter protection, basically. But I think it's gonna help a lot, or actually I know it helps a lot, because we had an incident before where the crossbones, of all things, shredded some internal engines during some basic testing, and that wasn't really fun, so I thought that, god damn it, I have to have some internal protection against frags, so there we have that. And of course, we are also looking at a nice walkway system inside of here, so you can see how it's all accessible like this. And yeah, I think that's like the extent of the internal upgrades as for right now. Other than that, we have just focused on making this thing beautiful. And why I didn't show you this last iteration, this has been fixed. We added an anchor here. I thought that this isn't, of course, an entryway. This is actually the exit hole where they cast out the anchor, the proper anchor, so it sits there. We have some rubber padding so it doesn't damage the side, and railings and stuff like that. So I kind of imagine that the anchor chain is inside of there, and they just put it out of there, and they also have a little cannon that they can take out. So yeah, that is the Gimli so far. We've been using some more wires to connect things up, make it look a little bit more sturdy. Do you remember how we in last episode actually went over budget? Well, let me present to you the fix. We're just going to check this side out here. You see this armor here? 2 layers of materials and alloy and more wood. Isn't this a little bit too thick? Maybe we're wasting materials having a lot of armor here. Hint, hint. Ta-da! Let me present to you the new armor on the left side that won't be taking any fire if we're lucky. Look at this. I think this looks so cool. I don't know about you, but to get the same feeling as we got with the shields up here. And have you chosen your shields, commissioned officer? Remembered that you can choose your shield. In any case, we can see here that I've used the same colors, kinda-ish, a little bit, the bronze at least, to go through and have a little holy structure to the side here. I think it looks pretty cool, and it actually saves a lot of materials. Now we are 2.158, so we still have some materials to play around with. And this armor is of course very thin. It is literally look, it's just tetras. Yes, I've become one of the tetra people. That's really bad. We have some of them for connection. Otherwise, we just have like 1 layer of alloy. That's the extent of it. We have 1 layer of alloy as armor here. And on these stripes, you can see we don't even have like 1 layer of alloy. We basically have very thin, almost non-existent armor to the side here. So yeah, it's thin. It's thinner than thin. If an enemy comes... I shouldn't give you ideas, but... if a challenger tries to use missiles that will go around and come from the other side, I think we'll be in deep trouble, man. Look at that. Yeah, well, in any case, it's thin armor. It's not very likely anything will shoot us from here, but man, we've saved a lot of materials doing this, man. So much materials. So yeah, I thought this was a pretty smart idea. Again, the idea behind the Gimli ship is that we should only use materials where we need to. We should only armor where we have to. And the left side, we don't have to armor that. So of course, this upper layer is super thin too. It's like half a layer of metal, half a layer of wood, and then we have just one layer of, basically one layer of alloy down here. So I think that makes a lot of sense actually. And even though the thought behind the Gimli is to not armor more than we have to, I somehow decided to spend a huge budget on decorations, so it doesn't make sense, really. I'm a little bit hypocritical. I'm sorry, but you know, you gotta spend on design, you gotta spend on the looks. Otherwise, you know, no one will remember a sad-looking battleship that is good. Everyone will remember a good-looking battleship that's decent, I think. So I removed some lam nodes on this side because, of course, when a shot comes here, zoom, we want it to stop shooting at it when it's like out of range. So I think that's pretty nice indeed. I forgot to show these last times, but we actually have like access points now, so you can walk in here, and not here. No, that's only one access point. But anyways, we got the shapes pretty smooth, so that's one thing. Here we have the next iteration of the ship, and you can't see huge differences right now, but we have some small anti-cram missiles or anti-missile missiles going up here. I think that looks pretty nice. And if something appeared before and I just forgot to showcase it, then I'm sorry, but you know, I'll be able to show you everything eventually. So in any case, what has been going on here? Well, you can see the teaser. It was a little bit too expensive, 30,000 materials just for a big missile system to tease the enemy. So I exchanged that with the same type of system, but small medium missiles. And I think they'll do the same job, basically, because I frankly think that those large missiles wouldn't have gone through the Ragnarok anyways. Like, its defenses were pretty strong. I also did some small tests, and I found out that this big little laser box here, it wasn't really well protected. This hard shell, heavy armor hard shell thing didn't work. So I put some staggered era here for now, and hopefully that will make it not blow up. I added some hard shell on these, however, yeah. So we have the beautiful little structure here, we have a lot of empty space, and as you know, empty space is the best armor. Void armor is the best armor, because you can't get hurt when your enemy shoots at nothing. So that's why actually having big empty spaces is pretty useful. However, I would love to have water pumps in here. Man, that would just make me able to like remove 2/3 of these engines, to be honest. I don't need all these engines, I need them for floating, so it's really expensive. But if I'd removed a lot of engines and had air pumps instead, we're gonna lag so much that's gonna be unacceptable. Did I show this? This is an extra, I think I did. This is an extra targeter. Yeah, I did that like 2 videos ago. That's some time ago. Yeah, so that's basically like that. We have been making the shape of this really beautiful. I think you can see exactly how this ship is going to develop. And we have a lot of testing to do and a lot of things to try out. We're just gonna add some finishing touches, and then we can like think a little bit about which turrets and which armor we need to switch out, what defensive systems we should have or not have. In any case, I will give you some rules on how to build the ship if you want to send it into some official battles. However, I'm gonna do that next video, and you don't need to hurry, there is a lot of time. We have a long list of ships that are already existing, like the Turtle Lord, the Ragnarok, and like 5 others that we're gonna do battle videos with. So we're looking at 1 to 2 like extra month of time after this ship is finally done, which is probably a couple of weeks away anyways. So yeah, you don't need to worry, you don't need to hurry. I'm gonna give you a little set of rules to abide by if you want to send in the ship to battle this. In any case, let's move on to the next iteration. And have you seen all my beautiful golden details and lining here? Isn't this quite beautiful? I think I did a pretty good job. Like, this is a small detail, but I just think that small detail, that golden trim, just adds so much. Or the golden inlays between the iron and the wood. Maybe it's just me. Let's move on. What happened here? We're now 2,045,000. Yeah, we decreased the cost a lot on this. Why did we do that? Well, turns out the pipe organs, I did pitch this a little bit against the Meg, you know, for testing, and they didn't get through, and they shoot every 80 seconds. So I just thought that's a complete waste of material, go away, because they're not cheap, they're not super cheap. So they went away, and now we have a much cheaper ship. We've been doing some cost-saving measures because, of course, I want to be able to upgrade this ship to actually pack a good punch. We don't want to have anything on here that deals useless damage. This means that these crams will probably have to go as well, but they cost so little that it's not a high prio. It's not a high priority. Another thing that cost a lot was my darn laser box, and it turns out my laser box did not protect them well enough. Like, they had heavy armor surrounded by them, but it turned out that a shell could get through and detonate stuff here. So it was a little bit like, yeah, when just testing it a little bit briefly, shell penetrated, exploded the laser box. Like, one really good shot destroyed almost the entire laser system. So I realized that just has to go. We can't waste heavy armor or something like that. So I'm going to find another way to use this laser system, maybe put it somewhere else, probably spread it out to make us have some efficient laser protection. We also added some internal armor to protect these beautiful things, our turbines, because they could also get destroyed by a stray frag. Not very nice at all. So that has been fixed. And this has made our budget so much cheaper. What we also have been adding is adding some cool stuff in the superstructure. Staircases up here, so we can walk with staircases up here. So we can, where is it? Climb up here. So we can walk into here. And look, here we have an auxiliary little engine to provide some extra engine power if we have to. It also provides a heat spot, so heat aiming things might aim up here, which is, if they're accurate, ain't gonna do us much damage. And we have a little tiny electric engine and just some cozy-ish interiors. Then we can climb up here to this layer where we have nothing useful except some smoke dispensers and a beautiful little room. Like, isn't this so cozy? I think this room is pretty cozy, I don't know why. And then we can climb up to the bridge, of course. Very nice. While we should discuss important matters, we of course need to do more important things, which is more decorations. So we have the name Army of GMODIST Gimle right here, very beautiful. We have added some cool quotes and stuff. So here we have Army of GMODIST standing. Here we have, like, why not? Let's just stick some Latin on this thing. Here we have Acta non verba, so this is a ship of action, not talking. No negotiations here. And of course, Army of GMODIST Invictus. Very beautiful, which means undefeatable, which you probably know by now. Our golden logo, very beautiful. Again, we have I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh god damn it, isn't this ship too much? Yeah, it is. We have a beautiful decal. We got the black flag mark of the Army of GMODIST right here, super beautiful. Yeah, and that's like we have spread out these type of. We have it on this one too. We have these decorations here and there, and here we have the white mark on the army of GMODISM, which is the same file that's on my shirt actually. Pretty funny. AOG Invictus right here and here. So you can see we have been decorating this thing, and here too. Isn't that beautiful? When this ship comes, it's like, who's there? And they're like, oh shit. Or maybe not. That depends on how strong the enemy is. We don't know, we'll kind of win. Yeah, but we decorated this, it's really important. And of course we have the Army of GMODISM flag, which is hopelessly dark all the time. I don't know, like, it's impossible to light it up. It's stupid. I don't know why. From the depth, can you like update this darn texture to not be so dark all the time? It looks like a half rotten like potato sack or something. Can we like get proper fabrics, please? Or at least the option for it? Yeah, well, probably not. But there we have it. Beautiful decorations all over the place. And in the meantime, I added my super discount little turret here. It's not that cheap, but it's pretty cheap. It's a dual barrel stealth cannon. It's called a stealth dagger. It uses these ones and a not too high of a millimeter, only 1300. So the detection range for these are only 257 meters, which means that only crams should be able to attack it. I think that civs and anti-cram missiles will not be able to target it, hopefully. But yeah, that's what we've been doing. So let's load in the next iteration. And we have, of course, been working more on the decorations. Oh yes. Since this is the Gimle, the Golden Hall, we of course need some decent things in here. So I started to prepare the feast. Look at this. I made a little dish thing where we can eat a tiny little AI core with a small brain inside. Very tasty. So it's some kind of sushi for machine people with chopsticks and everything. We have surge protectors to you know, absorb those dangerous electric surges you may got nearby your Rambot, and some struts if you need some more support in your life. Any case, other than that, I outright stole. He's okay with it, by the way, I asked him. But I outright stole the beautiful drink that Setup has designed for the absolutely stunning Stridsjagd refit of the Slabman. And if you haven't seen that, you absolutely have to check out the Slabman Challenge playlist. It's so cool. But he basically made this awesome little drink that's what was onto the ship. As you can see, it's like some kind of gray machine fluid, perfect for Rambots. So I added that all over the place here. We have some extra AI routines and stuff like that. We got some ammo pieces, fuel, you name it. Everyone's taste can be met on this table. Even some spicy chaff thing. I think this is kind of like spun sugar for machines. In any case, this terminal is also Setup's design. I thought it was really neat and really small, so I did make a copy of that myself, and he's okay with anyone using it. So I've taken some of his designs for that, as well as he made this beautiful shelf with some drinks, and I did take that one too. It's a really beautiful little design. Just this is like 2 blocks of wood actually, but a lot of decorations just add so much to this. And a little drawer, also by Setup from the Stridsjagd. Yeah, so I really like those interior pieces he designed for the Stridsjagd. So again, I saved some of them to use at the Gimle too. Which is pretty nice, I think. Really cool designs there. And here too, I made a little table so we can have a co-pilot thing. Oh, here's the small chandelier, by the way, which of course we need up there, if I forgot to show that before. Inside of here, we also took some other designs, these again, and Setup also made a pool table, so we added a beautiful little pool table that he made for, for the stridsjacht, and I guess that the fine ladies and gentlemen dining at the Gimle should be able to go down here and play some pool, don't you think? I think so. Yeah. Nice decorations indeed, and we still have the cannons going on there, but I made them gold because that fits better. And of course, if you want to relax, we got Setup's relaxing areas. The little reclining sun chairs with a drink and a parasol. Very nice indeed. So yeah, we're really making this have a luxury cruise touch to it, because that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? A warship with a luxury ship cruise. That's how bold the Gimle is. I guess we're gonna eat that up pretty much, but that's our that's what we're going for. The army of GMODIST is nothing but pretentious and blown out of proportion, so it fits. GMODIST, stop giving away your inner strategies. Other than things in the looks department, we have upgraded some interior armor here. We have also been having some places where to have lasers. The laser box was simply too dangerous. I removed all the lasers from here. We can't stack them close to each other anyways. I don't know, maybe we'll have something else in here, because now this structure is pretty, like, it's pretty connected to the rest of it. We do have some pumps here. I think we have the laser core in here. No, we only have some small pumps in here, yeah. And that's the extent of it. Otherwise, it's an empty area. Just some extra auxiliary pumps and connection points. That's 8. And instead, I've spawned my beautiful little prefabs of insulated and armored laser pumps like this. Isn't this pretty nice? And we have some cool angles, so they won't get hurt by frags too easily, I hope. Like this one in the back, but more protected. Yeah, so there we have it. We have some of the lasers spread out. Right now the lasers is a little bit less strong than it was before, but that is going to be fixed. We have finally started to make this little walkway, so we have this little basic interior feeling. We added a little laser here, not very well protected, but we couldn't fit it. We added some lasers on the side vertically here, not EMP protected at all, but they are just behind the turret, so they will not be getting too easily damaged, because this turret is of course pretty well protected with heavy armor and angles. We even stuck a little area in here, so yeah, we have been working on making this laser a lot stronger. And since I realized the wiseness of protecting things behind the turret wells, which are really well armored anyways, since the right side is going to face the enemy, I putted my laser core in here. This is my new laser core prefab. All the commissioned officers can access them. And before I forget it, I will just give out a huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Venerated Lieutenant Powered by Greed, Lieutenant Asteria, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for being a higher member in the army of GMODIST. So in any case, let's move on here. We got some basic splitter protection and stuff like that going on there. I removed some of the battery because it was just a little too much. Because if you haven't noticed that, batteries are really expensive, man. And again, we're working on the interior looks. We got some golden stuff going on there, diff guns, and if we go in here. Now this is going a little bit too low, so I'll have to fix that later. But now we can go down here, go into there, and we just have a ladder down here, I don't know. We'll see how we connect that up later on. It's gonna be better when we're actually going forwards as well, by the way. And if we remove the GPU ocean, I think the problem goes away too. In any case, oh, I forgot to show these, but I added some small hydrofoils rudders in the back here, just to help a little bit with, well, like keeping the ship straight, even if we get a loss out of power. If we get a loss of power, we can still do that. Yeah, by the way, this is what I imagine a little entranceway for the guests to the big feast that come with balloon or airship. So we can kind of, or a kind of hovercraft, so we can kind of dock it here, is the idea. Yeah, so I believe that's so far as this iteration goes. So let's move on to the next. And before we move on, this is version 33, by the way. 33! Oh, no, I mean iteration 33. Like the version is closing into 100. But the iteration where I've saved that it has been changed long enough to get a new like save, because every time I build on this thing and I made something major that I think is worth taking up, I do a new manual save, and it's just a number higher than the number before. So this time I saved it as 33. Well, version 33 with a cost of 2.11 million. We will do a little, we're just gonna spawn in a megalodon to see this in a little bit of action, because in next episode we're going to go through and see which turrets will stay and which turrets will go. Did I show you this golden trim, by the way? Isn't that super cool? I think it is. So yeah, let's load that in, and we're going to look in future episodes on changing out and switching out turrets if we need to. We do actually need to change some of them, but no spoilers. Let the battle testing begin. So right, we're following the crams here. Ooh, and these are hollow point crams, most of them. We're gonna see... Big miss. Let's see here. The laser is really frying stuff off here. Yeah, we have a pretty powerful laser. Damage B. Yeah, that should be it. Oh, there we have it. So here is my sniper cannons. They're shooting underwater. Alright, see there. And there we have one, two, no? Well, they only shoot every 10 seconds, we'll see. We have successfully turned towards the enemy at least. Ooh, I'd suspect we will not be able to deal with these incoming missiles very well. We don't have any decent missile defenses as for now. And you can see it deals some pretty big holes in our armor here. That's probably torpedoes. Ooh, scary. Look at that. Oh, we're actually outrunning them. That's beautiful. So we're just gonna check. We have a speed of 36 meters per second. It's not uber fast, but it's not slow either. It's a pretty decent speed, I think, especially since we are maneuverable at this size. Somehow we got some damage here. Cram cannons has got some barrels shot off. They seem to be aiming towards the enemy. Yeah, they have them in scope. That laser seems to get prio over the other ones. I wonder if the other laser's connections got damaged or if the laser just ain't strong enough. It's probably not strong enough. There we have some Q1 shots too. We have engine power still. So before we had a little bit of a problems with the engine power running out, I know. So I added more engines. That kind of upped the budget for that. The pack is going on there too. And our crams are going through here. Yeah. So I think we should turn off this damage debugging. Clear all. There we go. Let's check what's happening here. The laser is doing a decent job, I think. Really digging through there, despite the smoke. I don't know how much smoke the Megalodon has, actually. But of course, the Megalodon is a bit cheaper, but it's good to know we can actually beat this thing. Like, the Megalodon is no match, but we are also a good bit more expensive. I think in the next episode we are going to test against the Ragnarok, and from that information we'll be able to know what we're gonna do with the turrets. Because I do believe that these hollow point turrets don't really do optimal damage. So yeah, there's that. So this time we're gonna test out some of the turrets and see if they may be worth it or not. But first we have the great benefit of actually testing this with the Ragnarok, because of course that's one of the ships we want to beat. So of course right now we have no data on the hit rate on the turret, but when we are shooting towards an enemy target we'll get an actual hit rate in a percentage, so we know approximately how often our shots actually hit the enemy. So we're gonna spawn in the Ragnarok and we're gonna see if we can beat it by like one part, but also which turrets are doing a good job and which turrets are not doing a good job. The Ragnarok is not the only ship we want to beat. I do think we should probably be able to beat it with our current design, but that's a bold statement, GMODIST. But anyways, let's spawn in the Ragnarok and we're gonna see. The battle is online. Right. We need to follow these. These are some scary shells here. Let's see here. We're shooting. That's some sabots going on there. So the first shots coming out here, they are sabots. Well, we see where they go. See if... Oh. Bam! It's penetrating pretty deep into this turret here. We have some of the sieve system they're just bursting through. I never realized the... Let's see here, that's the kinetic sieves, isn't it? Yep, sabots, isn't it? I didn't realize the kinetic sieves was a like burst gun. That's like an inaccurate cloud. Ooh, this is interesting. Here we have a cram shot. I think we can go up to full speed actually. And I think we're gonna do damage debug. We got the pack coming in there. Ah, that's beautiful. Okay, so here we see my under subsurface sabots. Oh, beautiful. This is exactly why I designed them. I want them to be able to shoot into the engine compartment here. And they do that all right. So we really want them to be able to take out some important stuff down there. We're getting new holes popping up there. Now we got the full broadside. We are into degraded mode. Not surprised. You can see that sieve system is they're taking down my cram mortars. But my cram mortars were actually on spot. They would have hit. The laser ain't doing much damage because we have so much smoke. It's doing something though. Alright, let's see here. The crams, they're going through alright. Right. They are indeed. And we have dealt a good damage to the turrets there. The pack is still alive, so we have some pretty good health on the pack, it seems. Now they somehow targeted the top here. That's very interesting. So we are shedding bits, of course. if we check the menu here, we can see that Ragnarok... Oh no, the Ragnarok is actually in the lead in terms of health points. One of our big cram turrets is dead. Alright, that's not good. We have to investigate that. Right. So, as suspected, no damage has been dealt to the side that's, well, not meant to combat the enemy. We have some pretty damaged steam engines there, but they're not connected up all to each other. We have some good ones here. We have engine power still, that's good. Now this is open of course, but the damage type makes it unlikely that we'll be hurt. Alright, this laser compartment is hurt. This one too, but not dead. Oh, this is dead. Yeah, okay, damn it. Seems that maybe I'll need to protect my lasers more. Right now we can see that the thing that did the damage was that the damage was dealt to the turret block itself. So that's a very nice and lucky hit. That we'll have to anticipate, of course. The shields are doing a good job, it seems. Most of the shields are online. We have the heavy armor beam slow band there. Are we having yeah, we got good battery power. Let me check here. Our engine power is going down. Let's fly with these for a little second. See what's going on here. And they're 200 mil, so I guess they'll be detected pretty soon. They are not shooting slower if I remember. Bam. Yeah, it gets... Oh, bam. That one is actually... Kill that cram one. So, our penetrating stuff is definitely shooting through here. But I think we should clear that away now. So, some of the turrets are pretty hurt. But just straight off the bat, it kind of feels like these cram cannons, the hollow point ones, they have a lot of health, and that's good and all, but they just lack that really heavy cram type of damage that we just absolutely love. That cram type of damage is just pretty beautiful. It can make the enemy's ship explode from within with having an armor-piercing frag model. I think we'll need some of those shots. So that's definitely something we'll have to look at. And of course, they're not toothless. They have a tiny bit of EMP2, but the other type of damage we can deal with crams are just so much more. And we have them divided up in 3 barrels, and that adds a certain type of redundancy, but it also makes that the total shell health of the shell itself is lower, which means that more of them got shot out. If it was only 1 barrel, I think we could get away with having a lot more chemical in there. The stats are as this, 88 to 88 percentages. So it's pretty even now. Okay, well that's at least more hopeful. Laser, it's doing its best to fry, and oh, this turret already looks pretty sad, man. I wonder why. And we'll also need to fine-tune the AI targeting and stuff like that, because right now it's... I think we'll need to focus the laser longer at each spot, especially with the smoke, to really make sure that we dig through, drill through rather, burn through a deeper hole. Yeah, seems that those crams ain't getting really through, are they? I think the levels we get from the turrets in terms of stats, we could actually probably check them right now. I think the levels we get here is the number of shots that actually were hit. So that means if the enemy took it out with lambs, it's not showing up on the list. Here we can see this deep cannon, this penetrating thing, hits 78% of each shot. I think that's pretty good. Oh, wow. 100%? Damn. It has hit every shot. That's interesting. Cram cannon here. So how much is getting through here? 42%. 45%, 63%. Man. So even though we have so much... Yeah. That's interesting. Oh, by the way, for these ones, the health was a little bit decreased. I added some high explosive and frag. And I added the defrag in a really sharp spread, I believe. Or is it? No? What is this? This is so weird. This is so... This is weird. Okay, they are a little bit mixed. It doesn't work. So the health is a little bit too low. We'll have to test these out, see how much damage they actually do. I thought I may have mixed it up with another iteration there, but they are not getting through a lot of the time, or they're not accurate enough. And how about these small ones here? Well, here we have 11%, 22%, 0%, man, okay. Okay, that's bad. This one, 12%, 37%, well, these cram cannons here, they probably need to be switched out. They're not doing much, are they? This one here, one shot fired. Not even hit. How are we doing down here then? This one is 0%. Yeah, okay, this one has to go. It doesn't do anything. It just doesn't get through the lambs. And this one here then. Alright, what are we doing on this? 41%? 56%. I think we're aiming these at above the superstructure, so I guess some of them can miss, but they should deal some pretty decent damage. Our favorite Vigoletta, 85%. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, that's a stayer. That's a stay turret. How are we doing at the stern cannons here? Now we're missing one. 35%, 42%. Yeah, well, we're tanking some health points with having loads of shells in the air, but man, they're not getting through. 69. Nice. Oh man, we have sync on these. That's bad. Okay. We need to make sure we remove the sync. I think the cram system has, in any case, done some decent job at distracting the Ragnarok's Civs cannons, because when they are turning to point upwards, and oh look, we won the bell. Okay, that's amazing. Well, we are stronger than the Ragnarok, but I feel that our cram cannons are a little bit lackluster, and we didn't win as fast as we should have. Well, that's good news, at least. That's good news. But I do feel that some of the stuff here is a little bit lackluster. These cram cannons are just not really packing it, if you know what I mean. That's a bad joke, GMODISM. Packing, come on. Anyways, this damage doesn't say much. I wonder why this one is prioritized. Oh well, doesn't matter much, does it? 3 of 5 shells hit. Well, I think that's some decent damage done here. We don't have to keep them, of course. 40%. That's bad though, 40%. The pack cannon. Alright. Hit rate 100%, 92%, 64%. I think that's good, man. I think that's good. Okay, good. And our pack cannon is still alive. We lost engine power, by the way, but whatever. 40%, 60%. Yeah, well, that's diff guns. I'm not really sure we need them. I'm not sure they actually do much in terms of winning the battle for us. Do these have a hit rate? Shouldn't they? Maybe they just don't reach. How about you? Nope. Well then. 5% of... Okay, they're not reaching the target very often, are they? I'm not sure even this is a worthwhile... like a worthwhile cost to spend on teasing the smoke. I think in Ragnarok in particular, I think it just always dispenses its smoke. Well, I think we'll need to find some options to these turrets, so we're going to dive into looking at turrets. I have worked a little bit on our cram turrets. And I have found a solution I think works pretty well. So, this is the Crusher, and I have updated it to suit our needs a little bit better. This is a new turret which will be added to the ship. This is the Detonator, and it is a 1970mm cannon, and it's a single barrel, chemical, big cram. This is one of the more classical crams that a lot of people are using in big tournament battles, and since I found that having multiple barrels makes it so that each shell has lower health, which makes it more likely to get taken out by the lambs in the end. And I'm hoping that when having a big one here, you can see that the shell health is almost 180,000, and I think that's gonna be pretty hard to kill. These shell health I've added and changed a little bit, so its shell health is now kind of in the 140,000 as we had before, and the middle one is in 126,000. I think that's more because the previous version on the ship, their health was a little bit lower. So in any case, let us show what are these type of cannons now. This one, which we have here, the Detonator. No, this is the this is the Crusher. The Crusher is still a hollow point system. So we have hollow point here, and the previous version we just saw on the cannon, I don't remember if it was hollow point or not, but the original one was hollow point, and then it got changed for some reason. So these are hollow point systems, yeah, and they're loaded out in a little interesting way. I added them to have frag, and as I said, I set the angle to 1 degree. And I got a little bit confused before if I already did this or not, and I didn't, and it sucked. And this means, from the future, I can tell you that this works a little bit better. I think, at least. Sometimes it's hard to know. But I set it at an angle of 1 degree, and of course this makes the frags super weak, but this is a hollow point, and the shell will detonate at the armor surface. So I'm really setting this up to work a little bit as a shaped charge with max pen. So it just penetrates as deep as possible with this 1 degree angle. We also have a tiny bit of EMP to deal some slight EMP surface damage. And the other ones, they are set up in a similar way. A little bit of EMP, a little bit of frag, and frag 1 degree of course, and EMP there. So yeah, and the EMP they are dealing, it's 2000 damage, so if we hit near a detection component, we should be able to take it out. Now, to the Detonator, it's 1970mm, mostly because I think it's funny. There is no real reason why I skipped some 30mm. It's just, you know, I like to have that. I think it's boring when all APS cannons are 500mm and all crams are 2000. Like, I want some variation, even though it's more like in my head. But in any case, this is a 150 degree, so wide angle frag cannon. We have a tiny bit of high explosives to really clear out some blocks exactly where the detonation takes place, but other than that, it's a big fragger. And having the frag angle as large as this makes the fragments very powerful. We have 51 fragments with almost kind of 120 damage each. These are gonna kill some blocks, are they not? Yes, they are. And I think this is detonate from first impact or something like this. Wherever I have the fuse. I don't know where I have the fuse. Is it kind of here? No, oh, there it is. Right, so here I put the fuse and it is time from first impact 0.09. And I set that up to be approximately exactly what I want to deal some damage towards enemy battleships. So we don't want to penetrate too deep, we just want to penetrate deep enough. So we're gonna do like this, and we are going to slow down time, and we're gonna fire these ones, so we can see what type of damage we have set up. Bam! Now, this one may be penetrating a little bit too deeply, but I kind of imagine that this will be pretty decent damage if we are penetrating a battleship with some stronger armor than this. This is one layer of heavy armor going through like that. Just some metal and wood here. And I don't remember exactly how thick the Ragnarök is, but I think this would be kind of in the middle of most battleships. So that's why we have the detonation taking place there. Now here we can see at the hollow point cram, of course, the combined output of this cannon is a lot more health than this, because this is effectively like, what is it? I don't know, it's like 300-400-ish K. So all of them are not going to be taken out. And here you can see the detonation is taking place here. This entire chunk, it was a pretty, only 2 layers thick, but all of these blocks in the surface were destroyed, and the fragments went through and dealing some deep penetrating damage. I'm suspecting these will do more successful damage on a real target than on this dummy. So I think that should be a good combo for our cram cannons. A more classical doomer and a little pseudo heat shell, kinda. This is the Vigoletta Marksman sniper turret you saw at the side of the ship, and I'm not exactly sure how much damage they do. We can see they penetrate. I think this should be probably penetrating enough to deal some damage to a turret. So I think we're gonna make these aim over water. And this is just a sabot head. But yeah, we're probably gonna make these aim over water because they are dealing good damage, but they are not going to be able to penetrate like the side hull of an enemy ship. I think they're a good fit in there. We're not going to test all of the tiny turrets. We're going to take a decision on them only, or like solely, dependent on how big of a percentage the shot actually hit. If they didn't hit very often, they will just be removed. So don't be surprised by that later. This is in any case the Arqueballista Invictus. Oh yes, I already knew this by the way. But I just wanted to show you here an extra time. They are very well capable of shooting through most hulls. And these are definitely a keeper. I definitely think they were able to disable the Ragnarök's engines pretty decently too. And were one of the factors that made it sink in our little test earlier. I only have one pack turret by the way, so I always forget its name. But it is called the Triad. The Triad. So we're gonna test this one out too. We of course need to damage. Clear all. Repair, and we're just gonna... Excuse me? Excuse me? My god, they're acting super weird. I replaced them, let's see if they work now. Like, these worked actually pretty well in the battle. They hit almost every time, some of them hit every time. So, okay, let's see here. Ooh, the piercing ones are actually going through, man. That's pretty cool. Each of these turrets only cost... they only cost 30,000, by the way. But man, I didn't expect the pierce one to go through like that. That's cool. We're dealing EMP damage, we're doing some impact damage, and the impact damage is a little bit lackluster, but I'm kind of thinking if we hit the small turret, we can just delete it if we hit it with some. Yeah, I think that one gets a pass, and we only have one of them anyways. This is one of the cannons we're gonna replace some of the cram cannons with. I'm just gonna show it to you. This is the slightly updated version of my Fang turret. Let me see here. Is it Fang Mark II APS 49mm? It's a pretty old turret. It's one of the oldest one I have. Which makes me remember, huge thanks to all of the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who are supporting the channel. Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Venerated Lieutenant Powered by Greed, Lieutenants, Regular Lieutenants Asteria, Lieutenant Tyler Russ, and Lieutenant Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. And you can of course access this together with my cadets. You can also access all my files. But it is a sabot head mixed with a charged head, whatever is that called, heat shells. Now we are up to against heavy armor here, so of course this is not our optimal target. I'm more thinking that we should be able to kill some turrets by shooting the turret heads. This is of course a over surface sandblasting measure. But anyways, that's just an idea. I think we're gonna stick them there. Before we look at the next iteration, I'm going to show you the rules here. So, you will have plenty of time to build your ships, because there are gonna be a long time before this is actually out and we are taking submissions, but the submissions will be open, so there is no deadline, there is no need to hurry. But if you want to be an early bird and start building already, I've put together some rules that is most likely the rules we're gonna use. That's kind of pretty official. So I will reserve myself to be able to change these rules if I have to later, but these are the building rules. So please check out these little rules and you can start building if you want to be an early bird. If not, there are gonna be plenty of time for you to actually complete your ship and send it in. Don't worry. We're gonna have battle after battle after battle with this. As promised, the Gimli rules. So, these are just some preliminary rules. If you're an early bird that wanna build really early, remember the submission is going to be open. There is not gonna be a deadline. Their rules are a little bit subject to change, but it should be these basic ones. No cheese is the first rule. That means like no spin clipping, no internal propellers, no weird stuff like that, no cheese at all, like no big blocks of tetras to do aim point spoofing and stuff like that. Max 100,000 blocks, that's a pretty high block count, but you know, I need some kind of block count because sometimes people, the secret advisor, can go overboard with building out of only wood tetras, yeah. So that's why, 100k blocks. No extreme missile spam. So you can't have like several hundred missiles in the air at the same time. It just lags too much. Of course you can have big blocks of interceptors, but not like huge blocks of interceptors. And a little hint is don't use small, use medium. Small is not bad, but almost mainly rely on medium. They're also more efficient, by the way. Oh, and then we have no water pumps and no helium pumps. So no water pump or helium pumps whatsoever. Not a single one on your entire construct. It's banned. They lag too much. They make my game stutter. I'm sorry. I would like to use them otherwise too. Under 2.2 million cost, that means not 2.29. That means 2.19. So max. So max 2 repair bots. Yeah, No spawn drone, sub-object or detachment thing. You should not have two vehicles in one, basically. And lastly, no extreme sub-object span. So don't come with me with like having like 500 diff guns. It's just like too much. Keep the sub-object sensible, of course. These are big ships. You should be able to have many turrets, but no spam. It's a little bit subjective, all of this, but I'm the judge of it, so don't test my patience. I can refuse to do battles if they don't work. Like, if my computer lags too much when I'm trying to run the battle, it won't be a battle. So these are some rules to make it fair and to make the battle works.
Next iteration of the ship. Here it is. I've already started to replace some of the turrets. Here you can see we have the new detonator here and there, and we have the detonator here. Now, these auxiliary turrets, I completely forgot to check the stats on this, but I actually checked these stats before. And that's pretty funny. They are mostly hardener pellet, they're not very big, but they have a detection rate of 257. So they actually hit more often than you'd think, because its small diameter makes it so that the LAM system is not occupied with it. So these are probably gonna stay, by the way. I just forgot to talk about that. But they're pretty cheap too, so it doesn't matter. But there we replaced them there. So let us look at the next iteration of this little ship, because this is literally the only thing that was added, I think. Alright, here we have the next iteration. And a lot has happened. So let's dive into it. So here we are in our seat. Whoops, I'm just clicking the wrong buttons here. This one stays for now. I'm thinking we might remove this with some anti-missile missiles later, but we'll see. The pack turret does a phenomenal job, it stays. We replaced some of the diff guns. Here we actually have a diff gun that just looks so beautiful, and setup designed this one, and it is a Civs diff gun originally. Now I don't really remember if I changed this version to be a damage dealing one. I think I did. In any case, that stays there. So we have the cannons there, nice angles going on there. We have them sticking out at broadside so they hit the enemy more oftenly. And here we have the Fang we talked about before. It's sitting here instead of those cram cannons. These cram cannons here, they were a little bit too expensive and they kind of sucked. So I stuck some super cheap cram cannons in here too. I think each of these cost like less than 2,000. And they are only kinetic, and they are mostly here to look cool, to be honest. But since they have a small diameter, I think that they, like them, will not be very much prioritized, so I don't think they will be shot down too often. So that's what we did there. We have some damage dealing areas, and I have a fantastic detail to show you. I've added the gemstone roof, just as promised. Now the Gimle is really living up to its name. It's a golden hall with the roof covered in gemstones, and a very safe and nice place to be, thanks to the military powers it yields. So I think it looks absolutely stunning. Please leave a like for my artwork in the roof here. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah. So here we have it, the Golden Hall, a hall that is worthy of kings and queens. If you're a king and queen, you need to subscribe right now. In any case, that's the things we have added. I don't remember if this area was so cozy, but it is now. Yeah, that's basically that. Oh, by the way, this entranceway, look at that. Beautiful golden trim around the corners like that, so we can go in here. Yeah, we needed something like that.
So, what we're going to do is we're going to test this against the Setup's Turtle Lord, because I want to see how it survives a beast like that. We don't really have much in terms of anti-munition systems, so it's going to be very interesting. Beautiful Lagfest Turtle Lord, let's go. Alright, this is just absolutely terrifying, oh my god. So the laser is lasing, but oh, okay. I don't want to wait for this to be so scary. We're gonna speed up time to normal again. Ha. All right. We have some anti-missile missiles trying to deal some damage. Oh. That's a big taste of my own medicine. Cram my ass. That's scary, man. Ooh. Well, our pack is still alive. Man. Superstructure. This ain't a very nice feast anymore. There's like literally three shares left, man. Well, I guess only 3 people survived that, and it's the end of the table too. So I'm sure they're like low-ranking soldiers in the army of GMODIST. So we may have had some commanders that died this blast. Oh my god, KIA. Very sad. Any case, the next episode is gonna be about Civ systems. If you could have guessed that. Oh, here we got more of my own medicine. Cram mortars. How is the stats, by the way? Ooh, I'm only 1% behind. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but I think that these diff guns, they of course deal damage, but I'm not sure they deal enough damage to the enemy to actually be useful. If we'd compare that to actually making us not die from these very scary blasts of cram. We're still in pretty good health, but man. Ooh, you can see that that's just clouds of fragmentations. Our big superstructure does help us getting not too many shots at us with those diffs, but man, we're feeling pretty sad. We'll need to pause here just to see. Oh man, do you see how low we're going? We have engine power and stuff left, but man, these are some big holes. Sad turrets, sad lasers. Wow. Yeah, well, that deals some damage, that's for sure. As the pods are going on there too. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the bottom of the ship. I'm more worried about those cram detonations. I really think we're still going towards losing. Oh wow, they shot at his superstructure. That's so lucky for me. How are my crams doing? The Turtle Lord doesn't use any civs of any kind. Poor turtle. Meat red inside. Yeah. And we're doing with crams, of course, but it's really looking... Oh man, we're down to 88%. Yeah, we're definitely gonna invest in some civ systems. Oh, and this... We exposed that. That's nice, but I think our hollow points may not be the best choice against the Turtle Lord. Nah, not the best choice at all. I think we're slowly going towards losing this battle. That's what makes most sense. All the crowns are online too. We don't have anything to put against those. Ooh, that's a bad day for Captain. Captain Y, are you okay? I don't think Captain Y is okay. Well, he is okay actually, but oh, poor Captain. It's just his seat disappeared. And Captain Y is of course a commissioned officer in the army of GMODIST, so it's a real person. That's why we're worried. I'm sure he's hiding somewhere in the bow of the ship. That's the bow. The other thing is the stern. Yeah, we're losing this one. We need to invest in some good civ systems, no question about it. I'm gonna think a little bit on what type of mix of lambs, what type of mix of civs missiles, what type of mix of civs cannons we actually want. There goes the laser turret. And see what we can come up with. Because right now, I don't know, the lambs, I don't think they're delivering. In our Discord, Belkant even suggested we should just get rid of the lambs altogether and focus all of it to deal damage. But you can see the lambs is doing something in the frontier. They are taking down the mortars that are popping down there, and those are a bit scary. They really are.
It's me, not Mario. It's GMODIST back again from the other long country which you don't know the name of because you always mix it up with Switzerland. Post my country's real name in comments if you're smart. Anyways, we're back with building a battleship, and we're using the beautiful Rambot costume because you have told me that the droid costume is heretical. So I myself cramped into this space and it's very cozy. Anyways, this time we're gonna talk about civ systems, so I thought we should be looking at a couple of different designs I have been experimenting with. Right, so when we're trying to develop some kind of civs close-in weapon systems, we need to have a good mix of different systems. Now, these are 3 different ones. This is an old medium one. I updated it a little bit, but it's pretty efficient. However, I do not want to have too many sub-objects, so I think this might be a little bit too small. Then we have this really big design. This is kind of expensive, but it has loads of missiles and should deal pretty good damage. And then we have a pneumatic system actually, and this is proven to be pretty efficient. And if you haven't watched that, you should probably watch my empirical testing about pneumatic civ systems, because we can make a medium missile that has a much smaller reload time. So this is like 14 seconds each, and this is 10 seconds each. So of course they have limited range, but I think it may be actually be worth it. So we might use some missile systems, and then we might also use some kinetic type of system. This is original a flak civs cannon, and I want flak to be able to deal with crams coming in for the Turtle Lord. But then we have a kinetic civ system here. This one I've been pretty happy with in the future. In the past. It is the kinetic 49mm civs, costs 11,000. I'm pretty happy with that. And then we have this combined system I made recently, and I think this is pretty cool. I like this one a lot. But it's a kinetic, a flak system, and a missile system combined. But I'm wondering if this will be too many sub-objects. You may recognize this from Adventure Mode, by the way, which you should check out otherwise. Let's just spawn in something for the eyes to see. Here the crams come in. You can see they actually take some of them out. It's pretty cool. So, what I'm looking for is to deal all sorts of different types of damage. You can see that's pretty beautiful. We can blow up stuff there. We got the kinetic system popping in there, and the anti-missile missiles seem to be doing a pretty good job. The pneumatic civs can be a little bit hard to see because they're kind of not. They're a little bit hard to spot by the simple fact that, well, they don't show any thruster plume when they're fired.
but again they reload fast, so I think a pneumatic system could only be complementary. But I'm thinking to use some diff-sieve system to tackle crams in particular. So we'll see a little bit. I think we're going to skip small flak like this one, because small flak will just not be able to deal the type of damage we're looking for. Here we have a couple of flak diff guns. So these are diff-sieve scan, and I'm particularly happy about the Vigoletta Skyfire dual system. I think it looks pretty cool. I added some decorations, of course. And it has, well, 8 shots in total, and then it's gonna be a long reload. And then we have the S-Corp smaller little system that's even cheaper, a lot cheaper. And then we have the little design we have gotten / lent / taken with his permission from Setup, which was present on the Stridsjakt. So, oh god, now they kind of blow up a little bit too close, but they are supposed to do their job. If we just reload, you can see that they actually blow up the shells coming in there. Bam, you can see that. That's pretty amazing. And since the Turtle Lord is firing swarms of crams like this, I think we need a couple of these flak diff guns to clear up the sky a little bit. And maybe we can make the lambs deal with the rest. That's the strategy in any case. I am thinking to combine it a little bit with some missile systems, medium missile system, because we want to keep the small missiles low to be able to like not have too many missiles in the air, because that will lag. That was one of the problems with the Draconia. It just kind of lagged too much when we had too many things in the air at once. It was a little bit crazy with all those VLM small missiles. The needles, they were called. Well, in any case, I'm going to test and look at different missile designs, and we'll see what we can come up with. Right, so after some testing and some, well, building, but previously I have found some missile systems that I think excel a little bit more than the others for this application. Now these pneumatics, we're actually having a pneumatic system here, and it's getting in a little bit later on. It's really only getting activated if the enemy is a little bit too close, if the shots are a little bit too close, so they may be wasted, but again, these are loaded each and every time the enemy shells come towards us. And this is the crossbones. We are facing Turtle Lord and other designs, which are just so much more dangerous, but you can really see they clean up the sky. And even though these are tiny pneumatic shells just firing out two more, like, they're so simple, it's like they're so basic. But you can see they really make a little cloud that just appears in the air here, and whenever there are target crams close by, they will detonate into this cloud and really clear up a lot of those shells, and they will basically be in the vicinity each time a cram shot is fired. It's a very few cram shells that reload faster than every 10 seconds. So I really like them, and I also just like the idea of having a pneumatic sieve system. So you can see 3 of them are good to clean up the rest that comes in too close. Then we have this beautiful system. It's a high cost, high risk system. These are the Speedex, and they are using short range thrusters. They're going at like full force, they're going really fast, they're having some things that help them launch. We have turning thrusters, fuel tank interceptors. They're just built for speed. They actually don't have any pneumatic systems attached to them, do they? No, they don't. They can't fit that. But they are fast enough anyways, and they have this beautiful thing of really getting out some shells or really getting out some shrapnel into the air long before anything else is there. So now we have 3 of them. And let's see the cost here. This is the shred, that's the pneumatic system. It costs 9,000 materials each. And then we have the, it's actually down there. Orion Combined, Medium Missiles, SpeedX Intercivs. I think they're pretty cool. They do the job very well. And to combine with that, we have these beauties, which I have in an earlier testing video fine-tuned for hours to make these missiles have the most chance of actually getting onto a trajectory that will blow up and do some damage to cramshells. So this is a vertical launch system, a VLM sieve system, but they are medium, but they are still pretty maneuverable. You can see they're actually having time to go into a trajectory and deal damage to those cramshells, and I think that's pretty cool, because a lot of the VLM sieves missiles don't do the job against crams. So it was really hard to set this up, and if you want some tips on that, you can check the earlier video, but a little bit quickly. They're coordinated, they have a high APN guidance, they have turning thrusters and no fins, and a variable thruster. And the crucial component here is the start delay of exactly 0.4 seconds and a pretty nice, well, yeah, they're balanced like that. So I think we try to integrate these systems onto our battleship together with some kinetic sieves. We got the basic lambs and and we're going to use that together with some flak divs, probably a lot of flak divs, to deal some good damage. And I just want to give out a huge thanks to all of you who are in the Discord and keeping it alive. It's super fun, and if you're not there already, you should join. Also join the Army of GMODISM, because we're gonna have a challenge that requires that you are a member of the Army of GMODISM. And you can just self-assign yourself a Matros 3rd class, and you're in the army. And of course, you can also become a commissioned officer via Patreon, and that will support me very much too, from $1 a month and up. And about that, huge thanks to our commissioned officers, most notably Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Venerated Lieutenant powered by Greed, Lieutenant Asteria, Lieutenant powered by Greed, Lieutenant Vincent Veritas, and Lieutenant Tyler Russ. I said powered by Greed 2 times, I just realized. But, well, thanks a lot. So here it is. This is the updated version, and here you can see I've chose to install a Vigoletta dual barrel Skyfire flak diff gun back here. So we have 8 shots of protection there. Onto this side here, I don't know if I mentioned this, but the cram turret that was installed here was so bad. It was so bad I just had to remove it, and we replaced it with a well, a diff gun, dealing damage, very basic. It's just a shape charge. I'm not sure it's gonna get through, but we really need a turret there for looks. We might replace this with a flak diff gun later. But in any case, I did some interior accessways, so you can see it looks really beautiful now with the golden railings, and I don't remember if it's sometimes hard to remember what was added where. Look at this. The AOG BB Gamelab battleship commissioned by Lord Admiral GMODISM for the Army of GMODISM. Oh my god. The narcissism, tune it down. No, it's the part of the army. Constructed in the GMODISM Industries shipyard. Yeah, we go on. It's extreme. I'm sorry. Shipyards 1. Gimle is the golden and gemstone roofed hall where all the worthy people reside during the cataclysm in Norse mythology. So there we have the story behind the name. Isn't that pretty cool? Yeah. In any case, I think it is. And yeah. Anyways, about the Skyfire, we have the Vigoletta Skyfire Durable. 2 of them in the front here too, because we really want to keep the skies clear. We also got a couple of diff guns there as before, We retain this system because it feels so integrated. I don't know if it does much, but what the hell. And here we have the S-Corp flak getting mounted there to shoot some shells from in front of us whenever we're spawning, because we're gonna spawn nose to nose. We also have the setups, beautiful little manual diff gun here. We've got 2 of them and a little tiny cannon for the looks. And I've added one to the side here to get that broadside action protection. And we added one down here together with a couple of S-Corps. So yeah, now that's the extent of it. I think I'll need to add some of the... I think I need to add some missiles too that really keep us covered. But we'll see about that a little bit later. We're just gonna do some basic testing, of course. Gemstone covered hull. We also updated the decorations inside of here. We just loaded in a little bit of a stronghold just to see how we're dealing with this little crème barrage here. So the crème barrage of the stronghold is not the scariest thing in the world, but if you don't know how to protect yourself against crème barrages like this, Civs diff, they can be pretty scary, especially if you don't have any lamps or anything. Bam! There we can see, isn't that quite beautiful? Now it would have missed, but we got some style points, don't you think? Alright, so we'll access the intakes here. We can see this is, I think it's 500 millimeter. Unless it's not, but if it's 500, we have a flak damage of 30,000. So that's why you need a lot of hardeners, by the way, so that you can make sure... Oh, it's 450. Yeah, well, in any case, that puts our damage of this flak shell to 26,000. But on this particular turret, and the flak radius is 64 meters, so if we shoot at the center of the cluster, we can probably get rid of it, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, that's why we put a lot of hardener pellets, and why we have some hull points on this middle turret here, just to deal some extra damage against the incoming targets. Now, I don't really want to protect against torpedoes and stuff like that, because that feels a little bit boring, but we might need to do that. We can see we're still at 100%, we're protecting pretty well against those crème barrages, since we do have the nice radius of the flak. But keep in mind that most of our flak guns only have, what is it? It's 5 shots. So I don't know how much how long it takes to reload. Oh my god, we don't have any defense against these torpedoes, man. Ugh. Okay, yeah, I don't want to have torpedo defenses because torpedoes are better to outrun, and we're pushing like 40 meters per second. But you can see they're doing big holes in our armor here. Now, we don't have anything important at that part of the armor really, but man, it's a little bit annoying. It would be nice to maybe have some missile to just slow them down at least. You can see we can outrun some of them, but not all of them. Darn, and this missile actually hit... Yeah, that missile actually hit us in the side there. That killed the turret, so it did damage. We might need to have some anti-missile missiles for sure. But in any case, about diff guns, the normal ones have 5 shots, 1 in the barrel and 4 in the ammo inputs. And if they have a reload time, the enemy scram cannons of say 25 seconds, we do have more than 2 minutes of being safe from their damage, basically. If we have like 1, yeah. If that makes any sense. So, I think that it's pretty worth it, and for the Vigoletta Skyfire, now they fire at once, but they have 9 shots in total, 8 from... No, they have 10 shots in total, of course. What am I saying? So, that should deal a lot of damage and really clear up. You can see they fire in succession, bang, bang. And of course, the turtle already spare set up, so its cram cannons are much more scary and we need a lot more damage to deal with them. I really think we're gonna replace this teaser up here with something a little bit more scary. What? We got a torpedo that gotten the damage to the other side. But because it's so much empty space, it didn't kill anything critical. That's pretty funny. Well, in any case, we're gonna add some more systems and check the next iteration. And there we go. I went to go with the SpeedX on top here, so we should have some nice cover there. And I integrated the beautiful actual VLM system, but I figured we might as well point them towards the enemy. So we have a little VLM system integrated here, and caution tape so you don't stand in front of them. There's the decoy, and we have a couple of diff civs there too now, so we need to spread them out because some of them could get shot out. I noticed when I tested that a little bit too off screen. Now, if we have to, we could change this to diff civs, by the way. That's an easy fix if we need to. And other than that, I think that's like the most of it. But I do think I actually updated the share during this thing, so you can see I made a beautifully designed custom share for Captain Y sitting in the commanding position, steering the ship. A little bit more scary position to sit at, but you know, we can't put the Admiral at a dangerous place like this, so I think the Admiral will probably sit here and just chill. Or if it's smart, maybe not here, maybe like, I don't know. There is no good places to stay really. Oh, I know. Maybe we can make a little share for Admiral Super Dave in the compartment. I think that would be great. Yeah, well, in any case, we have done that. Did I add something in the inside? That's something I'll need to check. It's like I'm building all over this ship, so sometimes it's hard to remember if I fixed something. I upgraded the laser by sticking some more units somewhere. I do know that. Question is exactly where. That's more of a mystery. However, I did notice that there were a few problems, like some of the diff guns at my offline testing were actually blowing up shells a little bit too close to our structure, so we did damage to our own blocks. So yeah, we're gonna move to the next iteration because I already know what's wrong with this, and that is some diff flags are killing us, literally shooting off blocks. Not good at all, and the safety distance I set for them apparently doesn't matter. I don't know why. I think it's just that the fail-safe margin can't be wide enough or something. I don't know. It just doesn't work, the placement of some of the turrets. So, the placement here, with my offline testings, I noted that this exact placement was pretty rarely getting shot at, because I think it's like in the outer edge and there is pretty low risk that anything shoots here. So I removed the diff flak and replaced it with another one of the SpeedX systems because they're pretty nice. And I did remove the diff gun up here because it was too good of a placement for a diff gun, because again, this placement also didn't got shot very often. So inside of here, I could fit a little nicer shield and nicer interiors. Look at this now. I think it looks a little bit more glorious. And I even added a sleeping matros of the army of GMODIST there. Maybe it's you, who knows? Maybe it's one of you. And we also have a little symbolical docking station here. Now this won't come with a drone, but I figured if this is gonna be a land gang for like airships, we should absolutely have a docking station so we can make it possible. Well, in any case, that's not really what we're talking about. We are talking about civ scans. This kinetic civ scan was a good complement to combat big incoming missiles and also crams, so I figured 11,000, let's stick it in here because I like it. Yeah. Somehow I removed the green light because the red light is... Did I mix this up? Please tell me in comments if my placement of the lights are correct. I think that I think that this side of the ship, which is not starboard, port. I think port is red and starboard is green. The green disappeared, but whatever. Yeah, so that has happened. Now, there has been some slight changes too. We added some extra boosted interior armor because some stray frags were just ripping up stuff. And we finally put the armor on the AI compartment so it's safe. Admiral Super Dave, do you want to share inside the AI compartment? Tell me. Admiral Dave, do you want a little hut that you can stay in? A little admiral's hut at this particular space? Because I realized I don't have anything to use this space for. If you want that, please tell me in the comments or in Discord. I think it would be funny. But in any case, we added some basic interior armor there. And yeah, I think that's the extent of it. However, there is a few more problems that we need to tackle, and it turns out that these flak guns actually shoot each other sometimes. I did remove the diff gun that was dealing damage there because it was just getting in the way, and I just have these two flak guns, but it seems that these two flak guns blow up each other half of the time, so I'm unfortunately will have to remove like this one. Then we are still having a little bit of trouble with this cannon. It sometimes blows us up. So yeah, I'm gonna do some more testing and do some slight updates. But good news, we are finally having the pneumatic system on a serious battleship. So here we have it, the pneumatic little, I can't remember the darn name on my own. This is the shred. Yes, the shred system has been installed. Is that not quite beautiful? It is, very nice. And there is another issue we have. We are over budget. We're 2.208 material. And that's like 10k at least over budget. Because I don't want to be cheesing my way to like the finish line. I want to have a decent end cost. So we're a bit over budget. We'll need to fix that. Let me present to you the discounted fixed version of the previous iteration. There it is. We have a little double sun bed there, but we only have one of the Vigolettas here because we don't want them to blow up each other. That's just super sad. Okay. Other than that, what do we have? We got some different types of diff civs. You can see we have removed the problem shy that was there. This one, we were able to fix that one and that one with having just limitations on how they can aim. And other than that, we're looking pretty smart here. It's working perfectly fine, and I'm trying to remember how I decrease the cost because we are now under the limit. We're a little bit too close to the limit for my liking. It feels cheese almost, even though it isn't. But yeah, we are under. We're within budget at least. I added a green light, by the way. So that's nice. We're having a ship that should work, should have defenses, and it's under the budget. But we're going to move on to the next iteration with some small fixes on it. They are so small they're not really noticeable with the eye, but it's more like lamps tweaking. We have been tweaking some turret movements so that they can't shoot where they shouldn't shoot and all sorts of stuff. We've been going through the system during some light battle testing just to see that it kind of works. But for now, I think we should end this video with checking out if we can defend ourselves against the Turtle Lord's cram systems, which I definitely hope we can do. Now the Turtle Lord is almost 200k less expensive. Oh my god. But the barrage is very scary. So we're going to stay with this barrage and see how our newly-ish set up LAM system is able to deal with it. Now the LAMs will take the power from the lasers when it's getting in close. They are not lasers that have much storage. They are more like a continuous laser system, which makes it so we can actually combine it with our LAM systems too, because our LAMs does take from the same pool. So here we can see the LAMs are taking, oh yes, bam, come on. We're getting in the closest ones. Bam. Here we see some flak diffs. Oh, do you see that? Bam! What a cloud, man. That's so scary. I'm very glad we got rid of that. You can see some Civs missiles popping in here in slow motion, trying to take on these very strong cram shells there. And they are of course filling the air with a cloud of sorts. Man, look at that! We got him! We got him! Amazing! Can we get this one too? No way. Are we gonna kill the turret? Are we going? No! Oh yes, we're so lucky. It misses the mark. Beautiful. Oh, that's an explosion a little bit too close to home. I hope that was us defending ourselves and not a mistake. You can see the LAMs are trying to do something. When the LAMs are doing something, our damage lasers are not doing something. But man, we can't tackle all of them. And that was probably very foreseen. We already knew that they couldn't take out all of them, but yeah. The LAMs are nice that they help with taking out these diff shells coming in here. And our diff shells are doing a good job at taking out the enemy cram systems. So now we have kind of seen how that works. No serious damage has really been dealt yet. We're gonna move up time to real-time speed and we're gonna see. But yeah, I think so far I'm pretty happy with this system. And we have the kinetic sieve system going in here too. Going with this barrage. Yes! Yes! We almost took out all of those cram barrages with our flak diffs. Ladies and gentlemen, are you having trouble with flak? No, are you having trouble with cram barrages? Flak diffs is your answer. And that's super nice. Okay then, that's good. One thing we do want to check, and that is which turrets hit or not. We'll need to do some fine-tuning and stuff like that, but I'm thinking this ship is starting to be a formidable opponent. It's not quite done yet. I do want to have a proper battle testing video. And we are within budget still, but we're really closing on the limit. What I'm going to need to try, I want to try if my cram cannons are worth it or not, or if I should use other cram cannons, or if I should use maybe only detonators and skip my triple barrel crushers. We're gonna see about that. But in any case, I think we'll be coming back next time. Ooh, our lambs are doing a nice job keeping out those mortars. The stats are pretty even, but we are in the lead, but we also have a material lead. And one thing I also want to try, that's probably to see if I can get the cost of this ship down to under 2 million. And that could be really cool, because then we could battle the Turtle Horde on equal footing. And I wonder, we don't have any air pumps. That takes a lot of materials to keep afloat, but the air pumps lag. Here we are, we're building on the Gimle Super Battleship, and it is quite big. This is the 41st iteration, so it is one update newer than how we saw it last time where we added the Civs systems. So I will be completely honest that it's only like 2,000 materials more expensive, and I'm not 100% sure what I added. I think it may have been this auxiliary diff guns at the side to protect against, maybe. Or it's not, I don't actually know, but it's a kind of small change, so it doesn't matter too much. If in case you have forgotten, I think we should do a little quick sweep on how this build looks like right now. Here we have the cockpit, we have the sleeping matros, and we have a lot of potential people in the army of GMODISM who is trying to claim that role, I think. In any case, here we have the middle deck, nothing going on here. We go down, here we have the other deck, we have some tiny extra energy generation, probably not worth it, but I think it looks cool. We have the anti-missile system thing there, and we have the way where we can walk down into the big hall, in case you missed some episode. Here we have a docker to dock airships so that we can walk on board. We have the lunch of the day together with all sorts of goodies that bots might enjoy, and a lost thing. Some beautiful assets we lent from Setup for his Stridsjagd design, and the little pool table area. We go down here, we have like an empty area with more drinks yet again. And remember, this is a golden feast hall that's supposed to, well, you're supposed to await Ragnarok from there, kind of. Now these connections, they look kind of weird. Why did I add them? I'm not sure if I completely... whatever. It looks pretty cool. We have the Vigoletta Marksman. We have the Arquebalista. We got all sorts of cool turrets going on here. So yeah. And if we look inside this portion here, we still have a very empty, big shell of a ship. If we go here. We of course don't use any water pumps because that lags too much, but I think you already know that. And I think my speed mode for going around is a little bit too quick. It's really twitching like that. I'm not sure if you like that or not. Like the video if you like it. Also like the video if you don't like it. More engines and some stuff like that. We have a tiny engine power problem, so that might need to be solved in the future, or we need to cut down on the LAM a little bit. We shall indeed see. Now here we have this armor here, and I think this armor has a little too high block count, and it's probably not really delivering. This armor is probably really good against heat shells, but against what we have it at now, I don't think this armor is really good, but in this episode we won't really change those right now. So then you might wonder, what will this episode be about? Well, let me tell you. Do you see the biggest turrets here? Yes, these two. Above here we have the detonator, and below we have the crusher. Yes. So the crusher is a 3-barreled design, and it has some penetrating plumes of frags. So it's basically some kind of heat cannon with slight EMP charges. And we divide it up in 3 barrels, which makes it so that it's less likely to get shot out of the sky using kinetic sieves. For the destroyer, we have a more classic Doomcram setup, and having all the payload in one shell makes it so that it's less likely for flak sieves to shoot down the target. And that's all in theory. And with this, we can shoot down, we can avoid kinetic sieves, and with this we can avoid flak sieves. But after the previous episode, which you probably saw, I came to the fun little conclusion that flak diffs is kind of superior. Flak anti-cram sieves. We can shoot down big barrages from the setup's Turtle Lord using them, and I suspect that we could use the same weapon to great effect to counter this ship. So, firstly, I got some crazy idea. Now, the detonator doesn't have that long of a barrel for its stock design, so I thought that it would be a cool idea to redesign this turret, short barrel standard version, to a slightly more expensive turret that's named after our honorable Army of GMODISM Admiral Super Dave. So we're going to use Admiral Super Dave's glorious status and insert that into a upgraded version of this turret. Now, it's really cool that this turret is more cheap. I mean, that's a really good thing. But I thought that if we only have one firing piece, it could probably be a good idea to not only have one layer of heavy armor protecting the pieces, but actually having some really thick turret armor. So we basically spend the cost. Since the Crusher is more expensive, then I thought, what if we make this turret as expensive? So we're going to update this turret, and you're gonna see in a moment why we do that. Alright, so the stats at a glance. AOG detonator, 90-70 millimeter cram class A cannon. And why isn't it 2000? 2 reasons. Because I think that if it's a little bit smaller than the other ones, the enemy LAM system will not target the detonator, and they will instead target other cram cannons, which are not as high payload carrying. That's my thought. The other thing, it's boring to have everything 2000 millimeter. That's actually the main reason, by the way. So I want to have slight variations. So yes, maybe some of you think it's more efficient with flat 2000, but it's only 30 millimeters. I'm sure it doesn't make a huge big difference, and this is how I want to have it anyways, even if it's slightly less efficient. So when we have gone over that, you will see that the original detonator costs 150,000 materials. It is a good turret. It really is efficient. It really adds what we want. And if we go in here on sub-objects, we can see we have a detonator Mark II cram, class S Dave, and that's of course class S, like in S tier. You know where we're going with this. Anyways, and also SS in Super, so it's Super Dave. So here we have it, Admiral Super Dave's variant. We added some decals. It is more expensive. It's actually quite a bit more expensive. To be precise, it's 170,000 materials. So it's not that much more expensive, but more than 10,000. So we spent some on armor. And as you can see here, this now has heavy armor fronted areas, so that frags and stuff that is coming in a glance at the top of the turret will meet some heavy armor resistance, and this will make it so that they bounce off much easier. Now there is another thing that's changed with the SD variant. Here you can see the reload time is 16 seconds, 0.34, and the reload time on the original is 14.58 seconds. So basically what we have done is that we have increased the reload time a little bit. So this shell health has 216,000, and this old shell health has 180,000 almost. So it's a little bit more sturdy in terms like that, because I thought that we really can't afford that the enemy shoots down the shell, so we're gonna make it slower, more expensive, and we did that by adding some more compactors at some free places. I think it may be slightly less efficient. We can easily check that because it's a single barrel cannon and it's easy to check stuff like that on these. But if we see here, where is it? Material cost, material per firepower, 506. And this one's material per firepower is 535. Okay, cool. It's actually more efficient, never mind. It shoots less often, but only slightly. They're still pretty... This is pretty fast to be this gauge, actually. A lot of people will recommend you having slower reload times. But since this is a capital ship, we really want to deal the max amount of damage we can in the earliest minute of the battle. So I think it's personally worth it for me to have a faster reload speed, because in case the first shell misses, and it has like 40-second reload speed like some people recommend you to have, I think that would be a catastrophe. So it's less than 20 seconds, so we can chug out 2 shells, and I hope it will not be too easy to actually shoot down this shell. Anyways, so that's an upgrade, and you might think we're pretty close to the material limit on cost. How are you gonna be able to support this? Well, you'll see in a moment. Anyways, this has, let's see here, what do we have? We have pellets, Horner, HE, frag, mostly frag, 12 EMP. This one has some more EMP, some less explosives, the same amount of frag. Yeah, so it's basically a similar loadout actually. And thanks to the longer barrel, the base inaccuracy is a little bit smaller. I think we should do like this. We should go into, oh, what is it? Delete, no, insert, no, home, end it is. And we're gonna cut off left, right. Where is he? Can have this little cutting thing here. You can see this also has a little shield projector in here. It's just turned off. This one is turned on, but I kept it there, of course. It has more heavy armor in front of it. It's of course a little bit EMP susceptible, as you probably know. But I really wanted the armor there, so I didn't think it was... here it is. I didn't... like 60% susceptible, yeah. I didn't think it was worth it to use one of these spaces there. Instead, I think we have some hidden surge protectors there. But you can see here we have some lighter heavy armor going on here. We of course have some serious heavy armor, but we don't have the thick stuff. Alright, I was just gone for like 5 minutes and you didn't notice, but whatever. Right, where were we? So, it has much thicker armor here, right? And one thing I really wanted to add, you can see this thing is kind of a little bit susceptible to hash spam in the wrong area. So if it gets shot here, bionk, the hash shells might get in here and deal some damage. It doesn't really have a lot of those angles to deal with the hash. It has it from above, because I would think that a hash spammer would come mostly from above, but that's a small weakness. So for the upgraded version, I made an little air pocket everywhere that's like heavy armor, and we had to have heavy armor versus heavy armor here just because we want to have enough armor, right? So I think this investment might be worthwhile. And now you might wonder, what are we like up to doing here? Well then, I will tell you. We're gonna do like this. We're gonna take our very nice little ship, and we're going to fit it. One of them we're going to fit with 2 AOG detonator 1970mm Mark II cram Class S Dave. Class S Dave. Yes. And the other one we're gonna fit with these the crushers. So, and we're gonna pitch them against each other, and we will thus do proper battle testing in order to see which of them is best. And this is something you always have to do when building ships. That's to test it against itself, because one of the absolute best ways to really find the weaknesses this particular design has. So, without further ado, let's retrofit the ship and spawn them in. And that's not very fun, so I'll just do it. Alright, Team 1 is Q41 Super Dave. Team 2 in Scarlet Dawn colors are Q41 Crushers. Beautiful! And they're gonna spawn head on, so that they don't run away from each other and get close if they fail to maneuver. Great test to do that. So I'm gonna click the start button and I'll see you in 2 minutes when it's loaded in. And there we have it, the ships have loaded in. This is the AOG... Well, they're both the Gimlet, but this is the Super Dave variant, which you can see on these glorious turrets here, that have like blue stripes like this too. And I took that from the Admiral's badge, I believe, from the commissioned officer. And about that, I will also give huge thanks to Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenants, Albert Benke, Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagreed, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. So we had some new folks joining, which is absolutely awesome. In any case, here we have it. That's the Super Dave thing. Let's move over to this evil Scarlet Dawn design, which is of course fitted with quadruple crushers. So it should really crush through any kinetic lamps. So let us slow... you know what? We should actually slow down time here. I want to see what happens. Alright. We got some shots incoming there. This is gonna be completely off, isn't it? They are grilling each other. Ooh. Yes, this laser, I'm sure we have a lot of smoke in this area. That may be something we should fix. We have a laser warner here though. No, that's the munition warner. They updated the AI. This is the alpha branch, by the way. Because I think that's fun to play alpha branch. So our results should also be a little bit... well, we shouldn't believe them too much. Alright then. I wonder if the cramshells got through here. Hard to say. We should sneak by the cramshells coming in here. So here we have detonators, Super Dave detonators. 200k damage. These are really scary. If they get through, they can deal some serious damage. And one thing I was actually thinking about when building this design, that is that our armor is probably too expensive. Like, I know what you're saying, your armor is too thin, but honestly, I'm not sure about that. Oh, here we see the first flak rod is in there. Interceptors is popping in. Kinetic sieves 2. Oh, 3 flaks. Okay, and we got more. More interceptors. Oh, they got them out of the sky. Whew, that could have been real scary. And the laser is lasing here. Seem to not have stopped anything from moving yet. The laser has started to target up here. And that's probably because it's set against hot blocks and we have a heat decoy up there. And that's exactly why you need some heat decoys. Okay. Interesting. So, Crushers is actually behind, which is this one. I think it's time we speed up. We should probably speed up to normal speed, to be honest. Alright. I wonder where they did damage to this one. Now Super Dave has taken some damage too. It's equal stats for now. The pack is popping in. Bam. EMP Surges goes through there. Oh, here we see the crams. We got 4 shots incoming there. Lambs target them. Whoa, they all go through, right? Bam! That's probably some damage there. Oh, this part of the feast hall isn't very hasty. Did I mention this is hollow point mainly? The crushes are hollow points, so they basically crumple structures like this. Now, oh no. I forgot to set up the rotation limit on the turret. This is what happens if you don't set up your rotation limits properly. Your turrets might be sad like this. And is this one having the same? No, it's actually popping along very fine. Well, since 2 of the doom crams of the Super Dave is disabled for this test, I must say I think it's a little bit unfair. Actually, quite a bit unfair. Alright. Oh, well, we can see it's good to have bulk, that's for sure. I think actually Super Dave, in terms of like armor, has a little bit of an advantage here. Just because the crushers do a lot of surface damage and the Gimla has a lot of bulk. Both versions have the same bulk, of course. Yeah, these just go through. They get damaged, of course, but man. Alright. And there we have, we got popping along there. Here we can see a few of the barrels there on the crushers are damaged. Anti-missile systems are really shopping along here. Super Dave is like half a percentage behind. But I do also feel like that this particular battle is slightly unfair since it's not even in terms of the turrets. I would want to see if the turrets will reach here or not. There we got some firing flashes. Okay. Come on. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, they're gonna go through, aren't they? Bam. Bam. They did go through. There's another barrel too. Yeah, that's some damage in the turrets there. Crushers and Super Dave are not far in between. It really picks those barrels off using using fragments and stuff like that. All right. I think a lot of the diff rods are used up, and that's why we don't have so many of them shot out of the sky. But what I think we should restart the battle actually. I don't think the results is too interesting since 2 of the turrets are still stuck behind there. And there we have it, the battle is now ongoing, and you can see I spawned them slightly with the broadside angle to each other so that the guns will turn the right direction from the get-go. Right. They turn pretty quickly. The laser sound is... Oh, the needles! Man, they're exactly designed to do that, by the way. They're exactly designed to shower the target with needles if it destroys it. And you can see the needles still do too much damage. And that's actually partly thanks to my surface layer little armor, I believe. Alright. Cram shells are popping in there. One got destroyed. Yeah, they're coming in there. Ooh, Civ's turret is down. Well, that's 10k lost already. So the Crushers is actually a little bit in the lead here. And I have insane amount of like alpha Civs potential. It's pretty crazy. I know there are Doom Crowns that have health of like 400,000, but they don't reload this fast. They reload a lot slower usually. Alright. Crushers went down to 97. Interesting. Let's see, we got another volley of shots incoming there. They're going through. It looks like they're going through. It's hard to see when my game is in degraded mode. You know, we can run it thanks to not having any water pumps. If we had water pumps, I would not be able to run this. So that's why this rule, that's why that rule is no joke. Like, seriously. Alright. For me, it depends on your processor and stuff like that. I'm trying to target those crams, but they are getting through. You can see we did big damage to the cram shell, however. You can see that this cram shell didn't do much damage. I do wonder if that's really the 1970 the Crusher, or if that was actually our tiny cannon. But that's actually armor piercing, so it shouldn't be that. This is a small cluster of the extra turrets we have. I think it's the stealth daggers. Gonna be interesting to see if any of these shells get through. I think maybe. I think it was this gun that actually we went with to the Scarlet Dawn painted ship, the Crusher one. Alright, so, oh my god, the Crusher's version, this version, is down to 93%, and Super Dave is up to 97. It's very interesting. So when it had... Now this one has their cannons turned the wrong way. What's going on, man? Alright, minus... Okay, we set them with a, like, 30-degree angle. Come on now. The battle is ongoing. We're gonna follow this diff shot and see if it got sniped. It did actually get sniped. Okay, cool. Alright. Here we have the needles coming in here. I think I overestimate the power that my needles actually deal to the target when they land. Because this ain't much, man. This ain't much, man. Isn't that lovely? Our laser wastes time shooting on this tiny little heat, like, warm block up there. Whoa. This is interesting. What happened with the lasers? Oh, nothing. Oops. Here we got another volley of shots incoming. They got deleted, actually. I wonder if that was the small cannons. Probably was. The stealth daggers. Which are the ones you see in the center of screen right now. That, however, was not those. That's some proper stuff. Okay. Lambs popping in there. Did they disappear? It looked like they disappear. It's so hard to see when we don't get the like the tails on these shots. Alright, popping in. Getting through. Interesting. But doesn't deal too much damage though. Another volley popping in there. Flak civs. Picking up most of it. We also have some live help of the seagulls, but not the one in the game, whatever it's called. In any case, see where this goes here. Ooh, wow, that seemed to do a... That's actually some surface level... Did that actually go deep? Interesting. 97 versus 96%. So the Super Daves are slightly in the lead. Now, this is not the fault of how we set it up. It seems that we have killed weapons computer down here? Oh yes, we have. Wow, so that turret is actually disabled from the fragments that entered. It felt like the battle has been going in this direction, the small like tests we have done previously. So we'll see if this continues, but I really wonder, it may be so that the Super Dave variant turret is superior and that we should only have that. Interesting. Do we get any shots coming in from here too? We got a couple of them. We're gonna follow through here, see what they are gonna do. Lambs took him out, and oh, the other one got bounced. Interesting. But crushers are really taking more damage quickly. It seems that the fragments from the Super Dave variant, from the detonator variant, just is more efficient in taking out important components. And I must say, I do feel I have a really high budget that's put onto shooting at onto shooting at incoming cram shells. So I'm really wondering if this like actually will pay off or not, because it is expensive to have this anti-cram system thing. And of course both of the ship have the same system. Now we're gonna see, will these get through? Do we have any diff guns shot left? Wow! They all got deleted. 2 minutes in. That's impressive, I think. 2 minutes in. This one also has the kinetic sieves left. And this beefed up turret seems to be more resilient than the crushers for sure. They do have quite a bit of more. They have quite a bit more armor on them too, of course, so that makes sense. Wow, that glanced off here. All right. The crushers is down to 89%. This is very interesting. I think we need to check the ships inside a little bit here. Yeah, the needles. They only deal damage if they actually reach the target. Alright, so we have a little quick interior sweep here to see. We got some big holes there. But you can see it hasn't reached through to damage any of the important components, so I bet the Super Dave variant has so much more healthy lambs, while the crushers are down to 89%. And here we are. So what's happened here? We got a lot more of surface damage. I do think that the frags that has been able to penetrate has made, oh yes, they've dealt so much internal damage. The lamb nodes, that's not the lamb nodes, the lamb racks, packs, tubes, they're a little bit sad. Some of the energy generation damaged here. None of the turrets are actually intact from those shards. And even the engines have taken good bit beating too, so I do think that either the lambs are just damaged or the engines are damaged so that they can power the lambs. Interesting. Oh, bam! Did you see that? Holy crap! Well, that's just the pricken över it, as we say. It's the dot over the I. If that's something you can say in English, I don't know. In any case, wow, very interesting. So yeah, no way we can stop this penetrating capabilities of the Super Dave variant of the Crushers. Here we have the Stoners, however. You can see how much, since this is like alloy tetras mostly, they just remove a chunk so big. That's really funny. They have the same, by the way. We only switch the cram systems. Well, this makes it very apparent that the Crushers, they're not really doing the heavy lifting, and since we have 4 Super Dave detonator turrets, we don't need to have Crushers as cover, because as said, they have 3 shots in them, and that would make it more likely for enemy civs to aim at clusters, which would be them, which would let the others through. But since the detonators are so strong in themselves, we don't really need to spend materials on that. And the higher health of the shots from the detonators makes it so that all of them are not shot out. And it seems that Super Dave's variant there is able to shoot out more of the cram shells that are coming in. But look at this design, it's not giving up. It is losing, but it's not giving up. Ooh, that was a nasty hit, man. Wow. I'm pretty happy with my detonators, especially the Super Dave variant. They're extra good, but also extra expensive. Alright. Let's fly with some Crushers here and see if they get through now. The Super Dave variant is still at 94%. Oh, and the Lambs took one and the Diff Rod took the other. Bam, that's teamwork, man. Alright, that settles it. The Crushers are officially a worse turret compared to the Super Dave variant for big battles like this. I do suspect that the Crushers will deliver much better results when fitted on a ship that's shooting on smaller ships, because then we could basically crumple those small ships with one blast, whereas the fragments could possibly miss, but that's just some speculations. Probably the Super Dave variant is just better all around, to be quite honest. Well, Doom Crams. Single barrel Doom Crams are a class of their own, and multi-barrel has some advantages in terms of materials per firepower, but it seems to be only for smaller designs. When we come up to the really big Doom Cram or larger crams in general with 3D Tetris and all that, it seems that a single barrel one is better. But we're gonna do a empirical testing video about that later for sure. By the way, I have upgraded these automatic turrets here. So now they actually fire not only this beautiful little shell, which is this a heat or is this a hash now? God, I can't remember. This is hash. Anyways, they also fire disruptor conduits, because I thought that having a constant fire of disruptor conduits may help the crams to get through better. But both ships have them, so it shouldn't matter for this particular test. Yeah. But very interesting indeed that we got such results. And really bad luck for this turret to get taken out early on, but it has gone in this direction a long time, so I don't expect any other outcome. Well, in any case, I think we're gonna look at some future things that we're gonna work on in some future iterations. 42 is the answer, and this is version 154. Yay! Of the Q or Gimle project. And as you can see, both the Super Dave and Crushers variant were actually over budget. And now I have removed some stuff to make it not be over budget anymore, which is good. And here we have it. The awesome AOG Gimli Super Battleship. Not at all dramatic. Anyways, so what have we done? We made it fit the budget. So I had to remove some stuff. I wouldn't say it's junk, but I have to remove some stuff. I have made this AMS system a little bit smaller here. I did remove the pneumatic sieve system because it turns out it is really good at shooting at cram shells if they come in at the right angle. And they're really bad at shooting at like missiles and stuff, so it had to go because it was too expensive. Replaced it with a simple S-Corp little diff gun here to shoot at incoming cram shells instead, or missiles. Right, so that's actually the main things that has been saving some materials. And what we are going to do in future little iterations here is that we're going to switch up and test which armor could be potentially better than with the one we have here, since the one we have here is really good against heat, but that's something we're probably not gonna see and be spammed with. And heat at these sizes anyways doesn't matter too much, so whatever. Oh, and now I just remembered, we have a typo I need to fix that some of you in comments kindly told me to fix. So, and that is probably inside of here. Yeah, that's the Ragnarök. It's the Ragnarök, of course. I think it was that. Please, everyone, do a quick spell check. No. I'm gonna fix that later. So yeah, that's really cool. We're going to remove the side of the armor here and we're gonna replace it with some new stuff. All right, so here we are. This is the ship. This is the Gimli, and of course we had some improvements from the previous versions, as you might imagine. Now, last time, I almost didn't remember, but last time we did some battle testing. And, well, sorry for the delay between this episode and the last episode during this series, but that happens. I needed to test this ship extra carefully and see what things I could improve, because I really wanted to make sure that this version of the ship is actually a good one that I'm going to put up for the battles. Because basically I felt with the Draconia it had so many flaws that I could have addressed earlier that it felt like the Mark II was just so much better than the like newer ships. The Mark II was so much better than the Mark I, so I thought it was really nice to kind of have that. Now let's see here. The cutting point still doesn't... No, it doesn't work. Well, that's sad. Anyways, what we can do here, we can just see the armor here. We have a lot of wedges here. And this armor scheme isn't bad. It is, however, adapted for not very strong kinetic shots. So I think that the type of damage we are more likely to actually get damaged from is not any kind of sandblasting or armor piercing, like armor piercing high explosive things, which I actually made this for. The things that will damage us and actually make a lot of damage is cram shots. And this is not helping a slight bit with cram shots, and thus it is providing a lot of unnecessary materials spent for this armor. So what I have deemed is this armor to be ineffective, too expensive. And I know a lot of you have said that GMODIST, come on, you're building a big ship, you should actually have thicker armor. And you know what? I'm not listening to you. So we are starting to strip away the armor here. You can see that here are the wedges. There is just so many blocks here, and most of these blocks ain't doing jack shit, to be quite honest. It doesn't make sense. We also have some sections of heavy armor, wedge armor here to really back some important components behind of it. but I am thinking this is a waste of material. So yes, maybe it's good for some ships to have thicker armor, but when we are facing crams, come on mate, you can't armor against that. Whatever you do, the cram shot, the doom cram shot will get through. So we are opting for redundancy, which was the plan with this ship from the beginning. And that's something we should continue with, because that's one of the core values with this ship. It's size, bulk and redundancy. And then we don't need to spend a lot of armor cost really, because we won't stop the cram shell. Yes, it will help with armor piercing shells from APS cannons, but not much more than that. Yes, it will help with fragments that are really steep. It will help a lot against heat shells. In our tests, this was one of the most effective armor types we could have against heat shells. And yes, that is true. But still, what is a heat shell going to do against this ship? I mean, this beast is huge. We won't be taken down by a simple, petty heat shots. Not even a thing that spams a lot of heat shots. So what I have been thinking is that we should probably make the armor thinner at the outside, because you may have seen the Secret Advisor's wooden diff gun ships that just provides great performance, and they basically have no armor. The greatest armor, some say, is air. And I'm starting to believe that a little more. And I'm not believing that completely, because I don't think that's quite true. I think you can make a good Alpha Strike craft using a lot of diff guns, but that lags too much, honestly. I know, because I built a ship that uses only diff guns, almost. Not only, it has a lot of cramps, but it has a lot of diff guns. And it was supposed to go against Azusa's Saturnus class ship, but it didn't work because it lagged too much when we had two of them. It just did not work, and that was because it had loads of diff guns. So having diff guns and just wood and thin armor works well, because then there is no weak point to really hit against. But really, when you're making ships that are also fun and using all types of systems and methods in the game, well, diff gun ship is not the answer. And they have a lot of weak points too, but what I wanted to say with the entire idea was that thick armor rarely wins, especially not during big battles. So yeah, that's my reasoning behind not listening to your thoughts about making the armor a lot thicker than it already is. And of course, this is a one-sider if you didn't remember it. Like, this side is literally like alloy tetras and metal blocks, tetras and full blocks, and a mix of them. It's just really thin. And as promised, here you can see I'm actually removing the entire side of armor. The armor slab I developed for this project is removed, and we have moved the cost of this ship to a flat 2 million. So yeah, the armor wasn't super expensive, but I will remember it was a little bit too expensive with the armor after the battle testing session, so it had to be discounted for anyways. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually use some of my armoring budget to armor parts that were damaged during the battle test. So for example, these laser tubes here, they have some slight armor, but they were actually easily damaged, which made our LAM and laser damage laser system go down easily. So these are going to get some armor. These areas here also need some buff. And of course, nothing can get through to the AI core. So I think we're gonna have some more ERA on top of that. Someone also suggested that I should have ERA armor inside the side of this ship. And I'm gonna see if I can have one layer of staggered ERA in this craft without breaking the block limit of 100,000. So I'm also going to give you some rules in this video for what you need to adhere to if you want to participate in the open submission Gimle battle. Basically, battle the Gimle. It's a little bit similar. You know, Brenzo remade the Ragnarök ship, and that was super cool. And he had a Kill the Ragnarök tournament. Now, I probably won't do a real tournament. I most likely would just do a kill the Gimle. But if we have some particularly nice ships we really like, we might pitch them against each other anyways, because that can be quite fun. So yeah, there we have it. We're going to move on to the next iteration. I will also say that some of the rules, I've been slightly inspired by Brenzo's rules, like the altitude. You can't build a submarine, basically, and you can't build an airship that flies too high, but I'm gonna give you the rules at the end of this video, so you know exactly what to adhere to for the open submission. And there is no deadline, it's an open submission, and that's also one of the reasons why there is not a real, like, proper tournament. So yeah, it's like that. But anyways, let's move on to the next iteration. Alright, so this is a weird little session here. You can see my FPS is actually fine, because I went into here and I clicked boost my performance. So if you think my game looks like shit, well, that's why. I hope you enjoy the 60 FPS. I do. But in any case, I will say this, the texts and logos don't always work on other faction colors, but I will say that Gimle looks basically great in any faction color. It still looks kinda cool. Now this is a little weird thing, this is the first iteration we looked at during this session, and it is actually battling, if I may ride with something, I may not. It is actually battling this thing, which is a test version. This is Gimle working in Q44, and it is void armor. This is no armor. This is just one layer of metal. That's it. I wanted to test if it even matters if we have armor or not. Like, basically, if I put armor on this thing, will it be improved at all? Like, does it matter? So that's what I did. I added just one layer of metal, nothing inside of here, nothing fancy, just 1 meter of regular metal, not backed by anything, just to compare how it does battle with the original design. So this ship has a cost, it's basically like 2 million, of course, very cheap. So this is battling against itself, and I already ran this test. I'm not going to make you watch these tests. You don't know how many battles I've tried the Gimle with itself with. Like, I did different iterations of the ship and I put them against each other so that I can, like, compare which version of the Gimle is the better. So this is one of the reasons it has taken so much time for me to get this episode out, because I have literally run more than 10 tests where the Gimle battles different versions of itself, and this is one of them. Now, not to spoil any action you won't see anyways, but the armor actually matters. This version that has no armor actually loses always against this version that has the previous armor. So by this test we can conclude that yes, the Gimle should have armor. It matters if it has armor. So now we need to go to the next point, how to make the armor. And yes, I've literally used this clipboard to check things like check for excessive heavy armor, add spawn smoke in the front, add check diff guns, and like everything. Torpedo sieves. This is like, I filled this block with like improvements and suggestions and stuff. So anyways, let's dive in. So this version we have started to work on the internal armor of the Gimle. So basically here, if you go in here, you can see we added more armor so that we won't be killed by stray fragments that often anymore. We buffed up some era in the front in case the AI gets sniped from in front during the first frame. That would be really sad with charge lasers. Another reason we're adding spawn smoke in the front, but that will come in a later iteration. And you can see we have got some internal armor for that. And again, the laser units I talked about earlier, they have gotten a nice little box of alloy poles to have some weird angles against the incoming frags, as well as give floatiness, as well as activate any armor piercing heat shell. So yeah, that's what we've been working on here. And again, some internal heavy armor that I had before has actually been removed, and we have some wooden barriers inside of here actually to detonate shells, perhaps before they deal any super weird damage. Anyways, that's what I've been doing. And that leaves the next point. How to build the armor so it kind of works against most things. I already know that I cannot stop a cram shell. So I will try to make a armor that is much cheaper, but is still decent against kinetic damage types like armor piercing with a payload. So armor piercing with a payload is best tackled with ERA. So I decided to try and develop an armor pattern that we can use inside of the side hull of the Gimle that has ERA in it. So that will basically negate enemies' APS shells, which is great. So these are 3 different variants of armor that could be used, and we have a shell popping up there. So we're just gonna reload here, and we're gonna fire a shot, and we're going to do like this, of course. I'm just wondering, like, okay, we're turned off. Let's try again. There we go. It gets destroyed. Very nice. We'll go to the next one that only has wood. And you can see it has the same effect. Actually, less blocks are destroyed in this test. But you can see that these wooden blocks are actually very damaged, so they would get easily damaged during the next blast. And here we have this one, which has the amazing effect of having a wood-backed metal area, which I have been testing in earlier things. Works like a spall liner. In this case it don't, but we get some slight boost from the wood to the metal, and backing metal with wood is actually quite efficient. You know the wood metal checkerboard pattern? Well, it turns out it works better with layering, having 1 layer of metal backed by 1 layer of wood. So that's actually better. So this is like the upgraded and more simple checkerboard armor, but a very thin layer. So yeah, that's pretty decent. And if we run the tests again, we can just see here, we go back here. We're gonna do a blast there, deletes those blocks, blast there, deletes those blocks, and blast here, deletes those blocks. So I feel that having an extra layer of wood here kind of improves it quite a lot. On top of that, this one has alloy blocks, and these alloy blocks don't take much more damage than those metal blocks that were here. So technically, this armor is thicker and better, but in terms of floatiness, I think this armor will perform better for less. So it is a little bit cheaper, and it's a quite bit lighter. So I think we're gonna go with this type of armor for the Gimle. So with those tests, which I have been doing a lot, I actually was intended to upload an empirical testing video about this itself, but I did that in secret instead. So here are the fast results. Anyways, let's move on to the next iteration. And there we are. This is the next iteration of the Gimle, and I have started to add armor here. I also decided to add a layer, like here, a thin layer of just these beam slopes of alloy to provide some deflection points for fragments, alternatively armor piercing things, so when they blast through and kind of penetrate, that they deal less damage, since we already know that shots will come from almost a 90-degree angle. Why is we should have an angle? That's also the reason why we had all of those wedges before. The problem with the wedges was 1, a little bit too expensive, 2, a little bit too heavy because it was metal. And 3, well, it only gives a great buff if the enemy is using kinetic APS, and since they're probably gonna use cram, well, whatever. So, but I added that. I think it's worth it, but I did realize one thing. Here is my armor. It looks like this. 1 meter of metal, 1 meter of wood. Then we have staggered era with alloy. Gives floatiness and good protection from APS. The only problem with this is that we cannot cover the entire side of this. If we do that, we're going to exceed budget. And I don't want to remove any weapon systems to basically have less firepower. Right now we have a firepower of 1687, and I don't want to have less than that, I hope. So what I did instead is that I have looked internally where we should be able to actually protect. So of course we want to protect our turrets. So in front of the turrets we're going to have the staggered era, and this turret, well, it doesn't start from the bottom, it actually starts from the middle of the ship because it's the same turret. So we don't need to have staggered era all the way down. So what I'm basically doing is that I'm putting the staggered era pattern wherever I need to have it and skipping it where I don't need to have it. And hopefully this method will be able to have a cost-efficient but still effective armoring scheme. Finally it is restored to its former glory. We have the Hesh deflection tetras on top of here. No, these are not tetras, these are square corners. And in a previous episode we could see how they can be used to deflect Hesh direction. So what I basically did is that in the internal armor, where I don't need to have staggered era, there is only like 1 meter of metal and 1 meter of wood. And then we have like 1 of this and basically very thin armor. Yeah, so that's what we did. We got some alloy on the side and we got some wood on the side here too. So that's what I've opted for basically. Staggered era where we need it, and basically no armor where we don't need it. So you can see this patch, nothing important behind here. I have small patches here to make railguns not take out some of my LAM systems too easily, but really it works fine with this type of empty space, it really does. And I shouldn't say too much because we're of course going to test this version against Q42 before I upload the submission. Not in this video though, but probably in the video where we're gonna release it. We can probably show some of the final fixes and suggestions that you guys have asked me to test or change. In any case, that's basically that. I think I did some improvements for the internal armor as well, possibly. So we have some barriers here and there, meaty connections there. Yeah, I think that's completely fine. Oh, and one thing, that's what I wanted to cover too. We have some staggered era. Okay, that's in the next iteration, never mind. Oh yes, it is. In the front, I added some staggered era, so that when we get shot from the front during the first blast, a railgun can't handicap us too much. It's going to kind of stop there. So I thought that was kind of reasonable to actually have here. Maybe we're gonna add some more staggered era in the lower bottom front. We'll see. Our only problem right now is that this iteration is actually over budget. It can be max 2.19 something. Like, it can't be 2.2 something, then it's over budget. And as you can see, I've solved this issue, barely. This is borderlining the max allowed rating. But what I did to make it a little bit cheaper is that you can see the turrets that I had here. We had the stealth daggers here, and I replaced them with the Type A turrets. The C-class Type A turrets. So they're back here. Really cheap, doesn't do much, and the previous ones didn't do much either. The problem with the previous turrets was that they were not able to get through serious civs systems, and they were still kind of expensive. So when we're really building something that can get through like heavy sieves and interceptors and stuff like that, we basically need doom cramps. That is the entire reason why we had to scrap the crushers and or was it the crushers? No, that's yeah. Maybe, yeah, the crushers. We had to scrap the crushers and replace them with the detonators instead, just to limit the amount of shots we had. The crushers were great against smaller vessels, but when we're up against heavy sieves, one shot beats it all. So yeah, that's why. So we made those turrets cheaper. I think we discounted some other systems somewhere too, perhaps somewhere. But basically, we made it meet the budget, basically. We also removed some of the metal beams at the side where it doesn't take any fire with just, well, metal square corners like this, because it didn't make sense to spend on full beams here, really. Just didn't make sense. So yeah, that's some improvement. Another thing we have been working on is that these missile interceptors in the back that was supposed to target torpedoes, they just didn't work very well at all. So I have been starting to develop some different types of methods to shoot at potential incoming turrets, torpedoes I mean. Here for example we have a kinetic autocannon that if not able in combat against torpedoes, will shoot against the enemy's ship underwater. So it actually has a function. And it's basically shooting kind of accurate heavy head shots like this. You can see it's heavy head, stabilizer fins, super cavitation, dealing some damage to torpedoes. Not shooting too fast. How fast is it shooting? 6 seconds between the shots, but still does decent damage and helps. During some tests against the strongholds torpedoes, they still got through, however, so I started to also develop a diff gun, a diff flak cannon with a super cavitation module, so that we can actually use a diff flak system to target incoming torpedoes. And this system is of course super cheap because it's a diff gun with very minimal armor. So yeah, I actually had better luck with this flak diff guns against torpedoes, so I ended up adding more of them and less of the kinetic system, because the kinetic system still costs ish 6,000 per turret. The commissioned officers can see them if you want to download it. I think I'm not sure if they are in the files actually. They might. I will update them. In any case, that's basically that. And I added a cool little shield here. But in any case, what I did now is that I did a little combat testing against a random Megalodon and realized that, one, it doesn't look cool because it sits too low in the water. And this doesn't affect performance, I know that. But for me, looking cool is pretty important, as you can see from this hull. Looks better in high settings. But anyways, I elevated its like altitude. It's of course using uprops, because in this tournament or this challenge, the Gimle battles, using air pumps is completely banned because it lags too much on my system. I can't record that. So when I build large ships, I sadly have to rely on passive float or uprops. Water pumps lag too much. Having one of those or a helium pump on your ship will immediately disqualify you from participating. So just make sure that you don't have it on your ship. Like, make sure, go into the list, click the Shift E, go to block counter, and make sure that you do not have a water pump or helium pump present here. And if they're present, it's bad. Even if they're deactivated, they still cause lag. I tried it myself. It's super weird, but they cause lag deactivated too. But in any case, that's how it is. This is also where you check how many repair bots you have. More about that in the rules soon. But when making those tests with a higher altitude, you can see now they are precisely residing just above the red line where it should be. And this deck is actually always above water, as it should be. In any case, doing that meant that we actually require more power. When in battle, the power levels went too low. So I had to remove 3 of the propellers here in the back, and I decreased its turning rate a little bit, so it's slightly slower and slightly less agile. Otherwise we'll need to invest in a lot more engines, and then I need to remove some firepower, and I don't want to do that again, or at all. I don't want to do that, yeah. What we also did is I've installed a somewhere here. No, that's another iteration, never mind. So that's that. There we have it. Do you see this? Well, that's a mimic, but down here somewhere we have a spawn smoke system. So now this vessel provides spawn smoke in the front. It's gonna spawn with a nose to the front, and this should really make it so that a charge laser can't crit us in a very sad way. I hope... maybe I need more spawn smoke, because I'm actually not sure if the smoke protects everything in front of it. Like if we go forwards here and we got the smoke here, will it protect everything in front of it, or does it only protect things in this area? Because I just realized it may possibly only protect things in this green area, which would be bad. Then it means I would need some spawn smoke here too at the first turret. Yeah, I probably need to add that. I need to write it down. Yeah, so please tell me that in the comments if you happen to know the details on that, however. But in any case, that's some things that have been done. Maybe I need to improve the spawn smoke a little bit. I'm hoping that this will protect the ship from the front, the entire ship. But again, please tell me, because I'm not completely sure about this now when I realize it, because let's actually check the values. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking that the smoke only reduces AP to the blocks within its green vicinity, and that we basically need more spawn smoke in that case. And this basically means that when we're moving, the smoke gets reduced, the effectiveness, but it doesn't move. So having smoke in the front of the ship, like in the nose here, won't like flow behind it and cover and envelop the ship in smoke. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, well, anyways, that's how that is. It's a little bit weird, but again, please enlighten me if you know. And here we got a test mini iteration of the previous design, and you may wonder what's the difference between this. Well, what I did for this craft is that I disconnected each of the lamps. So the lamp systems on this build is actually disconnected. It has the same cost as the previous iteration over there, and the only difference is that it can't use its lamps. This also means that the laser's full potential will be outputted in damage laser. So the damage laser on this iteration is actually much stronger than this, by the simple fact that not a single piece of energy is used to power the lamps. This is a test I have been running a good couple of times too, which I of course won't necessarily show you again, because this is a slow battle, which may not be very interesting for you, and absolutely not interesting for me, because I already know the outcome. And I will, spoiler alert for a battle you won't see, but basically a lot of people have been suggesting that for really large ships you should not waste anything on lambs, because at this scale lamb should not matter. But from my tests with the Gimle versus the Gimle, the ship that doesn't have lambs, this one over here, always loses. So its increased damage potential from only using the lasers as damage lasers doesn't really provide a benefit. The lambs actually decrease the damage we are taking by quite a lot. So I've done some tests and I've come to the conclusion that lambs are worth it, even at this scale. even though a lot of people have been saying it shouldn't be worth it. But that's that, I guess. What I did, by the way, is that I have been putting the damaged lasers and the LAMS lasers on the same laser system to save costs. If it, however, was that we had a LAMS system that was separate from the laser system, I probably think that the cost of that system would have not been worth it. But having the LAMS and damaged lasers on the same system actually seems to be a great way to save costs. So there we have it. LAMS, yes. But I will, however, say that it's not weird that people come to the conclusion that LAMS are not worth it, because the difference isn't very huge, as you can see here. The system with no LAMS can still win, and sometimes it's up to luck. Now, this battle, you can see that the system with the LAMS connected up actually is only 1% in front of the other one. Now 2. But from my experience with my tests with the Gimle, it seems that it takes a couple of minutes, and quite far into the battles, it's concluded that the LAMS system is able to provide so much support that it doesn't, like, it works. And I have spent several more hours adding details, so we're gonna spawn in the next iteration. But before that, I'm going to tell you this thing. You can see it looks pretty interesting, this game now. It looks kind of modern-ish or something like that. I'm just gonna show you basically what settings I use to do this. So when I want to go into cinematic mode, I go for nice full quality, so I just click maximum quality. And by the way, excuse my camera, it just stopped working, so it's a little bit scuffed right now. I think I need to replace it. But in any case, so basically here you can see I drag down ambient light just a little nudge. You know what? I'm gonna do like this. So just a little bit. And then reflection intensity factor is drawn up so that we get more shiny reflections. And then down here at bloom threshold, it's actually dragged down so that we get more bloom reactions. Then we have bloom intensity factor, and that can be drawn up or drawn down, depends on your taste. So, and of course full clarity. And this combination makes this little dreamy feeling in from the depth. So if you want to take nice screenshots, those are my tips. So let's go and just explain one little thing that I had questions about last time. So for this smoke emitter right here, you can see this little green sphere. Any laser or missile laser that passes through this green sphere whenever it is active and emitting smoke will get a reduced accuracy / AP value. The lasers for missiles, of course, get reduced accuracy, and the damage doing lasers, of course, get reduced AP. So it is not, as I said, that I was fearing that it only protected the blocks within this sphere. It is not so. If it just goes through this green sphere, it will get reduced AP. And the AP will be reduced if we're moving quickly, but the smoke per se won't move. So if we move really quickly, it just gets weaker, but the smoke itself don't move like behind it, so it's not realistic in that way. But yeah, so that's how it worked. If you were confused about that, I had some very nice people in the comments or in Discord, don't remember which. I think I shouldn't, yeah. So basically, thanks for that. I did additional tests. I almost made a little testing session, but I didn't. But basically, I found the same results. It is true. It does indeed work. As long as the laser just passes through, AP is reduced. So we can survive with only having this spawn smoke here, since enemies will spawn in front of the enemy. Wait, enemy spawning in front of the enemy? I mean enemy spawning in front of the glorious army of GMODIST, of course. Well, let us spawn in the final iteration of this ship in 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! Gimle Q51 is right here and spawned. So here it is, the final iteration of the Gimle, and it has some new beautiful details. Now you can't see much from here, but I've spent hours fixing up some scuffed corners and adding some nice decorations, so we should take a little look at them. Now, before we do any of that, I will just give a huge thank to all of you who has followed this series through and enjoyed the process. Thanks a lot for staying tuned, and I hope you have enjoyed it so far. We'll do many more building sessions in the future, so I hope you will stay tuned. And other than that, I will thank an extra time to setup. So elord/setup made some assets for the the Slabman challenge. Well, they made a really beautiful Stridsjacht Slabman, and it has some AOG assets on there. And I asked them, and I could copy them. So I've used some of those assets, like the sunbed there, and a nice pack of cannons here, beautiful tables and chairs here, and of course most notably the beautiful diff gun manual loading style thing right here. Thanks a lot, setup, that's some great assets. Oh, and stuff like the cupboard desk, what is it called? Drawer with drinks on it right here, as well as a shelf, a similar style shelf that we also used. Other than that, however, the decorations and design is all mine, but those details are of course here and there in furniture and stuff, but they just make a huge difference to the quality of the polish, to have some of those extra nice looking furniture. So I appreciate it a lot. Oh, a pool table too. Setup made a pool table that I used for this thing too. It's amazing. Well, in any case, let's dive into what's new here. And we should actually start in first person view. By the way, because I added a lot of decorations, we're now 2.199 and I didn't want to get that close to the limit, but well, the last bit was all decorations, so whatever, that's how it is. We're below the level we set, so it's okay at least. Anyways, we'll begin here in the cockpit. No, this is the flybridge. So I added some gemstones in the roof here to look nice and cool. Then we also have a text TV. I made a text TV and added some drink and stuff like there. And here we had a drunken matros. The one that leaves the most amount of likes on this video using different accounts is the official sleeping matros in this area. Anyways, here we have some helping hands, and we can of course go down here. So here we go, be quick, this is the only VC. So yeah, there is a toilet here, beautiful. This is the only toilet, beautiful. And if we go along here, I added a poster with the ranks in the army of GMODISM, which I should indeed thank. So down here we have a huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave, and then we have, let's see here, Captain Y right here. And then we have Commander Jacob. And we have Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parvagrid, Tyler Ross, and Vincent Veritas. And Asteria, did I say Asteria? Anyways, huge thanks to all the lieutenants and of course the other cadets that are supporting the channel. About Captain Y, here he is, sleeping on his shift. That's why you have the opportunity to command the Gimle in case you download it from the Steam Workshop and spawn it. And a beautiful table from setup, I just love it. So in any case, let's be moving on here. We can go down here. It's not an all interior build like that. I just added some interiors because I thought it was a little bit cool. Anyways, let's check here. Here we have, who ordered this? Can we even use them? Everyone is at the party, question mark, expression mark. So yeah, we have some 64 pounders and nobody knows why we have them there. Here we have an extra engine. use the other exit because of this. Yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. And of course, we can walk here at the promenade deck, I guess this is. We have some diff guns here, and we got some beautiful... You can sit in all these sun shares, by the way, so I think it's pretty cool. And then you get back here, we have a Civs cannon, and of course, a way down to the party area. 2 bridge and water closet. You may not do your needs by the taff rails for obvious reasons. Yeah, that's because the fly bridge and the rail down here isn't... like, in case, you know, it's obvious. I don't need to explain why. So, air dinghy docking area. Tie properly when dis or embarking. So here we can see we can dock some air dinghies. I need to make an air dinghy, by the way, but the thought is that an air dinghy is a very, very, very tiny airship you can use to get to places. And that's kind of a thing I want in my imaginary universe with stuff I'm gonna build. So basically, the army of GMODIST needs an official little transport dinghy. However, the Gimli won't have any default drones, so this is only for delivering guests here. Here we can see, welcome to the greatest party ever. Here you are invited to feast in Golden Hall. Very nice. Well, you watched Gimli defeat all the cataclysmic foes of the army of GMODIST. Cheer on. Yes, drinks are free. So in any case, this is called the Gimle because in Norse mythology, that is the hall, the golden hall covered with gemstones in the roof right here. That is the only place that survives the Ragnarök cataclysm while all the humans and gods die. And in the golden hall of Gimle, all the worthy souls await to populate the new fresh air with the new fresh earth with new gods and no of the old humans left, except the ones that stay in Gimle. And because one of the reasons why I made this ship was to conquer the Brensos Ragnarok 2.0, then I thought I need a fitting name, because Ragnarok usually destroys everything, so you know, I needed to find something that actually works. And that's Gimle. That's the only thing I could find. So here we have a beautiful little cash register in case you need to get some tickets here. Now the chef has already cooked all the food, so he's just sleeping there. And we got some personnel standing around there. Do you see this beautiful food? Doesn't it look very nice? It's a very nice feasting hall and absolutely not dangerous at all. You can stay here and nothing bad will happen because the Gimli is so superior. It won't die. Hubris, anyone? I'm hoping I don't need to eat that up. I probably will. I most certainly will. Look, the setup bookshelf thing with rings. And here we have... So the second person that leaves enough likes is the other sleeping matros here. No, that's already people in the army of GMODIST. But anyways, we can watch out here. It looks pretty cool. So there we have this area. Now we can go down. And do you see the army of GMODIST chandelier? I think it's very impressive. But that's because I made it. But anyways, let's move down here. And we can go down to this area, where we have some additional auxiliary detection, EMP insulated of course, and the pool table that Setup also made. I think Setup is the matros here that actually do the games here, I believe. In any case, bet some money, the surplus goes directly to the army of GMODIST war efforts. Yay! So, you're executing the main party area, don't get in the way of personnel. So yeah, when you go below here, it's not party area per se. Of course, you can go here. There are some drinks down here too, and really, even more of them. Why? Because never enough Daka. I imagine Desert Dragon said that. I don't know if he's okay with me using his name and stuff like that in here, but I think so. He's our community manager at our Discord server, one of them. So that's really nice. In any case, I wanted to include him here a little bit. He watches from the depth sometimes, but I'm not sure he watches this, so he might be not knowing. In any case, let's go down here. Here we can go to this little deck where we have the guns sitting around here. And remember, don't get in the way. And then you can move out here and you go to another promenade deck. So here is the look you are used to be seeing. We got the decals in the Army of GMODIST, of course. And we also got some smokestacks going on here if some matroses want to control the engines. It's right there. We also have some beautiful Army of GMODIST flags going on there. And here we can access the interiors of the ship going down here and be moving out to this part of the deck where we see the guns and stuff like that. We can of course go down here and we can go down to the bottom here. There's nothing there really, but I wanted to make it walkable fully. It's not super conveniently walkable, but I wanted to make it walkable at least. So here we can go to the bow deck going on here. I think it looks pretty cool. We got a diff gun, we got LAM systems, we got more flak civs diffs and stuff like that. This is really low. The waves don't go over the deck when we are experiencing the game with not the fancy waves, but the fancy waves sometimes go over. So that's I guess that's not great. But in any case, moving on, we should. Oh, by the way, you can walk down there if you want to, but that's just boring. But I wanted all areas to be accessible, basically. Gimli battleship commissioned by Lord Admiral GMODIST, that's my official title, for the Army of GMODIST. Constructed in GMODIST Industries Shipyards 1. Gimli is the golden and gemstone roofed hall where all the worthy people reside during the Ragnarok cataclysm in Norse mythology. Yes, it's a real thing. So left bow decks, right bridge, promenade deck, and the golden hall. So yeah, we backtrack ourselves back into the bowels of the ship. We have the interiors here. As you know from last episode, we added some more interior armor and stuff like that to make it a little bit more survivable. Okay, no comment, just why? So we have more 64 pounders here in case we lose the other armament. So we're just gonna drag out those and hopefully we'll win the battles with the 64 pounders. Do not underestimate the power of 64 pounders. In any case, this is the, what is this? Starboard dock. Yeah, here we have the starboard dock. It's tiny and probably never gonna be used, but it exists, can be good in case we have damage on the port dock, I mean. So here you get in. So this is of course the port dock. It's a little bit more fancy like this, looking pretty nice and everything. And you can just walk in here. Welcome to the game of the battleship. This is the port dock. If you enter here, it probably means you were not eligible for an air dinghy to the main hall, or came via a large vessel, but that's okay too. Or perhaps your shift starts now, Matros. Welcome to your service. Enjoy the machinery and the guts of the Gimli, and don't touch sensitive equipment. Thank you. Here we have one that really want to touch sensitive equipment, but no, he's overseeing you. 2 bow deck, promenade deck, flybridge, and starboard dock. So here we have the stern deck and aft sun deck. Enjoy your stay and don't forget the sunscreen. Really important. You need to use sunscreen, otherwise you'll be sad in 30 years. So here we can walk up there, we can get to the turret there if we want to, not sure why we would. But here we have the sun deck, and now I can't walk here because there is actually a barrel here, so we need to jump over it. Come on. No, we're stuck inside. Ah, the power of instant teleportation to shares. Yeah, well, here we have it. Here we have another sleeping matros not doing their job, but whatever. I'm sure he'll be fine. By the way, did you know that we have some auxiliary extra ammo storage down here? So if there is a battle, it may be so that it's safer in the Golden Hall than in the sun deck here. But you don't need to tell people that. Wait, I just told you, that's bad. In any case, here we have it. And the Gimli also is is covered in beautiful Latin quotes, like acta non verba, which is the motto for this ship, as well as vendi, vidi, victi. Do you know what that means? Then it means you're educated. Congratulations, leave an extra like if you're educated. If not, get educated and leave a like later. In any case, here we have it. I guess that's all the parts and the decorations of the ship. So the gimlet is hereby complete. And I will say this, go to Steam Workshop and download this beast, because it wants your downloads. Yeah. And if you're wondering what the beautiful sound is in the background, well, we are accompanied, I can't pronounce that right now, but basically real seagulls are singing for us. Isn't that very beautiful? So in any case, if you enjoy this build, well, I really hope you do. Then you should definitely stay tuned, where we have more projects coming on. But right now, we are going to start and having the battles with this beautiful little ship.
You are watching GMODIST, and this is your host Eric. Today we're gonna build a tiny little pack ship. If you're new here, we are playing a lot of From the Depth. I played this game for several thousands of hours. Anyways, what we're gonna do is build a very minimal little pack ship, because you can see that we can use heavy armor ducts like this, so we can really provide like a super strong internal core. So my idea was, what if we can fit all the engines, all the AIs, everything of importance inside of this little box, make it fly by itself? Because the really cool thing here is that we can actually have thrusters be usable through this heavy armor duct. Even if it's in the corner like this, it is counts as free passage, insanely enough. So that was my little idea. And the reason why we're doing this, we are participating in this little mini game called the Promethean Directive. It's an absolutely super hardcore tabletop roleplay game, kinda, or tabletop strategy game. It's like, you know, Risk, but over Discord and in From the Depth. It's extremely nerdy. So we are playing there as the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. Here you can see the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. We have our little fleet here. It is me and our army of GMODIST enlisted Witch Doctor and Robostellar and Graver as well. Even though Graver has actually moved over more to hosting the game, as they needed some extra hands there. Anyways, big thanks for Miser Luke to doing that little minigame. It's really cool. And Sword of the Ecclesiarchy is a sub-faction of Army of GMODISM. It has like a little story of being this little empire going to this little planet and trying to get some new cool tech, basically. It's part of the Army of GMODISM, but as said, let us check what we can add in this box and see if we can make it work. We can, because it's already done actually. And look at that. Here we have my little cube of stuff. So I added in everything you could think of being added here. I used my new AI template to add a little AI inside of here. We're doing steam electric. So we are having steam engines inside of here, which basically are just these little tiny turbines. So if you are, whoops, let's see here. If you check here, small boiler, compact steam turbine, and a little turbine generator. So we have small steam turbines generating in total with the battery. We have 3000 engine power. Batteries, it's really crammed, but it's definitely like viable. Costs 20k though, but we need to pay a premium to stick it inside of these heavy armor ducts, because each duct is 2000. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 12, 14. So subtract like 14,000 is like 5,000 cost this thing. Yeah. Anyways. However, we are gonna run a pack system on it. So I try to continue to develop the turbines and cram in even more power. Of course, we can have 2 turbines per little generator here on both of the sides, also decreasing the amount of block we need to use. If we can use minimal piping, that's also wise. Anyways, we did add, of course, thrusters on the top here as well to keep it stable. So now we have a decently stable system, but we're having some issues upholding this weight. So I started to construct a new little turret. So I already have some pack turrets, or actually I only have 1 pack turret in my folder. So that's a problem, but I needed a really low profile pack turret. So that is exactly what I've been designing here, and after some time I realized I need to actually save an iteration for me to be able to show like anything. But we have 3 pack tubes in one like this. I like to keep it that way because if one packs get destroyed, maybe not all get killed. So we have an impact, we have a pierce, so we have an explosive. I like to mix the damage types a little bit there, because then we can shoot at a wide array of enemies and still do good damage. Like for example, it's even better if the impact shoots a little bit before the pierce, because then if you know we have an external armor, that will be open up for the pierce to punch through. And of course explosive after the pierce, because if there is a small chance, or basically at the same time it hits basically the same hole, it can deal big damage. Anyways, doing pack turrets like this is of course very expensive, and they take insane amounts of energy. I had to upgrade the internals of this a lot. You can see here it's completely changed the layout of stuff here. I basically had to redo it. Now we have 1 medium boiler going into here, having a lot of tubes parting up, and then we can use some, not the all-in-one block, not the compact one, but the real ones, because they are a little better, producing a little bit more energy, as you can see here. So unfortunately we can't share too many of those turbine generators, but it does provide much better stats than before. And yeah, it's extremely crammed. We're like a solid block here. But we are generating a good bit more power than we did before, so we're more likely to stay in air. And of course, it's gonna have a larger fingerprint ending up, because this thing is obviously going to like not be this small. We need like an external cover to take the blunt of the fire, so to say. And moving on with the building, you can see here I've added naturally a pack turret on the bottom as well, and one on top. Since it's pretty expensive systems, I ended up having heavy armor on them instead, because well, that makes it a little bit more likely to survive. We don't want them dying on us. And I don't think I changed the internal much to this iteration. And the reason why we built this exact pack little ship is that we needed a pack-based anti-air ship of some kind. So this is meant to shoot down other air targets, basically. You can see it's basically a fully functional ship now. It may feel a bit jank and a bit cheese somehow, I don't know, but it works pretty well. If we take a little look at the pack turret, we ended up calling it the Trinity, and it costs 15,000. Looks like this. Pretty happy with it, but well, impact, pierce, and explosive like before. And obviously, I want to have some cool stuff controlling this, but that is for the next iteration, I believe. And now the exterior shell, it's getting its shape. This makes it not only more aerodynamic, but also a bit faster due to the added aerodynamic. Naturally, the biggest improvement with having an external shell like this is that the heavy armor ducts won't take damage directly, because even though they have like 37,000 health, if one of them die, it's game over, you know. So here we have like the external shell a bit. We do have some issues, however. If we shoot these guns, bam, we are using a lot of our energy, and when we're using this energy, you can see here when we like clocking the next shot, our energy is getting lower and lower. And can you see the engine tab? The engine power is getting lower and lower too. So as the pack cannons drain the batteries, such is the electric engine getting weaker too. I don't know if you know this, but in real life, the amount of voltages decrease the lower, like the less full the battery is, to say. You're basically lowering the voltage when you're discharging a battery. It's of course like a currency in voltage. It has a couple of joules of energy stored, but a discharged battery has a lower voltage, and a electric engine also then produce less power. So this is the issue. In real life and from the depth, when we drain our electric batteries, we get less engine power to work with. So as you can see, we effectively drain the batteries, so we actually crash into the waters. I don't think I'll need to tell you this, but that is an issue. So the only thing we had to do was add a lot more engines. We should have a little breadboard too on this thing. We'll check that in the last iteration of it. But we basically completed the exterior shell here. We added some reverse launch anti-missile missiles here. And we made sure to use the most we could of the 4-meter offsets, making it the most well, health point effective block in the game. We have a lot of injector engines stacked here, and we have like really careful snakes making sure the outputs of the jets are not blocked, but still. So this is like a very cramped, very weird little engine. And for like backup, redundancy and stuff like this, we have several of them. We can have 1000 power from this engine. We do have some backup balloons if we get hit and get into the water. We got another little backup engine here, producing, well, max 1000 as well. We have another 1000 going on here. So now we also have a lot of not only electric, steam electric, but also some real engine power engines, which are mostly set up to provide engine power rather than providing charge for the batteries. Now, the last little note I had here was I wanted to add the bread for Lieutenant Cravy's carver. So we basically have an automation of turning off shields and, well, optimizing the pack, so to say. And that is on the last iteration. So let's load that up. I think it's actually the completed version. So here we have it, the Army of GMODIST Sword of the Ecclesiarch ZMZ. That's hull code for metal-clad airship. Clypeum class AA pack metal-clad airship. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have the finished product for the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. I added a paint job, obviously. We have some redundant extra detection going on here. We obviously have some more detection down here. We have a 360 camera and stuff like that, so we won't be blind if one of them gets shot off. We may need some extra detection more, I don't know, but we do share the detection signals with other things nearby, so that's neat. Now, we added more armor, basically where we could, and it's ended up being a heavy armor duct box from all sides. To remove some of the weight, we did have to replace the armor on one of the turrets in the top here a little bit to alloy. We added some trails too, that's neat. And yeah, this little bread thing, we need to find that. Here we have the little bread thing. And this little bread does so much as the charge of the vertical particle cannon as a fraction times 30. So if it's fully charged, the reload time will be 30. And if it's like lower than that, it will be 3 at least, but it will be higher than whatever. So yeah, it will basically be as high as it can be. And we floor the value, put it here into the particle cannon. And all of those particle cannons thus get a neat little reload speed. So, if we just shoot them here, you can see like that. And now 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And if we let it load up, you can look at them here. They are constantly providing the maximum charge, 8, 11, 10. So if we can shoot them here, we will, and they're shot like that. Whoops, here are the interceptors. Yeah. Also, now you can like change the color and stuff on the jet engines, so I did that to make it look a little bit cooler, I thought. And I suppose that's basically it. We should probably spawn some enemies just to test it out and see how it works. We do have a little propeller if we fall into the waters. This thing is surprisingly resilient, but it's 74,000 in cost. So yeah, there is that. Let us get in some deep water guard. We begin with like 2 small planes in the Geiger. Yeah. we're gonna do that. Oh shit, I spawned them really close. Really trying to get up in the air here. It is fighting from pretty high altitudes. We're getting shredded by those... Oh, bam! Look at that! Okay, that was a big hit. Fortunately, we have this exterior layer of armor, so it needs to go through that before it actually deals any type of scary damage. And if it can shoot, it will. And if it will be able to reload a little bit more, it will do that. So it's always firing at full charge, which is very neat. And this little front bulk basically shields us from a lot of that fire. Now I think our engine power got a bit compromised with some of our engines being taken out. So our shield has switched off, as it does have lower priority. Did I set this up correctly, by the way? Yeah, it has. Okay, good. Just wanted to check. Really starting to dig through here. Oh yeah, the fuel box has caught on fire. It's not having a good day, so to say. It's having slight issues to maneuver because some of the maneuverability thrusters are seemingly taken out. But you can see it's still pretty resilient. It will still fight. Oh, and that is despawning. So our 70k ship could take out the deep water guard, Geiger, yeah, all of them we spawned. Very neat. I think we should spawn it again, actually. And just add in some Steel Striders something, because they're a little bit more scary. I don't know, Hake Squadron and a Predator. I don't remember what they do now. Whoops. Well, that was a bit unfair. I guess we'll just repair it for them. Oh, it won't get up. Well. And if it gets into the water, it still has some chance. That's why we have the water propellers, because it helps it guide it out of the water, basically. Oh, it is extremely susceptible to EMP, by the way, because the Prometheum Directive bans EMP, so none of the things we built for the Prometheum Directive has any EMP put into it at all. Now you can see, even though this pack is dealing very little damage at just this low charge, it is enough against airplanes. It's better to shoot if we can than to not shoot. Now, I don't know why we're aiming at stuff into the water, but well. Oh, bam! I'm wondering if we have like some local weapon control or whatever taken out. Okay. They just keep missing. This is annoying. Maybe I'll need to tweak the detection calculation time a little bit. That's possible. Or it is because we are pretty damaged. That might also be it. Okay. Speed averaging. Maybe. Maybe we should like tune this down a little bit. Could be that. It isn't fully battle tweaked yet, but I feel we should repair it because I don't know if its performance is representative, as it may have issues seeing the target. Here we got a little hit. Bam. So it works as a kind of fly swatter, swats them out of the sky eventually. Bam, there we got another one.
when they do hit, it's at a good spot. It's pretty quick work of whatever it shoots at. I think we need to just see it from the Higgs perspective. Where are our ship? Like rack. Oh yeah, look at that. Now we're locked on and tracking. That makes so much janky camera. What the hell? Well, I think that's basically it. That is the clipium, which basically means a shield. Yeah, we got taken out. We took that out right there. I do want to say big thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Captain Awesome Pupper, Captain Shuro, Commanders Ben Wilke and Delphin, Lieutenants Ali, Anto, Creevy, Flores Dagon, Josef Ishovsky, Owen, Parba Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Burrell, Scooby Rocks, and of course all our cadets. Everyone in the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODIST, that is YouTube members, and if anyone joined the government of GMODIST between me recording this video and, you know, I'll mention you in future videos, okay? Well, huge thanks for supporting the channel, everyone that does it. That helps a lot. It really helps a lot. So thanks a lot for that. And well, thanks for watching this little video. I hope it was fun to check out this little clipium class getting created bit for bit. And yeah, tell me if you want me to put it on the workshop. Well, if you're a commissioned officer, you can access it through the updated files, of course, as everything else. In any case, big thanks for watching. This is your host, Eric, reminding you to check out the GMODIST channel as well for more from the depth videos, and check out gmodism.com for links to everything and all assets and whatever you need. This is your host, Eric, signing out. See you next time.
Let me check that again. Right, not there, not there, it's not there. Well, this isn't very good. We accidentally deleted our fleet oiler. That ain't very good. The best thing we seem to have in here right now, it's the bolster. I mean, it's good, but it's small. Wonder if we can contract something with making this. So, here we are, the planning room. What basically happened was that we was very lucky. Our captain in the army of GMODIST, Captain Y, just contacted us from his little Y Corp, and they are indeed pretty interested in getting contracted to make something for us. So I think we're gonna check that out. We even have a little quick outline, so we're gonna take a look at that. So basically, Captain Y has a little outline in this planned out here. So we're gonna take a little look at it, just one page, get over to the desk over there and we can check it out. Look at this little flyer, isn't it cute? Right, Project 020, codename Hermod, is a design and feasibility study for a large fleet tanker support ship. Indeed, a fleet oiler. Large amount of resources, interesting indeed. The study must take into account a number of conditions and framework parameters and aims to develop one or more functional prototypes in order to start a mass production and begin period of service. After acceptance of the AOG leadership, well, that's me, the order to develop was given to Captain Y and his research team, the so-called Y Corp. Yes, now it is AOG criterias. Naval vessel, fleet oiler, large amounts of cargo and storage capabilities, 2 to 7 million materials. Yes, that is my request. And some main mining capabilities. Then we have some Y Corp criterias after analyzing. Complete new way of ship construction, fleet self-repair ability. Maneuverability, cruising speed. It's a pretty quick design, it seems, that Y Corp is trying to design here. Very interesting. 120 meters in length and 41 meters in width. Well, that sounds like a pretty good max standard. Cost below 220k materials. Yeah, more expensive than that would it be great. So minimal maintenance cost, max energy efficiency. Yeah, well, it's a fleet oiler, so it shouldn't burn up all its materials. Battle performance, offense, cargo and transport vessel, no combat participation planned. Active decoy system, medium strength sieves, possibility to defend against medium vehicles while being attacked. Well, that sounds all really good. Well, after reviewing this first little outline, it looks pretty good, so I think we should say go. Well, I hope you appreciate getting in here with the army of GMODIST and, you know, get a little hunch of how we do things, you know? A fleet oiler, you know, it's secret projects. All the projects we do here are very secret, but of course it will carry ICBMs and stuff like that, but it's not that big of a deal, you know? It's a fleet oiler. It's not like it's our new battleship. So I think, yes, it's secret, but it's a kind of small secret, so I thought like, why not share? Fun for you enlisted in the army of GMODIST and some of you other commissioned officers to kind of know how we're doing things here. So let's get on with this ride and see how this develops. Alright, so here we have a look at the prototype 1. Yeah, it looks a little bit strange. I think it looks a little bit more like the bed of some type of artillery system. I think it would indeed perhaps not prove to be as quick as one would want it to be. Definitely a hydrofoil system, looks pretty classical, but not too much in terms of new design. As you can see, I just came back from some very important Spec Ops operations, but anyways, Admiral's back here. We apparently got an update from Captain Y, so let's check in on a little bit. Document 2 is here. Well, we all know this text, very interesting. Let's dive in here. Oh, right. Army of GMODIST Project Hermod Update 1 Hull Decision. Ooh, interesting shape. Well, I'm glad it's rejected. Status rejected. Cost of rejection. Yeah, too much water resistance. Yeah, that's gonna be slow. It looks so unmodern. So I'm glad it was rejected, this one. What is happening here? What is he doing? And anyways, I'm glad that was rejected. Not gonna say it with his face, so I'm just gonna send this response. We actually got two things being worked on here. Let's see here. So it's a thinner design. Interesting. I wonder if that will work. Then we have an auxiliary design here, which looks pretty cool. Well, I guess we can check out some prototypes of that later on. So let's check out the prototype 2 here. Here we can see this fantastic little tube going on there, which I'm sure will generate a lot of speed. It looks a little bit funny, it had to give that. It's like octagonal, but it feels like it should be round, but that's gonna be very difficult. The shape, however, looks pretty darn sharp. So I do expect this thing to turn quick and move pretty quick. Guys, we have a new update from Captain Y. It's a 26-page document, so let's dive into it. I have absolutely not been playing Pokemon Go all day. I've been doing important things. Well, here we have this 26-page block, so let's check it here. Now it's starting to look like some proper documentation. Isn't that very nice? Codenamed here, yeah, we recognize that. So let's jump into this book here. Table of contents, decision tree, vehicle, drive related hull. Okay, phase prototype, 1, 2, 3, 4, project phase 2, cargo and storage design, summary submission tree. All right, so let's sift through this document here. Specification and framework condition. Two groups of interested parties for the project who have requirements for the vehicle and the prototypes resulting from the project. This is mainly the Army of GMODIST primarily, in addition to the primary requirements, best practice of experience, the Y Corp, architecture office is used. It is not permissible for the architecture office's changes and proposals to cancel the primary requirements of the AOG. They are only permissible as supplement. Well, that sounds good. We don't want to be overrun by our contracts. Initially, primary criteria. So this is some nice little parameters we recognize from the previous document. No combat participation plan. That is right. Evolved secondary criteria. Right. Criteria for the battle performance. Civs. Primary civs should not only serve as the role of pure missile defense, but also to fight against light and medium bandit units. That sounds like a pretty smart setup. That's what we often do too in the AOG for our in-house designs. So, phase 1, primary hull design. First phase revolves around the generical shape designer hull. Okay, so here we have some thrust tables per power, per invest. Yeah. Block space, propeller diameter, so 2 to 4 blades. So here we can see that's very interesting. Here we can see that the double amount of blades does indeed help quite a bit here. So 4 blades with 13 meters of length provide some really good power right there. Okay, thrust per invest. Yeah, that's absolutely much better than any of the else. That's really interesting. So the thrust per invest is higher the larger the blades are. That is very interesting indeed. And it is better with more propellers, with more blades, but not a lot better. That's very interesting to know. And the thing we really win with having big blades here seems to be having, yeah, they just provide more thrust compared to the base cost. Yeah, so bigger propellers aren't a lot better. That's interesting. It isn't a scaling in an exponential manner. Of course, and the Lord High Admiral already knew this. Well, here we have I didn't. Very interesting. Learn new things every day. Propeller testing. Yes, indeed, we got it there. Initial requirements. Drive, seizing of vehicle, hull design, steering system, air propeller system. That seems like a really wise decision. So, decision tree, initial requirements. So, with classic propellers, jet drivers, sailing systems, air propellers, which is indeed the selected method. One big centered system, and we are going for the catamaran design because of this. And we got hydrofoils to get some higher speeds. And we have air propeller system here for the steering as well, and we get alloy armor for getting the lightness, and layered armor to 1 meter layer. Okay, and we got a couple of prototypes coming in here. So if we go through the document here, we can see we got some really interesting data here. Vehicle drive related. Due to space saving measures, the YCOB decided to use a large centrally located propeller system instead of 7 propeller systems at each side, which would also have been possible to steer, but also a really big weakness, because if someone shoots off one propeller system, we will not be able to go forwards anymore, which would be really sad. Well, let's go to the next page. Here we got hull form related, less block building space, less needed building material. We got some weak points, but we got some redundancy, so I think that should be really good. Skeleton armor should be light and cheap, so it's more expensive than wood, yes, but the only light material is alloy. That's really feasible to use in our modern battle building. Wood is of course really good too, but I can understand you want the maximum lightness. Alright, so here we have this old hull, which is rejected. We're very happy for that. It seems this prototype here is indeed obsolete, because we indeed went for the catamaran design, which we have all here. Looking pretty splendid, I must say. Look at it. The glory of the AOG will blow through this hole and get very high speeds. Very beautiful. So, prototype 3 is obsolete. Alright, okay, we have a really covered area here. Benefits from prototype 2, layered armor while reduced height. Okay. This is confidential, by the way, so you should be very happy. You can see this. Prototype 4 blueprint. And here we have benefits from prototype 2 and 3, much more style. Indeed, indeed. It's not a tube anymore. It is a framework for propellers, not just a simple tube. Tube is a little bit boring. We have to agree with that. Project Phase 3, cargo and storage design. Since the vehicle is primarily intended to transport materials, the type and shape of the storage space and the transport capabilities, therefore, Phase 2 of the development deals with this important topic. So here we have storage type, the cost of the storage type, the storage amount, the QM rating, the weight of it, material storage per weight. Oh, storage material invest. So we can clearly see here that the cargo container is just excelling at all regards here. It's just so much better in terms of storage capacity per investment. That's actually very interesting here. I wonder how it measures together with health points. Could have been interesting too. Well, here we see a couple of them there. Storage types. So here we have large, small cargo container, mainly use of cargo containers. With every project and every prototype, important decisions and crossroads have to make at some point on the way at a functioning series of products. This chapter serves to document and trace such designs and architecture decisions. All right, storage related. So here we have some different type of extra details going on here. Now we're getting into some really interesting things here. Closing weapon system sieves. Decision about type of sieves, amount and placement of sieves. So here we have a really interesting X-shaped sieves like this, and it's even shielded, which could be very interesting against missiles, rockets, cram guns, and occasionally torpedoes. Sounds good. So what are we going with here? RPM 281. All right. Caliber 60mm. I think 67mm is better, but 60mm is absolutely very convenient and efficient. Type of armor, yeah. Turn head, turret bay. Indeed. Looks like it's gonna be pretty decent designs here. Gunpowder propelled. It's good we don't spend too much extra materials on the railgun parts for a fleet oiler like this. All right. I think it sounds good. Flak head, flak body. Nose. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a mix of anti-munition and anti-vehicle. All right. So here we have two sieve systems, which is the placement of them, and that is rejected here because the alignment blocked the air propeller system. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So that seems like a better placement. All right. So the sieves system, I love that cram was considered. I mean, it works. It's not the best. Missile, laser, and APS. Two sieves, side alignment, diagonal, and bow stern. Single barrel gun, caliber. All right. Looks pretty cool. Prototype 5 we're having there. Architecture and designs decisions, a library. So here we can go into some more details on each of the decisions. Well, this is obviously how you make any decision in when you're designing anything. Of course, you need to have some proper documentation. Don't you? Beautiful anyways. So we're really looking forward to look at the last document. That's what I'm talking about. Now we're getting somewhere here. This is like some real documentation. This is how we always do things in the army of GMODIST. Whenever we're developing something, we're not doing some kind of joke. We always have, like 900,000% of the time, we always have documentation like this. It's how we do it, you know? You have to stay professional. Well, anyways, I'm looking forward for the final results of this. I think it's gonna be a real good fleet oiler. I can tell you that. I'm pretty sure we won't miss the old, what was it called? I don't know. It's deleted from the workshop. It's deleted from my files. Who cares? Here we have the prototype 3. I think it looks pretty darn cool. Now we're getting a little bit more modern design, open up the tube a little bit, make it look a little bit more open and less constricted to turning, because having a big tube that's not open anywhere, it feels like it would turn kind of more slowly. We have a sharp design going on here, and we got the same type of turning. Gonna be really interesting to see how we're gonna be able to fit the internals here, but having the outer hull be 2 meters of alloy is probably a wise decision. We're now looking at prototype 4, and the prototype 4, as you can see, has a much more decorated tube for the propellers, which just look a lot better. We have a pretty wide feeling to this, and other than that, we're retaining the main features and feeling of the design. This is like a cool little additions and cool small details that really make it come together and really look like a professional army of GMODIST design with gold trim and everything. So here we can take a little closer look at the sieves system. We got some system going on here, which is the sieves. We got some metal shielding in front of the belt feds. Now these are not belt feds, right? These are 1 meter autoloaders. So that's good, because if it was belt feds, you couldn't have ejectors like this. Well, it's coming together pretty well here. It looks like a solid system. It's being mounted here. We got some control units going on there with some redundancy as well. Not sure if this is an interesting little thing. Not that I think we're gonna encounter a lot of EMP, but if we got EMP'd, that's not like a huge issue like that, but yeah, one of them might fall off like that, so I don't think this surge protector is doing much. We really need to EMP insulate things if we're able, if we are going to protect them. But anyways, here we have the general sieve system. We have a lot of shields on here, so it's gonna be protected. Even if shells are penetrating, they might bounce off. The design of it looks really cool though. It's like an X from above, and I'm sure this system will be able to shoot down incoming missiles pretty reliably if just this turret neck doesn't get shot off. To take the decision on what propellers we would have, this is the aforementioned little test. So here you can see the thrust they would provide, 10,000 here, 20,000 there. So of course, having 2 blades will make it have more thrust, but it will not make it be more efficient. If you have 3 blades, however, it will be kind of unbalanced, and that will not be very good. If you didn't know that, I think it's pretty funny. You can see now, it now has asymmetric limit there. Asymmetric, thrust reduced to 98%. So that's something that can be good to know. This one provides like 76,000, this one provides 38,000. well, good to know the testings behind the results. Well, here we have prototype 5, which is really starting to look like a ship that is indeed coming together. We have the civs system installed, we got some basic rudimentary detection, and we got it here. Isn't that quite nice? Alright, so here we have some correspondence. Dear sir, here's an update. Construction information, phase 2 and 3. Important fundamental decisions about storage system and civs. Brand new civs, Mantis 60. Very interesting. So we got some new cool files to check out there. So we're very pleased to see the results and the rigorous testing. Indeed. Well, that's of course our normal testing procedures. Regards. Acta non verba. Eugene Victus. Regards, Lord High Admiral GMODIST. As understandable, we had some slight issues with some of the testings here, so I was just wanting to have some extra testing about the turret neck. It looks a little bit weak, so just get that back into the testing board, yeah? And it seems that it's all going pretty well with that. Captain Wise explains it's rarely a problem with the turret neck being blown off, not seems to be a weak point according to Y-Corp. Interesting indeed. And ooh, top secret component, which is intended to significantly increase the survivability of Project Hermod in combat. Details are currently top secret and only in development office itself. Interesting indeed, Captain Y. Well, it's gonna be very interesting to check that out later. And of course, some obligatory praising of the Gimli battleship's unbeaten status in the Gimli battles. Well, that definitely deserves a applause. So please applause. Thank you. We got some new documentation incoming here. 37 pages of documentation. That's exactly how we do it in the AOG. In the Army of GMODIST, we want to have good documentation. So let's dive in there and check that out. The final design is closing in, so let's take this 37-page beast and dive into it. We have the library going on here, so let us check what's going on here. Initially, secondary criterias. Well, I think we know this document by hand now. Looking pretty darn cool. And, well, obsolete, go there. So really closing in here. Just take a little refresher on what's going on here. Yeah, looking pretty good. Muscle brick extension. We got some more detailed decisions here. Type of sieves, developing sieves indeed. We got a shield, metal. Seems to be pretty decent. We decided the same thing here. Nose is gonna be shaped charge, and the anti-munition is gonna be flak head. Alright, GMODIST Confidential. So I really hope you enjoy looking at this thing. This is, you know, the inside of the AOG development command. Isn't that pretty cool? In any case, Civ systems going on there, Civ's alignment, 360 degrees coverage, that's really good. Barrel amount per civs. So we got some comparative studies going on here. And we can see now the civs getting installed here. So we're gonna check that out more in detail in game here. Very amazing indeed. Project 5. Now we are in the fourth phase. The type of engines and engine generation, if necessary storage, are worked out. Dual engine system, engine type, type of engine, battery recharging system, amount and placement of engines, amount and placement of battery packs. In order to make the vehicle as efficient as possible, fuel consumption in patrol and chill mode should be as low as possible. That makes a lot of sense. Here we have fuel engine, double blueprint. Well, that's really beautiful. I think this looks absolutely amazing. And we have a little battery pack there with some surges to try and protect them. 6-cylinder, 4 carburetor, turbocharger units. Alright, inline turbocharger, adapter, crankshaft. Okay, we have a little list of materials going on there. I think it looks pretty convincing to me. Fuel engine, installation price. So here we have RTGs, that's gonna be really expensive. Fuel cost per second. Electric engine there. So we have a little comparison. The classic approach, a large engine room for everything, is not easy to implement due to the hull shape chosen. In addition, the division of the machines into several separate areas should ensure the longevity of the entire system as redundancy in the event of damage. That's what I'm speaking about. That's exactly how you should think to make successful designs, which we of course aim to do in the Army of GMODIST. So here we're going through and checking the decision tree. So we're going with a mix of engine systems, fuel and energy. We're getting some RTGs, 2, 4 fuel and 4 battery packs, splitted as far as possible in both hulls, which will be ending up into prototype 6. So we got some detailed instructions going on there, and prototype 6 status ongoing. Well, that's looking pretty amazing indeed. Decision for redundancy. So the CPU system is chosen, and precision programming etc. will follow in the last phase of the construction process. That sounds absolutely great. In order to keep the core units as small as possible, it's also planned to distribute the necessary processor capabilities to the individual sensor areas and make more available than actually necessary. That sounds like a wise decision. Dual core, well, core to duo, it's a really good CPU architecture. Decentralized alignment. Very smart to not get one-shotted. We got some more details going on there. We'll not commit to one type of sensor and a variety if possible. Infrared, good for fast moving things. Cameras 360, wireless snoopers, sonar buoys, higher camera gimbal trackers, coincidence range finders. The normal visual camera is really good too, but well, we'll see how everything ends up. Well, I believe that is indeed the full documentation right now. Dear Lord High Admiral, I'm pleased and proud to report that Y Corp is now able to provide an almost production-ready prototype. That is absolutely fantastic. So, ICBM missile fairing is being worked on. Saluting, greeting. Very interesting indeed. So, Captain, good idea. Sent the prototype designs and relay it to design integrity team for further assessment. Yes, indeed. Our team will check it through a little bit. Glorious regards, Lord High Admiral GMODIST. That's how we speak normally here. The ICBMs have a very beautiful little self-destructing measure. Very advanced breadboard stuff indeed. Y Corp has some very advanced knowledge about the bread. Y Corp likes to emphasize Y Corp, a trademark of Y Work, has made it a goal to offer the greatest possible user satisfaction with the least possible amount of work, and is happy to answer any questions about their products. Oh my god, I think the quality assessment team will be quite busy this weekend. After the quality control team was getting back, we had some different things to check. One of them was nukes will spawn even if the target is less cost than of a nuke. Basically, it's gonna spend more materials to destroy the enemy. And well, the quality control board kind of thought that was maybe a little bit wasteful. But in any case, we changed our minds. You see, Y Corp thinks that because of the amount of all the materials we have, any threat should be countered with maximal force indeed. It all makes very much sense, of course. ARG Central Command must agree that overuse of firepower must never be quenched. We draw back earlier statement about using too much material, as it is true that excessive violence is always the right answer. In from the depth at least. And of course, our honored captain will absolutely agree to this motto, thinks it's a promising attitude. Well, it seems we have the final design sent over to us. So let's take a little look at it in game. Ladies and gentlemen, here we almost have the finished design. Not quite. Here we are actually having a tiny little issue, and that is that IR trackers don't see through portholes. Also, this thing would block the view if it could see through them anyways, because the trackers really rely on line of sight. So that was addressed and has been fixed, so we're gonna look at the final version. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the final version of the Hermod Fleet Oiler constructed in the Y Corp by Captain Y. These are now mimics indeed, and inside of here we don't have IR, but we instead have normal camera trackers. Here you can see the beautiful design is really coming together. The propellers are looking absolutely splendid with some engine parts on them there to really give that propulsion feeling. AOH Hermod. Well, I think we should get this up in the air and do check it out a little bit. So from above it gets constructed like this, and if we see the cut through view here, we can see the different parts and interiors going on there at each of the side. It has a really high capacity for storage, of course, because that's its main purpose. If we check a little cut through view here, we can see the armor and the components coming together here. looking pretty solid. And it's AO because it's a fleet oiler, and the H is added because it's a hydrofoil. Hydrofoil fleet oiler, if you were wondering. Well, I think it looks pretty splendid here. We're definitely gonna take a little tour in this thing. But first, let's check the weapons. And we have a beautiful active decoy system, which of course will not hit on us like that. You may notice this thing. This is a mining arm, an automatic mining system that will mine when we are in a resource zone. If we, however, go away from this resource zone, you can see that the mining arm is neatly folded here. Anyways, let's take a little walking tour here. We have a beautiful little command center area. We have mining cams and we have combat cams. I think we can switch to the mining cams. I believe this is mining cams and this is the combat cams. So we got some control going on here. We can indeed see even the construction because there is a secret project which is the ICBMs. Well, this is our matros here standing ready, or maybe it's a lieutenant. Here we can access the engine bay. Doesn't that look quite splendid? So you, if you are enlisted, you may, you know, serve on this tomorrow. Who knows? Here we can go out and we get some additional detection. We can walk up here too to access some of the cargo area as well. I think we should get in here again. Good to have multiple entries and exits. So looking all splendid. Let's go out here so we can go here. The entire ship is quite walkable. So we are really having some good role play abilities here. Very nice indeed. Just if character movement was a little bit better in this game. In any case, let's move around here. We can see we got RTGs stored here and we can open up to go back to the mining facility area as well as climb up over to the other side if need be. There is of course no way to make a nice walk over because, well, yeah, we kind of have a big propeller tube in the middle of this craft. So we can go here. We got a repair station to repair other ships and we have pretty similar designs here. We can walk just right by the storage containers. So we can go in right here. We got the other civs turret. We got some smoke installed there too in case we get lased. It's really good to have some smoke. And here we have the bunk areas with some beautiful portholes outwards too. So we are being able to feel the 4 matroses right here. We can go down and they just sleep right above the engine compartment, which is very nice because doing that means that it will stay warm here. Isn't that nice? Think of everything. Here we're having some shower areas. 4 personnel can shower at the same time, and we even got the toilet areas. This has all the amenities that could be wished. The Y Corp has really put together a well thought out and functional design that can field both personnel and, well, a lot of cargo. Not a little cargo, basically 7 million in cargo. So we can carry a lot of cargo here, and we even got logos, of course, because that is very important. So I think we'll need to check out some of the combat performances, but I believe we will just check out its movement speeds here. So we're getting up to 43 meters per second when moving like this. The final cost of the design is 180,000, which is really good for a design like this. So that is quite good. Top speed of 55. I expect it goes up a little bit faster when it has to move at top speeds. In any case, we're gonna set it to automatic and we're gonna spawn some small airplanes. Now you can see we're constructing a vessel. All right. As said, we're gonna carry some ICBMs, and that's of course really useful, but maybe for countering a little bit larger targets. I think our decoys are doing a pretty good job at decoying here, which is very nice, and the guns are, oh yes, the ICBM really hit there. Awesome to have some ICBMs going on here. We're shooting a mix of shells. We're shooting both heat and flak in order to deal with the multiple different targets, just because switching the ammo isn't the easiest thing to do. Fortunately, the ICBMs will take out these threats very efficiently. So yeah, this thing spawns nukes, because as said before, excessive violence is always the right answer when meeting opposition, as Captain Y and I discussed earlier. We can also spawn a, let's see here, let's drop in a couple of Marauder and see if we can deal with that. However, what is really good here is that we have some security lights. So if we're having some issues here, we can see that the warning lights does indeed light up and tell that there is an issue here. We're moving at like 61 meters per second, so we're speeding up here a little bit to not get hit. Of course, we're staying out of sight here because we don't want to get messed up. And you know what? Did you see that? It actually switches between two different ICBMs dependent on the target, if it's an aerial target or if it is a naval target. This is steam jet propelled and it deals a lot of damage. Let's see if it's switched here. No, yes, it switched indeed. And here it goes. We may spend some materials on our nukes, but if we're meeting any foe, we're gonna make sure to mess them up real hard. That's real good because this thing isn't really adapted to face combat really. So it's good that we're launching some nukes to be able to deal with the problem efficiently and securely. We're basically not even scratched over here. Well, indeed, it does perform very satisfactory and very efficiently. So this is indeed a extremely efficient and useful design that is now added to the Army of GMODISM's second frontier fleet. This thing will be appearing in future iterations of the Nether campaign, because of course this is what we are collecting some of the crafts like this thing with. And of course also, just like the winning bomber designs, they will appear in the second chapter frontier fleet together with the Hermod fleet boiler. Here we can see the nuclear missile that is spawning as a torpedo, and which spawns depends on what enemy we appear. So we have the Gremlin and we have the Triton, and which of them spawns depends on what target we are meeting. This one deals with underwater and naval vessels, and this one deals mostly with aerial vessels, as you can see there. Well, the Hermod looks absolutely stunning here. The interiors are perfect for AOG personnel. You, they're listed of course. Maybe you'll serve on this next week. What do you know? Maybe, maybe not. In any case, Captain Y for Y Corp has really put together a really nice design here and put together some pretty nice documentation too. So for that, we will say applause. Very, very impressive indeed. But wait, there is more. We have a little extra look at a little extra project actually that Captain Y has been putting together with the Y Corp, because the Army of GMODISM needed a low power radar outpost so that we can remove the fog of war and just have some eyes, you know, in the nether to see whenever some enemy approaches, so that we can take swift action. So let's dive in and check that out. And as said, there is a radar station to look at. Lastly but not least, we have a beautiful little radar station going on here. This is the Lyttepost, and it will make sure that enemy units are detected using this beautiful radar antenna, cleverly designed in a tower like this. So the Lyttepost works as follows. We have a space for 2 personnel, we've got an AI core and some amenities right here. We can then go outside and we have some different structures to walk around on. Here we can control the fortress if need be to move it in any direction. We got some basic engines going on there. Here we can board this area from these, well, very secure little rubber pads so that we won't accidentally crash into anything. So we can go up in here to provide service if we don't come from an air vessel. Everything is beautifully gold trimmed, as is very well designed and good to do in the Army of GMODISM. Here we have a little drop pad for balloons if that is your desired mode of transport. So this is of course only 6,000 materials. It is designed to be as cheap as possible basically. And this is the beautiful radar tower, really cleverly designed like this. So we're basically having them go down like this and provide a tower structure like that. Captain Y really has some super smart tricks in his sleeve, and you can see this little radar tower has an amazing inherent design on how the radar dishes get positioned due to its algorithm of positioning. We also got some basic detection on top of here to make sure we have some type of tracking towards the enemy to share with other vehicles that can pick up inter-vehicle transmitters. So there we have the Lyttepost as well. Very beautiful, and is already in the second chapter frontier fleet. Well, there we have it. I hope you liked getting some insight on how we work behind the scenes here in the army of GMODIST when we develop new units and combat vessels and stations and stuff like that for our military empire. In any case, if you haven't joined the army of GMODIST, you should probably join it right now. You just self-assign the Matros 3rd class in the Discord and you are enlisted. Or if you want to be a commissioned officer, well, there's the Discord for you. In any case, now you get in the Discord automatically if you, the commissioned officer is Patreon, of course. In any case, hope you enjoyed this. If you did, do leave a like, and I just need to give a huge thanks to Captain Y for putting together this absolutely stunning documentation. That's just so RP. Sorry for getting out of character. In any case, this is your Lord High Admiral GMODIST. We're signing out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome back to From the Depth with your host, Eric. You kinda like the battleship scissors, so in this little empirical testing, we are going to try and upgrade the battleship scissors, test the different game mechanics, and, as I did promise before, that I would take a look at that Hitman's chain gun, chain sword, chainsaw. Yeah, it's the chainsaw. You wanted me to make a chain sword, however. Whatever. This chain saw wasn't as effective as it should have been, according to that Hitman who built it. It's on the workshop, by the way. But what I basically have done for my little upgrade, which I did say to y'all that I should actually make, is make a drill version. So here you can see my little drill version, which I happen to be building on right now. So we just have a few spokes left to replace, and we're going to test our different systems out. We're gonna begin with testing out the, what is it? The scissors, the battleship scissors, of course. We're gonna compare it to the unmodified chainsaw from that Hitman. And then we're gonna see if my, well, drill mod did anything reasonable. Oh yeah, and this little platform is our new testing rig. If you want to see me make this testing rig and the development process of it, it was a lot harder than it should have been. Because it's so difficult to tweak. But whatever, if you want to see that process, go to the GMODIST channel. There's like all sorts of links in the descriptions for that if you want to check that out.
GMODIST.
Better late than never. All right, there we had the intro, I guess. So in any case, let us get started. This obviously has, it's loaded up there, but we're gonna check this little thing out a bit later. All right, so we have the scissors, we have the drill scissors, a new thing. We have the scissors saw you've seen in the last section of the Let's Build a Battleship Scissors video. Then we got the chainsaw, I mean, from that Hitman, but on a little sub-object like that, and with a little code included. And then we got the Hitman's chain drill, so my chain drill modification of it. So, first out, this is an empirical testing video, and if you're new here, you are most welcome to the GMODISM Empire. I'm your host Eric, and in the empirical testing videos, we basically do some tests, right? Now, this little test platform, which I built on the GMODIST channel, another channel that is, if you want to check that out, is really useful. We basically control it with a complex controller, so I set up a custom controller here. And that is because last time you could see we had some issues with controlling and also using the scissors, so I thought it's better to have a sub-object like this, right? Anyways, as you can see here, we do have some different opportunities to have different altitudes. So I set it to work at different altitudes with 4 presets. Yeah. I don't know if it's that useful. It was more difficult than you can believe to make this platform stable. It's also like pure heavy armor, so it's super heavy for what it is. Costs 200,000 with a weight of 300. Okay, so we have a weight of 373,000. Just to compare that, how heavy is the Gimli class, I wonder? So let's load that in. It gotta be a lot heavier, right? It has to be a lot heavier. Alright. The Gimli class is 7 million in weight. Yeah, of course, it's a lot heavier. Now we come to the first little thing we can test here in empirical testing. Empirical testing, not imperial testing. But this is the empire of GMODISM, so, you know, there is that. Well, anyhow, if we put a little... where are my simple weapons? The RAM here. So basically, as some of you pointed out in the video's comments, and well, I kind of forgot it somewhat, but I also know it. But yeah, so the thing is with melee weapons, right? They do more damage if they are on a heavy thing, on heavy object. So this thing is not as heavy as the Gimli class, of course, but at this slow speed it will do 41,000 damage basically. If we put the same thing on the Gimli class, you can see it does what is it? I can't see this number when they are moving around. Okay, pause the game. 2 million, right? That's like 2 million damage. They go up from like 1 million to go up and down like that. And when it's like super low, it's only 300,000 when it's standing still. And obviously, when we take control over this platform and move it forwards, you can see the stored impact damage basically ticks up and ticks up and ticks up till we reach this point where we are basically doing... That's 1 million, right? 1 million damage, thanks to the construct weight. If we are on the Gimli class, instead, if we had rams on this thing, they would naturally also do a lot of damage. Can you, like, build? Thank you. Like that. So if we move forwards here, you can see we're running up to an interesting amount of stored impact damage. We're ticking up and we're ticking up and we're ticking up. We are ticking up. So right now we are at, what is this? 7.8 million, right? Yeah. So it is proportional to our weight and our speed. Now this thing can of course go pretty quick, and Gimli class has a limited speed she has. But I thought that it would be reasonable to see how much of a difference it can do if we are basically using our scissors on a heavy ship or a light ship. In the previous little Let's Build video, we tested it on the Reed class, which is a somewhat light ship, to be honest. Right, so we're gonna mod this platform out with our scissors. This is the regular scissors, like this. It is naturally pretty front heavy now. But the thing is here, if we take this platform and freeze it and we check out the... well, now we're not moving, so we can't say if we have an impact damage, but whatever. Let's just estimate somewhat the weight of these scissors with a little block area here in the back. We basically are going to fill it up. So we got some added weight here in the back. And see if we still... oh, perhaps that was a bit too heavy. Let's see if we can manage. Oh yeah, it seems that we can manage a-okay. Oh, that's beautiful. Well, any case, Now we got our little platform, and naturally I think that our constructor weight is now, yeah, 500,000, much more than before. We should do considerably more damage than we did in our earlier tests. So I'm basically thinking that, yeah, let's spawn in some test targets, enter God mode, and see how much more damage the scissor is able to do now when we have, well, a heavier platform for once, plus a extra weight, which is pretty heavy. Like, lead is the heaviest block in the game, so lead does add damage to this. It's basically newtons. It's like weight times speed. Yeah, that's the damage. Or I think it's that at least. Let's begin with a Poor Marauder. I'm just turning it off inside the menu here. And, well, then basically, I think it's time to line up our scissors casually, as you do. Damn, this platform is so fast and maneuverable. Ooh, I'm glad we have strafe too. Come on. Careful, careful, careful. Almost, almost. Oh my. We're up to test. So, let's just do it. Cut. What? Alright, let's move a little bit while we do it. Ooh. Look at that. Look at that. Alright. So just that we moved the tiny little bit made it so much more scary. Alright. We're totally gonna spawn in a crossbones. And we're just gonna ram cut it. Oh wow, yeah, okay, definitely deals considerably more damage. That is very obvious. Alright then. Let us charge basically. Right, now we need to have some finesse and some timing. Pause the game. Okay. Slow-mo mode. Play. And cut. Oh, bam. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Look at that. Look at that. Alright, we missed a couple of blocks there. I guess the stored up impact damage wasn't just enough. That did so much more damage though. Okay, let's speed up the game to normal speeds and just just attack it. Alright, look at that. We deal so much more damage now. Like, heavier things naturally deal more damage, but I definitely miscalculated how much more damage they are dealing. Bam. And if we get some speed, like this thing goes in like, I think it's 90 meters per second or something like that. So if we can just time a nice cut like this. Bam. And we can repeat this cut. So it is a sharper scissors than before, but it's gonna be pretty obvious that this ain't gonna cut it. Ooh! GMODIST, get a hold of yourself. Alright, we're coming in for another hungry bite. Something around, oh god damn it. Right, again, and there. Look at it. Well, obviously, we can conclude that while this version is considerably stronger, thanks to the added weight of the platform, it isn't quite enough, but it does give me high hopes for whatever we can do if we get the saw scissor version on here. So let's test the saw scissor version and see if we can cut through the poor crossbones a little bit more effectively. Indeed. As you will recognize from earlier, this is naturally the saw scissors. I'm actually going to modify the speed a little bit on this thing. Now, if I like make it half speed. Now, I just want them to be slightly off sync without sacrificing too much damage, of course. If we check the stats here, we can see that the stored impact damage when we are still is pretty decent. I think we're gonna begin with a Marauder, just for fun. Killing Marauders just for fun. What type of psychopath are we here, actually? Come on. Oh, right, I made it uber slow. I kind of forgot that. Okay, I'm just gonna fix this. Because the turret speed, we can set it to like 60% or something. And I'm sure it's going to be a little bit slower, but not too slow, hopefully. Slowly lining up. And... oh no, 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 no. We missed. Alright, alright, alright. Actually, that it is indeed moving around is probably good for us. We are gonna do more damage like this. Ooh. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. That melted through. It despawned faster than the scissor could close it. Well, crossbones then. As for the crossbones, I just turned off its AI. And so it doesn't fire or move, because it's pretty fast. I don't want to chase it too much, I want to see clean cut. Well, that's about right. Alright, let us close the scissors here. Oh, look at that. We're shooing through, we are shooing. We are shooing. Oh, we missed a couple of blocks though. Ah, we didn't cut it through completely. We still missed a couple of blocks. Well, I think we'll have to go backwards and just line up. By the way, if you want this test platform, you can tell me. I can put it on the workshop if you want to. We're gonna turn down the speed to 20% again. And we're gonna attempt a cut. Right then. Ooh. Alright, here we go. Does it have time to damage? Ah, no, it didn't have time to damage all the blocks. Well, damn it. This is not gonna cut it. I hope for better results. I hope for some better results. If we just move a little bit when we're doing this, we can probably get some crazy cuts. Like, them moving and being modulated, it does help a bit, but not as much as I would have hoped. Oh, bam, look at that. Oh my god. Do you see this? We actually cut it. Oh wow. We actually cut it fully. It started to despawn that part. That was a successful. That was a successful bisection, I'm thinking. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. Like the sword reel is. No, I mean the saw scissors. What am I saying? I'm basically speaking about the next thing we're gonna try out. I have some high hopes for the drill version I made of my scissors, so hopefully that's gonna work out. But the saw scissors isn't actually that bad when we have it on a much heavier platform. Look at that. Just for good measure, let's see if we can cut the baguette in half. I'm so sorry that Hitman. No disrespect, it's just the perfect ship to test it against. I think you would agree. All right. Now we have some speed. Let's see here. And I want to trigger the scissors. Oh, bam! Look at that. It's so slow when we're closing it, so I kind of miss exactly the timing. Okay. Oh no, we're getting... What a bodged cut. What am I trying to do here? What am I trying to do? Okay, there we go. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. There we have it. There we have it. Oh yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the lag is insane. The lag is insane. I think we got stuck there for a moment. Oh my. I think we'll need to help with some acceleration. Bam! Look at that! I just had to pause there to take the screenshot of this video. Bam! Look at it! It's despawning! It's despawning! The baguette has been bisected. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now turn off this video. We have successfully bisected the baguette. Okay, now only true GMODists are here. Now we should check more weapons. Oh yes, indeed. Look at this thing. Its health got so halved, but it's not like halved enough. Oh yeah, of course, because I spawned it on my team. What am I saying? Well, we'll just have to look at this thing. We're so stuck. Can we like help this scissors a little bit? Look at that. This is too funny. We're supposed to do some imperial testing here. I can't even speak. Empirical testing. And I'm just gleefully bisecting ships with my big scissors. As you do, you know. Well, it is more effective than I would anticipated after the last test. I did have in my backhead that heavier did a little bit more damage, but I thought it was so little that it didn't really matter much. And I can see that if you're not adding like a super big counterweight, then it doesn't make much of a difference. But obviously, I should have just added a super big counterweight instead, and we would probably have had some more interesting results, right? Well, there we have it. We can basically continue and cut this in half however many times we want, but that's not fun. We'll need to test the drill chainsaw instead. Why am I saying chainsaw? I'm so fixated on finally trying out Hitman's weapon. I wonder if he tried out the original chainsaw against the baguette. Well, I think we're gonna repair this and do some experiments. Hello game, have you crashed yet? Are you responding? I clicked repair all, I think. Oh, we didn't crash the game this time. Well, that's amazing. Anyways, I'm gonna find my off switch. We have it, my big off switch. And we're just gonna put it a bit here to turn off lights and stuff, and hopefully we'll get some better performance. Oh, that is... that's a real smoke, that's why, okay. Never mind. So I'm thinking we don't have to test things against the... like Marauder and stuff like that. Since our previous weapons were able to deal with the Marauder, I feel it is a bit I don't know. I can't speak. I should stop pretend to speak English. Obviously I can't. But anyways, we're just going to test it against the baguette, because every weapon we use now needs to, of course, also be able to bisect the baguette. It is the hardest thing we have bisected so far. This, my ladies and gentlemen, is my drill scissors. It is supposed to be hidden like this, so we can't even see that it is a drill. But actually, it is. We have a cutting edge made of a drill. When I basically thought about what should we do for the future test, I was like, wait, didn't I say to Hitman that I would drillify his chainsaw? And then I thought, well, what if I drillify my scissors? So that's basically what I've done here. I have drillified the scissors. Now, we are basically thus providing a cutting edge powered by engine power. I hope it has enough stored energy. I don't know, I think this crank motor may be a bit weak. We're gonna see how much the DPS is. But first of all, we're gonna line up our scissors to the baguette and take a little cut. GMODIST, get rid of those psychopath vibes, man. We're having a proper Tokyo drift here. Let's see if we can stop this. Damn, this was difficult. Is like the baguette even still? I think I'm just, or am I just hallucinating? I have no idea. I feel I should probably set up some type of breadboard thing that like automatically keeps us in one spot so we don't drift from side to side. Like we have with the PIDs for automatic altitude control and stuff. Anyways, we are lined up. Let us cut. Damn, this is a bit quick, isn't it? Not nearly enough time to provide any type of cut. Yeah, okay. That doesn't work. We need to repair this thing. Check out our drill stats. We have decently. Okay, I've decreased the speed here, and I have high hopes for this little drill scissors. Okay, look at that. The first edge is touching. Oh. And the top one too. Oh, we're dealing damage so slow, look at that. Yeah. Too slow damage dealing. Naturally. Okay, we need some scarier drills. That's sure. The ID isn't bad, but man, I had hoped for a little bit more effect here. Look at it. I mean, it chews through, kinda. If we just pause the game and see here. Not much kinetic damage saved. Well, I think perhaps I used medium drills. It's possible we have to use large drills instead. So I guess we should try that out and see if this could be a viable weapon. Oh my, look. Look. It actually, due to some internal fires, it actually was cut off eventually. Well, that's neat. Either way, I think we'll have to see if we can upgrade these drills. They are, well, not quite the damage we're looking for. If you look at them right now, by the way, you can see that, like, I don't think a lot of the engine power has to... Yeah, it probably takes a big time for it to spin up to. So, if we can make that stronger. So here's an idea. What if we take some medium crank motors, some more of them, connect them up with some of these, and basically, well, they're all now connected. So perhaps it will spin up to full power a lot faster now. We can probably add even more. I'm gonna see how many I can fit all around here and see if we indeed get some better damage. or some better recharge rate of them. All right. We can probably, okay, connect to that group. And this is... I guess they're all connected now, maybe. I don't know. I feel we should probably connect the middle one to them all. Perhaps that works. Okay, I don't know how this works, but whatever. It is connected. Well, we're up to test then. Just carefully gonna go forwards. And close the drills. Now it's moving forwards, that's not good. Alright. Let's see if we can check like the values here. This is the boosted one. And if everything is correctly, I'll need to turn a bit. They should not decrease much in its kinetic damage. They should continually deal damage too. They should be more providing a better DPS. Kinetic energy used, okay. Let's see here. They seem to be using this engine power, so they're doing something. I don't know if I noticed much of a difference. Now it feels like we're super stuck though. We're like getting repaired stuck. So when the baguette is regenerated with its repair bots, we are kind of getting, well, basically locked into the design. This would have worked so much better if we didn't have this edge, like if we only had a drill stick like this. Kinetic energy. I don't know, but I think it seems to be working up to its energy a lot quicker. You see it's ticking up there in a reasonable pace. This one is super slow. So yeah, it looked like this little type of setup actually did improve it. So I'm gonna fix the other edge and we can do some test. If just this baguette would let go. Do I have to like despawn it? I don't know. Let it go, sing along, finally. Alright, so I beefed it up here. You can see we have, let's see if the gods of spin clipping will allow me to even close this thing. As for this side, oh, what was that damage? Well, in any case, what happens if we disable God mode? Are we okay? Yeah, well, maybe we are. In any case, I added a ton of medium wheels to this. And why do we have this? Well, we can basically make these flywheels act as a type of like kinetic battery. So you can see here we have kinetic energy. It is a little bit higher on this side now. Like, are they even spinning? Yeah. Oh my, it just ended up here. We'll have to be careful with our little system. Okay, let's put on the brakes. It's time to test. Oh, we have to be a little bit further away. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Oh, damn. Alright, alright, alright. We're like drifting. Stop drifting. And we can close it down. Alright. Let's do a controlled little cut here. Just watch the damage. Oh! It seems the initial impact damage took away some stuff. But is it just me, or did it like do less damage or something? And this is weird. I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is working. Oh, it hit a sub-object. That's why? Alright. I'm just gonna pause the game and check the stats here.
We do have kinetic energy used. We have a lot of kinetic energy spawned, stored, I mean. I'm not sure the flywheels actually help out at all. And if we just are on this here, we can see the stats go down there when it is being used. The RPM is slowly decreasing like that. It's weird. It's like we're not doing damage this time. How come? This is strange. I'll need to check some stuff. The game seems to be hallucinating. Look at that. It's like applying damage at the wrong spot. So if we're trying to close the drill here, you can see we're actually doing damage beside it. This is a bit uncanny. But why? Well, it seems to be working, but I don't know if I need to restart my game or something. Well, this sure is a botched bisection. Oh, wow, what are we doing over here? Well, I'm glad I have the strafe function. Excellent. We're gonna see if we can go in for another clean cut and see if it was like some weird bug or whatever happened there. Come on. Oh wow, this is super weird. It looks like the damage being applied kind of lags or something, because I just repaired all blocks in the baguette and it still tries to apply damage. And when we click repair all, fires are being put out. So it's definitely something botched here with like the kinetic damage in general. I think we might have found some type of bug, to be honest. It's like retroactively applying the kinetic damage to the target. Probably it must have failed to calculate it or something like that. So it tries to calculate it after the fact, just how explosive damage results can be delayed in big battles. I kind of think it is something like that. We're gonna see what happens now when we're trying to apply damage to it over here. You can see where is it even doing the damage? We obviously got the sub-object, but it seems that it kinda only damaged the sub-object. This is very interesting. You know, I think I'll have to restart the game just to make sure it's not a bug in my session before we say or report anything of the like. So yeah. Yeah, like, but before we end, look at this. We are drilling over here. I found where the damage is being applied. It's being applied. This is weird. Before we end this jank session on this game, before I restart, I feel we should at least attempt to like mock bisect the baguette from well, remote kill it. I don't know what to call this. This is weird. 9 million damage. We are jumping around in weird ways. All right. Wow, this is so weird. I feel like I should help it by moving it a little bit too. Look at that. When I turn, the damage is like spread out like this. This is weird. This is weird. Oh my god! Look at that! Look at that! It has started to apply the damage over here instead. It seems it has updated its damage dealing metrics. And we were so close, and now we already switched where we're dealing the damage. This is so weird. I think this is the weirdest game bug so far this year for me.
which I've seen. This is crazy. And like, look at it. We just melted through with the scissors here, but it almost, we almost attempted, managed to cut it off there. Not quite. Well, see you after the restart. All right. Very nice. I'm gonna fill up with some new backgrounds, by the way, for save screens you can download. So keep tuned for that on, I don't know, in my videos / the post page on YouTube. Before we do any tests, I restarted the game, by the way, but I'm going to replace this medium drill for the top one with a large drill instead, and just to see if that gives us a significant damage boost. We will be able to see that quite easily, I think, when we are checking it out. Probably like which edge is like cutting the hardest and stuff like that. I'm thinking too, the little trick I did with the large wheels like this seemed to have worked somewhat. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have like a support engine on top of there. And we're gonna set, okay, they're set to max RPM and max RPM. And we're just gonna turn on this drill. So you can see we have a lot more kinetic energy in the shaft now. Like a lot. I'm not sure, however, how long time it's gonna take to charge up this thing. Probably it's gonna take ages, right? Well, let's see if I can add some extra engine power as helpers. All right, we could do that. Now we're using 16,000 engine power. So I guess we'll just have to wait for this to actually get to level. And we can probably spawn in the baguette in the meantime. It seems that these drills are a lot heavier too. So I'm just gonna modify the settings here on the spin blades to provide a little bit of a better up force. Alright, we're gonna have the big off switch here. Slap it on right there so we can get a little bit better performance. I could lower the settings, of course, but that's no fun. Well then, let's see if our drills had time to... Oh, look at that. Look at the difference. 100,000 kinetic damage, and this is like 1.5 million almost. That's a big difference. Alright, let us see this. This is gonna be very interesting. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I spared the maneuvers. I think you've seen enough of that. So here we are, looking at this drill. Oh my, oh my. We're gonna slow down the game. We are gonna slow down the game. Okay, okay. It's touching in... Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh, which edge is gonna touch the first? I wonder. Oh, is it down here? It's taking ages. We're running the game at a slow speed, so there is that too. Okay, okay. Oh, the first edge has touched the scissor top. And it hit a sub-object. Okay, alright. Look at that. The scissor blade underneath. We are cutting blocks. Of course we are. But damn, look at this. Alright. There is a very, very large difference. I forgot to God mode our own platform, actually. You know what? I think we're gonna quickly God mode our own platform because I think the scissors... I think the scissor broke. Bam. This is some damage, I'll tell you that. Okay, we're turning back to full game speed. Obviously. The large scissors blade, like the large drill blade, is so much more efficient. You can see we have a botched cut underneath here. but on top we have damage. It just melts through. Yeah, definitely. There is something to be said for the scissor. The drill scissor does really offer what we like here, but we have to use the large drill, it seems like. So, for further development. Oh, bam! That's awesome. Look at that. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy. So I'll have to make the top scissor blade in a way that actually looks a little bit nice. And for both of them, this is nice. All right, I'm abandoning the scissors aesthetic. And I've actually thought that why make a super complex setup? What if we just have 3 big drills like this, stacked on top of each other, and we use we just pinch the enemy using this, because I realize the wheels are colliding and I'm not a fan of spin clipping. Well, it's pretty straightforward this. I'm going to do some copy pasting, I think. And I'll think I'll want to record all of this. So I'll see you when we are basically done for some tests. Finally a use for the 1.5 long applique. Well, I think this looks pretty decent. So we are going to save this scissors blade, if we may. Save D. I'm gonna say it as scissors, well, drill blade. I think this is gonna be. I'll take this thing here. Ugh. All right, and then we can go to this object, line it up like that. Take our drill blade. And now it should fit perfectly neatly right here. Look at that. This looks kind of menacing. I'm thinking even the drill's blades, or like the drill blades should like slightly bypass each other so that they overlap, just like that. Like -2 is probably perfect. Beautiful. So this is the close state, and then open like this. I think it looks pretty neat. I'm feeling this is a little bit of my magnum opus in this little kinetics tests. So we're actually going to check at the chainsaws first and see how they do, like what type of damage they'll be able to deal compared to this. So I put that Hitman's chainsaw on just a sub-object with a Lua and everything. And this is like it. Now we are in a heavier platform, a considerably much more heavy platform. So we should expect this chainsaw to deal a lot more damage than could be achieved in his videos where he built this thing. But we're gonna see, because I think he used a pretty light vehicle when he tested it. A very light vehicle, if I don't remember, not sure. Anyways, let us rig it up. Man, this is so weird. So I just noticed that the baguette had taken some damage. So I did repair it, but it continues to be damaged. I kind of think we have this issue with melee weapons. Actually, it seems to be an issue where the undealt damage kind of gets accumulated over time, and it just, well, gets damaged at a later state, which is absolutely super weird. All right, let us slowly approach the baguette here. Oh, bam. And if we're going some faster,
Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, they have so much saved up energy in those saws. Bam, that's easy. That's easy. Wow. As you can see here, if we just pause the game here, look at these. They have stored impact damage. So the ones that are under here, I guess that's some who have just dealt the damage or something, wherever they are. Maybe not have charged up yet, but they seem to be pretty instant, to be honest. Well, in any case, we'll need to set this up to... oh no, actually, we can just do like this. Yeah, we can just do like this. We can just go forwards here. And oh yeah, we can just control it with the mouse. I put it on a 360 block for a reason, you see. Bam. This is pretty crazy, however. Why are we not moving? Alright then. Let's see here. We're getting close. Oh bam, look at that. Look at that. We can control it. Come on. Wow. This deals some decent damage. That Hitman's baguette is getting absolutely shredded here by the chainsaw that Hitman put on the workshop. It is absolutely brutal. The chainsaw is actually... it's actually really good. It's actually very good when you have it on a heavy platform like this. That is very much true. Look at... by the way, let's check here, like, if something dealt damage just... will it, like, get the... you can see, it took a hit, right? It seemed to be, like, instantly getting back that. It's very interesting. Well... we're just gonna make this go forwards a little bit. It seems that it doesn't want me to let me control the complex controller whenever I'm in control of the turret. It kind of breaks down. I don't know why, but it does. Wow. The cool thing here is that it's really like drilling through anyways. It is doing a quite good job. Let's see if I can line it up a little bit better. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We have lined up perfectly like this. We're gonna set the turret rotation speed to 12%. And we're gonna set idle elevation to negative 65. Now, when we unpause the game, I think we should be getting some pretty neat action. And then I can try and control the platform. Make sure that we are... oh, right. I forgot about that. It doesn't work in slow speeds. Right, now it seems to be a-okay. Oh man, it's cutting so slowly. It is cutting so slowly. Are we even moving the blade? It feels like the elevation we set for it. Yeah, we're moving. Let's up the speed to double at least. It is slow as it is. All right, up to test. Man, this testing video has a lot of carnage. Now it's like slightly... it feels like it's slightly less effective, to be honest. You can see the kinetic damage like ticking down there, but it's like instantly regained. Well, I think we have a pretty decent drilling motion going on here. Just making sure we're not getting left behind.
Feels like this drill, or like not this drill, this is a chainsaw. But I feel this chainsaw should probably be paired with a couple of maybe like missile harpoons, just harpoon in the enemy. Okay. It's digging through all right, but it feels like it's lost some of its damage. It's probably because we're not really moving. If we are just going and moving a little bit, wiggling a little bit with the controls here, we might make it deal more damage here. Yeah, we obviously have some limitations. It was really cool to try out the chainsaw by Hitman. I think it's a really cool concept. I can't code Lua for shit at all. I can't touch. I don't know Lua code at all. I haven't even tried to look into it. Maybe I should, because I do know some Python, so I mean, how hard can it be, right? But I don't know, maybe it's super hard. I don't want to. There is a little bit of caution that may be used when using systems like this. So having many sub-objects spin clipping like this, and also using too complex Lua code, I don't know if this is that or not, but it can cause some game lag. You can see we're on degraded mode right now. So that's something to keep in mind, that it may not be the best idea for all systems. But man, look at that. Okay, let's let me control this thing then. Yeah, I think we're gonna try out the drill version of the chainsaw and see if that works better. You wanted lag? I suspect we have some here. Well, for the first time in history, let us investigate the chain drill version of Hitman's chainsaw. And Hitman, if you're watching this, I think maybe you are, do tell me if you want me to send the chain drill version to you, if you want to test it out, but I guess that will be after whatever results we have, right? All right. We're gonna do the same type of setup here. Set the rotation speed to a bit slower. Then we're gonna change the angle and see if the tail will come off. We just need to keep in line here a little bit. Oh, look at that. I'm assuming we're gonna enter degraded mode as soon as it touches anything. 20,000 damage. Ooh. Bam, you can see the drill heads touched anything. They are rotating slower. That's exactly what we want. Look at that. This is pretty neat. We need some chainsaw effects. Write chainsaw effects in the comment section. That's great. Look at that. Working pretty nice. Well, I'm not surprised. When I saw the concept first, I thought that, this should be good with drills. So I'm glad we finally got to test that. You can see the drills are... some of them need to spin up a little bit to speed. That's so funny. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's try some proper ship bisection now. We have some lag, I'll tell you that much. Okay. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. This is a bit tense. Oh man, that's nice. That is nice. Oh. It's like we could almost make it move a little bit faster. This is cutting through like butter. No problems at all. Beautiful. That's neat. It just melts through. Well, This is definitely some type of art. Man, they get janked when you pause and unpause the game. Look at that. Oh my. Are we gonna get through? I think we'll need to back off a bit here. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, it is bisected. Ladies and gentlemen, this is glorious, if I can say so myself. It's pretty cool. I like this. I like this. I like this. This is nice. This is very nice. I'm just very, very, very excited to see if the drill scissors is going to be remotely as effective, because if it is, that's fantastic. This is awesome, but it uses many sub-objects, so it's lagging a little bit, but I love this chainsaw. Chain drill, I mean. Chainsaw drill, whatever. Okay, so we can clearly cut through stuff with this. Let us try what I hope is the magnum opus of this little video. Guess I'll just need to wait an hour for this to load up. Well, we will repair the baguette in the meantime. That also takes time. Right, we have assumed the position. And cut! Alright. This is going to be highly interesting. Oh, look at that. We're cutting through here the first layer. Oh, that's a clean cut. That's a clean cut. No, we missed the block. Oh, bam. Is it gonna do a clean cut? Oh my lord. Look at this. This. I think it repaired itself a bit. Let's open it up again, and it actually does damage on the opening it as well. That's the beautiful thing with this. Now, I'm also wondering if the kinetic damage is being lagged behind, as it were for some of the others. But that's the quickest damage I think we've dealt. This deals damage. That we can conclude at least. Well, if we get back our HUD here a little bit, let's just check out this. Oh, we have so much kinetic energy stored here. We have so much left. Like, look at this. It obviously is still taking damage, so we seem to have some kinetic damage being lagged behind, still being delivered. So I wonder how it is with these, if them, like, accumulated damage potential is being delayed too, or how that works. Well, it's probably a bug, so I guess we should say it, or I'll just say it to someone I know probably. That's easier. Anyways, that is beautiful. Look at that. Now it did perform the bisection. That is very, very neat. Looking splendid. Poor baguette being cut up like this. Now it just lacks some butter. Maybe a bit of cheese. Well, I'm also very happy that this little melee weapon we ended up with here, it doesn't actually use spin clipping or some weird cheese to make it work. It works anyways. I feel stuff is lagging a little bit now, so let's test some other ships just for fun. Okay, this feels like some war crime territory, but it has to be made, it has to be tested. Oh well, very easy. Why am I not surprised? Okay, let's test the crossbones. Just casually moving into position. I think we have it there. Let us cut. Oh my. How much damage are we accumulating here? That's a lot of damage. Bam. Is it a clean cut? Let's see if the damage calculations can get up to date. You can see like random the blocks wherever we cut through are like despawning now. I guess we'll see in a while if we actually did perform a clean cut. You can see blocks are like disappearing. Oh yeah, it's a clean cut, ladies and gentlemen. We cut the crossbones in half. Well, do you want a special testings episode where we just cut through all ships possible? Well, tell me in the comments. And if you have some other ideas for stuff we should try with these little melee tests, do indeed tell me that. This is a proper crossbones cross-section if I ever seen one. Oh wow. That was absolutely crazy. I just want to say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, most notably Captain Awesome Pupper, Commanders Ben, Wilkie and Delphine, Lieutenants Ali, Ant-O, Gravy, Flores Dagon, Daniel Zaikin, a new one, very welcome, Owen, Harbag Reed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Proel, Scooby Rocks, and of course all the cadets and everyone in the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODISM, which is the YouTube members. Perhaps you saw this video early. In any case, also, do you want to join the government of GMODISM? Tell me if you want me to put the commissioned officers files for them. Perhaps that would be better. That's a good idea. Well, whatever. Check out the GMODIST channel also, because we have some extra from the depth content there. This is your host, Eric. I'm signing out. Thanks for watching, and do like the video. It really helps. What if we could have perfect APS Tetris every time? Well, ladies and gentlemen, today we're gonna check that out. Naturally, you can just take a 4-clip Tetris template of some kind and try to, well, fit it together and make a reasonable Tetris out of it. But it can be a little bit hard to know where to start and how to make it perfect. Thing is, however, it is a mathematical issue, so it isn't hard actually. It's actually pretty easy. You'll just need to find the right calculation for it, so you don't have to do this. And now I'm even doing a simple way, because of course you can just have it have no prefabs and just try to build it by hand. It's pretty difficult. Also, each of the autoloaders need to have the equal amount of magazines, because the magazines of course increase the load time of that autoloader. So if you have different amount of magazines for different autoloaders, the fire will not be smooth after a while. And if that's fine, well, then it doesn't matter. But if you want to be smooth firing all the time, you need to have the same amount of clips per autoloader. That's a lot of people miss that. Anyways, I'm sorry, TRK20. Army of GMODISM Matros 3rd class, TRK, did complete this like some month ago, and I thought to look at it earlier, but well, as you will notice, today is the day we do actually look at it. And sorry to everyone who has been waiting to look at this fantastic system, because you know, what we need to make perfect APS Tetris, it's obviously code. We need a program, we need a software. And that's where our Matros 3rd class comes in. TRK20 has built that software. We're gonna go look at that software and download it. But first, I just have a little question for you about the platform, the build platform which we're making. So I have my turret templates, and I made some different iterations of how to make the turret sizes for the update. This is the eldest one. Then I tried to make some different, more bright colors so it could be easier to see. Then I thought, why not make it the same resolution as the pixels actually are? And you can see from the depth upscaling is completely jank, so that won't, that looks horrible. So we made a file really large, and now you can see we have sharp angles. And I decided to use this checkerboard pattern here to kind of make a nice middle between transparent and not. But now here's the question. I noticed that if you make those transparent feature a lot smaller, you can see they only appear when we come close. So I don't know if that's a bug where From the Depth is not able to generate too much detail in a projected image, or if it's a feature. So I'm thinking for the Mark III of the platform, do you think we should have this as a feature, or do you think it's better that you can see the colors clearly, solidly all the time? That's something I'd like you to, well, answer me in the comments. You don't need to write an essay, you can just write in solid if you like the solid ones, or write in transparent if you prefer the transparent ones like this. Okay, thank you. Let's look at that software. The link to the software is naturally in the description of this video. And here we have Decode, APS optimizer tool for From the Depth. Simple, user-friendly method. And you got some installation. We have a last release right here, where we basically have, well, the newest file, which comes at a zip file. You'll basically just download this file here, the APS optimizers. You just click download and, well, go and extract it. And then we should apparently just run the APS optimizer. So we're gonna run this little thing here and let's see what happens. Oh my. So here we have the APS optimizer. This is so cool. We can select 4-clip, 5-clip, and 3-clip Tetris. So 5-clip is pretty advanced though. Okay, let's do a simple common one. Let's do a 4-clip variant. Whoa, okay, this is pretty advanced. We have different types of symmetry here, so we can have a horizontal, vertical, or a rotational. Okay, oh, look at that, grid editor. So you can basically check areas where the grid cannot be. This is weird. So you can select it to be a turret, which is actually not symmetrical. That's weird. Anyways, let's write in 19 or something. Let's do 17 Tetris here, which is pretty normal, I think, for large APS, since that is the default in-game one. I think I may have crashed the software. Oh, damn. Alright, so this is just a grid template. You can make it however you want. You don't need to do this. You can just set no hole as a template. We're gonna do 17 times 17. And yes, it crashed, but I just restarted it. Very simple. So basically, if I, for example, would like to have some turret armor, I can select this first area to be out of bounds a little bit here, so that I can add just a few blocks of armor or something like that. That's so cool. This is pretty advanced, folks, if you didn't realize that. Okay, very cool. And yeah, we're gonna do 4-clip Tetris. I don't know, you seem to be able to check several. That's cool. But the 5-clip Tetris, that's especially advanced. Wow. Anyways, we're gonna export the results. See what happens. Maybe I'll need to click the solve button here. Oh yes, of course. Look at that. And it's doing a lot of calculations. That's pretty cool. I can up the UI scale. Oh wow. Look at that. I'm gonna make it larger for y'all. Like, look at that. And here we have thus the most optimized Tetris you can have for this size of a turret. Mathematically, if we're only restricted to 4-clip. What if we like check both 3-clip and 4-clip? I think we'll need to test that. Look at that. So if we check both 4-clip and 3-clip, it will not shoot as smoothly, of course, but we'll be able to fill out each of these boxes where that could be filled out. And this is really hard to do just by yourself. So this is very, very, very cool. Look at that. You can see it's filled up. That's so nice. So export to... Oh, wow. Are you kidding me? I didn't know that. It can export it to a prefab. Oh my god, that's amazing. So target I guess if we're setting this to 7, it's gonna be 7 autoloader, right? Wow, what the hell? Guys, this is real. This is crazy. My best GMODISTs. Our APS Tetris is solved. This is cool. You can export it to? What the hell? I didn't know you could do stuff like that. Like, make prefabs. How the hell? TRK. I know for a fact TRK20 is an awesome coder. Now, only the ECCLESIARCHY has been able to see all the uploaded videos yet, but you'll probably seen in our Discord when TRK coded their Lua missile. That code is extensive, ladies and gentlemen. TRK20 is a very good coder. Obviously, this software, oh my god. I just realized we of course have an instruction here on the GitHub page. So, APS optimizer tool for from the depth. Supports 3, 4 and 5 clip Tetris. 5 clip Tetris? I've been looking for that. Like, I've been thinking how to make it for some time, like the optimal ways, and it's awesome we have a tool here. This is cool. Wow, TRK20, very, very impressive. Anyways, you can see here we got some usage scenarios here, so we can select a grid editor, and the symmetry can also be placed here. So, for example, you might need a symmetry if you want to make a turret with multiple barrels, for example. You may want it to be symmetrical somehow so that you can utilize the different sections of the turret to make multi-barrel ones, right? So that's very cool, very advanced, very, very awesome. Wow. Okay, so tells the solver whether or not to discard non-symmetric placements where the rotated or reflected shape would intersect itself. I'm not 100% sure I understand what that means, but I can see from the images here that the hard symmetry, the sides are exactly symmetrical. Both have like 8 spaces free, it looks like, so they are equally good, I suppose. But I guess that if you have the soft symmetry at times, it would allow it to place something that would fit on one side but not the other side, and thus make it a little bit more efficient at times, probably. So hard symmetry is like exactly equal sides then. Wow, that is very cool. Center hole, so wow, okay, so oh, look at that, we can even set it to none. That's amazing. I need to test that. Look at that, we set it to none. So we could, for example, set it to 5 clip Tetris. So yeah, let's try and generate a 5 clip Tetris for, what is it, 17 times 17. This must be really advanced. Wow, my CPU must be working hard now. It held the CPU hostage for like a long time. That's amazing. It could calculate that. That's advanced. And look at this. This is so cool. Well, obviously we have to export this too, but that's advanced. Also, don't be very scared. The software that uses the math calculations is called CryptoMinSat or something like that. And it sounds like a crypto miner. Apparently it's not. It's just an open source calculation something algorithm. Maybe TRK20 can explain it better, so I'm not saying something that's very incorrect, but yeah, anyways. I'm gonna export this too. Look, it's smart too. It makes it so it must be 3 high or 6 high. That's very cool. Alright, we're gonna have it 6 high. So it doesn't allow you to save a target height that's not possible. If you want to know how to save prefabs and stuff like that, it's actually covered here. So if you scroll down here, you actually get some instructions. If you need more instructions, just go to our Discord, and we have a little blueprint pinned area in our GMODISTs community, where I'll show you too how to save turrets and prefabs and how to work with those files if you're a bit new here, and in that case, very welcome. Oh, and if you're a coder, you can of course help TRK with future stuff too, and or just contribute if you have an improvement for this. I think that would be awesome. If you know how to do something even better, I think TRK20 would love to hear from you. I'm just amazed. I can't believe I haven't looked at this earlier. Why did it take so long time for me to get to this? Damn it. I want to know next, when is the Cram Tetris calculator coming out? I want to know, TRK20, are you working on it already? Or is some of you that are no coding, do you know how to do that too? Well, that we want, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, this is real. This is real. I can't believe we haven't looked at this before. That's the prefab. It just comes in like that. This is crazy. I'm so excited I can't even find the right direction of the block here. So yeah, then you know something is very interesting. All right. Fill that up, just add a little firing piece here. Look at that, everything is connected up just like that. That's absolutely crazy. We'll just auto-load all of these. Wow, that's crazy. And now oh, wow, this is insane. This is insane. Let's load this then. 4-clip and 3-clips Tetris. Optimal set of Tetris that actually allows for armor in front of it. Okay, I'm just gonna get back one of these. Let's find the 17. There it is. Look at that. And here is on the turret, yeah? Gonna be like that. It follows the white line perfectly. Yep. And here is where I remove the blocks so that we can actually have armor here. That is so cool. I can't believe that. Man, how have I not looked at this before? This is so handy. This would have simplified the latest. I even have I think I actually missed that block. Yeah, I don't blame the software. I'm 99.9% sure that missing armor piece is my fault. Yeah, I can't believe I haven't looked at this before, because this would have simplified my latest building of APS turrets, which will be a little video coming out in a while too. But man, this is so cool. Optimized, just like that. This is crazy. TRK20, wow. And you may rightly wonder, what did I do instead of looking at this awesome software? Well, I think I will need to give myself the title of Lord of Sidetracking, add it to Ecclesiarch and Lord High Admiral probably. Lord High Admiral and Duke of Sidetracking, Ecclesiarch of the GMODIST Empire. I think that's probably nice. Yesterday, when I was thinking to record, or actually the day before yesterday, I think when you're watching this, when I thought to record this video, I instead found some cool images. So The Cringe in the GMODIST's Discord, you should probably join us. The Cringe utilized the AI to make awesome, very funny, like plastic model kit adaptations of his builds in From the Depth, and just make them look like this is a plastic model kit. And this is of course just AI generated. It's not real if you thought that, but it looks very, very cool. I really like it. And he also AI'd Kevin's tanks, and also AI'd the Saito Shepherd's ship, like that. So I think it's very cool. So The Cringe, very cool done with the AI there. So I almost wanted to give it a go and see if ChatGPT would do it. And it kind of did. This is the first day. It's a bit botched, not what I looked for really. There is a little bit better, but now it's obviously looks like Lego. And finally, I adjusted the prompt so that it's a bit more acceptable almost. But yeah, well, it's the Gimli class battleship, which you can't read because it botches the name completely. But just a fun little gimmick joke thing to do. Polished it a bit more so that I could make the broadsword class look a little bit nicer, I think. However, it completely botches my face, so I don't know. And then it's also that case that I don't really want to use too much AI. So I just tested this out for fun a little bit. Then I got this idea, you see. I'm like, what if I made this somehow in-game instead? Just like we did for the microphone model. And if you somehow missed that the From the Depth podcast first episode came out, You can watch us on Spotify, on YouTube and Apple, of course. And please go to the subreddit GMODISM and suggest the new topics for the podcast if you haven't done that already. That could be fun. First episode is about beginner mistakes, featuring Rorstan. If you think I'm just throwing links at you, well, just go to gmodims.com. You'll have the Reddit, you'll have the Discord, you'll have the podcast, you'll have everything there. So gmodims.com, go and find everything there. Well, in any case, getting to the point, I tried to make something to make a plastic model kit inside from the depth instead. So yeah, I started to do that. I'm gonna use mimics and I'm gonna use all sorts of magics to basically make it look like we have a box inside an environment where the view of the camera will just look at a fake room basically, and the only way you see the sky and the sea is gonna be through this little box, so that the model, thus the ship, can be held using this little tractor beam like I showed in the image. And yeah, obviously it's only gonna be working at a specific angle and it's gonna be pre-set up with the camera and stuff like that. But this is not the priority, so don't expect this too soon. I just thought it was a cool idea to make like a screenshot frame to make it look like a plastic model kit without using any AI, since I want to move away from that, since, you know, if you do something AI assisted, it's I don't know. I like it when people see stuff that I made that they can say, GMODIST made at, like Eric made at 100%. And if it's like 10% AI, people think I did nothing, and I just don't like it when my 5 hours of work is like assumed to be nothing. So then it's just, I don't know, more peace of mind for me to just skip any AI shortcuts. When I've done that little plastic model set screenshot thing, I will, however, try and make small images of ships inside plastic boxes, and maybe I'll use them as like workshop images. By the way, if you haven't liked this video yet, please do leave a like. That helps me a lot. In any case, big thanks, of course, to TRK. This is awesome. We are going to, of course, make some more turrets here. This is very nice. So we're going to make, I think I want to make something actually useful, right? So I want to make something really useful. That's what we're gonna do. I want to have a D7 diameter 7 5-clip fast-firing turret. That could be really cool. While it's not exclusively made for the army of GMODISM, we have to reward this amazing thing with a army of GMODISM Iron Star of Creativity Medal for creative endeavors in the service of the army of GMODISM. Congratulations to your K20. You have been given this most exclusive Discord role for bragging rights. That's it. Going up the ranks is of course only for army of GMODISM official challenges and things made specifically for the army of GMODISM. However, TRK-20s missiles, wow, they're pretty good, those Lua missiles. So I think TRK-20 has a pretty good chance of getting an elevated rank at the end of season 2 of the trials. We'll see though, we'll see. The final results have not been made yet. Okay, the APS 5-clip Tetris is a bit difficult here. I think this is not gonna matter, right? It can only... Yeah, there is like only a few ways to do this, I suppose. So I'm just gonna re-roll it. Maybe I can help it on the way a little bit. No, it seems to be filling up those always. What if I like make it armored in the front a tiny little bit? Look at that, we basically have only one way to do it. Okay, so if we're armored here, so if we have one full layer of frontal armor, we can fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that can be, this is a pretty good pattern actually. We're gonna export this. We're gonna export it. and we're gonna make it 9 high. Yep. Or no, 6 high. Yes. And back in the game, we should be able to go down here then and load up. There we have it. Look at that. This is the D7 turret. Yes, yes, yes. That looks very, very neat. It should go like this, actually. This is, yeah, I'm just comparing it right now on the screen. Look at that. And this is then a pretty optimal 5-clip APS Tetris. Yeah, this is gonna be a game changer for our guns, I think. This is, I think we're gonna do it a block higher too. Yeah, we're gonna make a turret, but this is a really useful tool. And again, you find it into the description, of course, if you want the software, which you probably want. And also, yeah, say thank you to TRK on my behalf as well, if you have the opportunity to chat with them or whatever. Find them somewhere. Maybe on some other Discord server. Wow. Yeah, this we're gonna use this. We're gonna do a we're probably gonna do a good masterclass APS turret tutorial where we should cover this, so we can go into some more advanced topics, not only the basic stuff. Yeah, that is very cool indeed. On another note, the Sword of the Ecclesiarch sub-faction that has participated in the Promethean Directive, well, the Promethean Directive is basically over, which means that we're gonna publish these ships here. All of them beautiful ships are gonna be published to the Steam Workshop. It will take some time, of course, going through all of these, but we have some really cool ships here, which you can see. And